Here we are once again. Somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. And boy, oh boy, do we have a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep, dark void. All right. Newsday Tuesday. Why is that so? Residency. Doesn't sound right at all. All right. Well, a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fams. But first, some shout-outs. Mozart, HPX, Hermit Horologist 123 in the YouTube chat. Young Chris, a close fourth. Mr. Spock, also here. Skelts, Styx Dragon, Carl Schmidt, Lanz. Lanz. You shorten it now? It's just Lanz? Okay. That's throwing me off. Lanz, Smooth Bandito. Big Jerry. Yama Yama Yams. 999. The Vertical Chat. And only one person I've already mentioned on the Twitch. Wow, Twitch very quiet for some reason tonight. Anyway, a lot to talk about here. Can Democrats win? Hassan Takbin. What's the future of the Democrats? And can Democrats figure out what the future is in time for the midterms? Ah. Okay, you also have stuff to talk about with ICE. The Trump efforts to suppress the elections, of course, some economic-related stories, and of course, the environment, the Super El Nino, and the horrifying things that we've been seeing around the planet as a result of this supercharged heat. What else we got? Couple of things in the United Kingdom on the election reform. And then the Middle East. Oh, and did I mention Benjamin Netanyahu's in the fucking United States? Did I forget to mention that? I can't remember. Anyway, let's start there. America. America time.
This is ridiculous.
But first, to a Trump speech at a rally in, I think this was in Pennsylvania. I can't remember. I can't remember what state this was.
countries and companies were coming in and just robbing us blind. And it was causing tremendous problems for your jobs. But now all of that is changing because I placed historic tariffs on foreign producers and manufacturers.
Can people hear that? Do I need to turn it up more? Let me just go back real quick. It's hard to make out. Guys, way back.
Countries and companies were coming in and just robbing us blind. And it was causing tremendous problems for your jobs. But now all of that is changing because I placed historic tariffs on foreign producers and manufacturers, including a 25% tariff on foreign automobiles, something that no other president had the courage to ever do.
Yes, that great patriot. He's yelling at the president. He's calling him a protector of something. He looks incensed. He looks displeased by this person's outcries.
But now all of that is changing because I placed historic tariffs on foreign producers and manufacturers, including a 25% tariff on foreign automobiles, something that no other president had the courage to ever do. He's a communist. He's a communist. Thank you. He's a communist. We're.
It was one of the most unenthusiastic USA chants. People were like whispering USA. Look how uncomfortable some of these people look. Just look around at the faces. Ask if everyone feels 100% comfortable with that USA chant over the guy shouting pedophile protector. Because I don't think everybody is fully comfortable with it. Some people are doing sort of like guilty smiles. Other people sort of look a little bit more hesitant on the whole situation. This guy in particular, he doesn't look to be. But it's interesting. It was a very low USA chant. USA. Like nobody was yelling USA. They were just USA. Just sort of in lockstep with one another. Like, oh, president needs the supreme leader needs my support, but I can't do it too loud over a guy I definitely agree with. Like the fact is, like Republicans, Trump supporters are living through this sort of like brain schism rift, if you will. Where, like, all of them wanted the Epstein files, and now dear leader Trump is not giving it to them, and he's protecting he's protecting the predators because he's one of them himself. But they're still out. They still want to come out. They still want to see the president, and but they, then they're met with these sorts of situations. You know what I mean? Like, just listen to it. It's not a raucous USA chant. It's like 5 or 6 USAs. It's not a lot of USAs.
I didn't even. Thank you. He's a communist.
Right? It's like 4 or 5 USAs, and they're like, okay, that's it.
We're running against communists. Now, this is great. What's going on? But we're going to win very big. No, I didn't even hear the guy, I think. You see what they want to do? You see what they want to do? They want to take your houses.
They want to take your
houses. They want to do things that nobody's ever even thought of before. They want to take your money. They want to raise your tax up to 80%.
They're talking about taking things that they never even thought of before. Your houses, which most of you don't have. They're coming. The communists are coming. Like the guy said nothing. Said nothing about communism. He didn't even come close to saying anything even vaguely communist. He just accused the president of being a PDF protector. And Trump is like, he's a communist. That's how you know. When they accuse you of being a pedophile protector, that's how you know they're a communist. They want to take your houses and all the things, even things they've never thought of before. Like 80% of your money. You know, you're making billions of dollars like me, like normal person, and they want to take your money. I don't get it.
I gave you the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, so we'll keep it that way. And I said this morning, they also want to fire the police. They don't want police and they don't want prisons anymore. I think that's a great idea. Does everybody like that idea? No police. They want no police and they want...
They want no police and no prisons. You know who's not getting a visit from the police or going to the prison? Donald Trump or any of the other co-conspirators in the Epstein files. That's who. You know, like, we're supposed to have those jails to put all the dangerous people in there. Trump's protecting them. That guy in the crowd was right. He's protecting them. I mean, at this rate, we might as well get rid of all the jails. I'm not actually advocating for it, but if we're not going to put all the most dangerous predators into the jails, and instead just let them walk free or be president, what's the point? Just asking, just wondering. Just wondering, what is the point exactly?
President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the attorney general. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Yes, the Epstein hoax. That's what the president calls it. It's the communists. The communists came up with the Epstein hoax. It's all the communists did it. I mean, it's the most unbelievable possible thing. After everything we've seen, it's pretty clear the communists didn't have anything to do with this.
China!
I shouldn't laugh, but it's just true. There's not a communist nearby. It's just a bunch of billionaires. Billionaires and centimillionaires and presidents and kings and princes. Not a bunch of communists. But that heckler is right. I mean, Trump is protecting them. DOJ is protecting them. And they're doing the opposite for the victims. And, I'm not sure how to segue to this story. Let's have one of the victims tell us about their experience. Their experiences with Jeffrey Epstein. It's from 2 days ago out of CNN.
Come on. Pull-ups. Come on, Danny, let's go. Today is the day. Come on.
What people know me for is a daughter, a sister, a wife, a coach. You would see me on the street and you'd never think that twice.
Before dominating the fitness world, Rosa Gillis, a 4-time national CrossFit champion from Uzbekistan, began her career as a teenage model.
I was really tall and skinny, and I was like kind of awkward looking girl.
In 2008, Rosa signed a modeling contract with MC², the agency founded by French agent Jean-Luc Brunel. After moving to New York City in May 2009, she immediately owed the agency money for her visa and rent.
Your debt is just growing and growing.
Totaling over 10 grand. By the end of
Immediately,
December.
if not sooner.
As an 18-year-old girl, it's scary.
That summer, Rosa was sent to West Palm Beach for photo shoots at Jeffrey Epstein's mansion. She learned soon enough the power that Epstein had over her modeling career.
He goes like, I'm financing the agency. I gave him $1 million to start the agency.
Later that summer, as Rosa was struggling to book modeling jobs, Epstein made her an offer.
You should come to my office in West Palm Beach or downtown Palm Beach, and you work for me as a secretary.
I think we all know where this is going, right? Well, buckle up. This one is rough. I watched this on Sunday, but was like, there's no way. There's no fucking way we're doing this on Sunday Fun Day. So here we are, first real stream of the week. Hold on to those hats.
What I was told, all I do is pick up the phone and say, Florida Science Foundation, may I help you?
Unbeknownst to Rosa, Epstein had just pled guilty in Florida to soliciting prostitution from a minor. He was serving jail time on a work release program. The first weekend at Epstein's office, Rosa was asked by another woman to massage Epstein's feet.
He gives me his foot, and I'm looking at his foot, and it has an ankle monitor on. But to me, what it looks like, it has a plastic thing wrapped around his foot with a black box on it with a blinking light, right? And I go, what is this? And he flips around and he goes, take off your shirt. I froze. And the woman comes over and starts unbuttoning my blouse. She takes it off. Then she takes off my bra. And then she walks out. I sat in that room, staring at the bottle of a Fiji water while a man was groping me and masturbating. And then when he was done, he stood up and he left. I couldn't scream. I didn't ask for help. And I thought this was all a dream. I sat back at the table and I answered the phone calls same exact way I did before. I never told any soul about this. I thought I'm going to die if I do.
Yeah, so as a teenage model, this woman was assaulted by at least Jeffrey Epstein. It sounds like he had an accomplice there. I have no idea who that is. But you might be asking yourself, well, if she's never told anybody about any of this, why is she here doing it now? Anybody got any ideas? Can anybody come up with any, brilliant ideas about why this victim is now, after what sounds like decades, talking about her experience publicly? Oh, that's right. Unfortunately, nobody seems to be able to figure it out. Oh, there we go. At least one person figured it out. The Department of Justice, the FBI, and their complete disregard for the victims. No concern for protecting the victims. She is one of the Epstein victims who was released, in whose name and information was released in the files.
Rosa says Epstein abused her in Florida every weekend after that. She is still haunted by an encounter she had one morning at Epstein's mansion with a man in uniform, someone she thought was a sheriff.
I thought to myself, thank you. This is going to be the day that this all stops. Followed, the sheriff walked in, Jeffrey. They giggled, they laughed together, they buddied it up. I just stood in the kitchen looking at this sheriff, thinking to myself, at some point he's gonna turn to me and be like, who are you? And he walked out.
Didn't say anything to you?
Nothing. And then I figured it all out. He's currently serving his sentence while he's doing the same thing to everybody, and nobody's there to help us.
This is why when we talk about this, I'm always reminding everybody that he, the supposed like sentence that he served was with an ankle monitor back in his multi-million-dollar Palm Beach mansion, apparently with the fucking sheriff in the house and teenage victims right across from them. I mean, it's even more blatant. Like, listening to her talk about it, I was like, you've got to be kidding. It's even worse than I thought. It's even worse than I thought. They were actually doing check-ins. They were actually going and doing check-ins on the guy and literally looking victims in the face and then just walking away. You got to be kidding me. Just gonna watch the end of this here.
But earlier this year, that painful secret was suddenly exposed. The Justice Department released millions of Epstein files, including years of correspondence between Rosa and Epstein with her name unredacted.
People tell me about these emails and they want to tell me this. I don't want to hear it. I know what I said, and it was so wrong. For the government not to protect me.
After finally leaving Epstein's grip, Rosa relocated to the Midwest.
I said hi, I'm Pat, and that was the first time we talked.
That walk through the gym is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
Another chance encounter with her now husband, Pat, helped turn her life around.
I am in the photo wearing something Jeffrey Epstein gave me.
One person from MC Squared that Rosa recently reached out to is Jeff Fuller, the agency's former president. She says unlike some others, he has not responded, but Fuller recently told CNN that he never saw any abuse at MC Squared.
He said, I'm really sad that nobody said anything.
And with how heartbroken I am already, that made my heart break even more. I guarantee if Jeff Fuller to book his daughter for a photo shoot right now, that would be the last place he would want to send her there.
Yeah, no, everyone's continuing, just never-endingly playing dumb on all of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes, acting like they had no idea what kind of stuff he was getting up to. And it's a story doesn't hold up to very much scrutiny. we've heard repeatedly. And we still haven't really... We have no justice. We have the Transparency Act, the Epstein Transparency Act, passed like a year ago. There's still nothing on that. You know, all we got was those files that protected all of the co-conspirators and doxed all the victims. And while the Trump administration protects the predators, they are unleashing a whole new group of predators on America. ICE. And not just ICE. Because while ICE run around doing state-sanctioned violence against people in the United States, a whole new group of sickos have seen what's been going on with ICE and honestly, is not even new, are continuing to run around doing their own sorts of atrocities. Yes, opportunistic predators are running around America, grabbing people up, pretending to be ICE officers, and then assaulting them. Let's go here to Oregon, where a story 4 days ago broke.
First at 10, a fake traffic stop, a false
Oregon
claim
State
of
Police
being
and federal
ICE.
authorities
And
are asking
investigators
for the
say it
public's
ended
help
with a driver kidnapped and assaulted. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Anthony Castura, and this is the 10. Tonight, Oregon State Police are searching for the people they say posed as federal agents to pull it off. Along this lonely stretch of Highway 211 east of Woodburn, investigators say a driver became the target of a fake traffic stop in broad daylight. 3 men claim to be ICE agents, one with a rifle.
This is just another part of the terror that our community has been facing. This ICE regime of terror needs to stop.
The fake traffic stop is raising concerns among advocates, like Reina Lopez with PCUN, Oregon's farm worker union. State police say the suspects wore face coverings, baseball caps, and tactical vests marked police. OSP says they forced the victim out of the vehicle, searched them, and took them into their SUV back on Friday, July 17th. Investigators say the victim spent up to 20 minutes inside, where they say one suspect assaulted them before the group let them go.
This is exactly the fear that we've been talking about since the very beginning, about why wearing masks, why wearing plain clothes for federal agents, why this is a problem, that they're not identifying themselves.
It comes after we reported this week on a silent surge of immigration arrests. Advocates say more of that activity is happening in rural areas just like this.
Yep. Sickos are using the fact that ICE is running around, not identifying themselves, and doing the same thing. Just dressing up like ICE is not hard. You just need a balaclava and, you know, an unmarked van. Some sunglasses. That's it. just running around grabbing people up off the street. Apparently, as of yesterday, the police are still looking for those fake ICE agents in Oregon.
In Oregon, state and federal investigators are looking into reports that a group of men posed as immigration officers and attacked someone. The incident happened July 17th in Clackamas County. The victim says they were driving when emergency-style police lights pulled up behind them. The victim says that two men told them the ICE agents were there to detain them. They say they were pulled out of their car and forcibly searched. The victim was taken to the hospital for their injuries. Oregon State Police confirmed that the suspects were not federal agents.
Yeah, so definitely not federal agents. And 2 weeks into it, still at large. Still at large, just a bunch of predators roaming the streets. This is the exact behavior that is being encouraged by ICE and the way that they are operating. This is literally one of the things that everybody's been saying is going to happen, has already happened in one way or another. And it just seems like people are being more and more emboldened to do just that. No dash cam from the fake ICE agents? Or from the woman that was assaulted by them? Because I think no on both. Meanwhile, dudes in hoodies, sunglasses, and hats tackled a woman at a San Francisco airport over the weekend.
Can you please help me? No! No!
A Ukrainian woman was arrested by ICE agents at San Francisco International Airport Wednesday. This video was recorded and posted to social media by a Richmond City Council member. Friends of the arrested woman tell us she has lived in San Francisco for more than a decade. She was able to contact them from a detention center in Stockton. The Department of Homeland Security confirmed the arrest and says the woman had overstayed her visa for about 15 years.
Yeah, and maybe she has, but here's the problem. Okay, these people, once again, they don't look like ICE agents. Or they do look like ICE agents. They just look like regular guys assaulting a woman in the middle of a airport. My question is how are people supposed to know if they're real or not? And we have reports on the same day of another person being assaulted by fake ICE agents who looked exactly like that. So how are people supposed to know the difference? Now here's Cron 4 Bay Area from 20 hours ago for more on this woman's story, who still apparently remains in detention after being tackled in the airport.
A woman arrested by ICE at SFO last week is still behind bars tonight in the California desert, but her friends say they're hopeful she can be released at least until her removal hearing.
Right, for us, Dan Kerman, live for us in the newsroom to give us an update on this story. Dan?
Well, Grant and Vicky, Irina Gorb is now at that ICE detention facility in California City. But her friends, as you mentioned, they've been in touch. They've gotten her attorney, and they are still hopeful that they will release her pending her hearing.
You're choking me!
It's been 5 days since Irina Gorb was forcefully detained and arrested by plainclothes ICE officers at SFO for overstaying her visa. Since then, she has spent her days and nights at the California City ICE detention facility outside Bakersfield.
We are repeatedly trying to get her medically necessary supplements. She's anemic, and they have dragged their feet on that. So it's a prison. I mean, these people are being put into a prison in the middle of a desert, right?
That said, Gorb's friend Andy Eblin says she is incredibly tough, and now he and a coalition of friends are working to get her released pending her removal hearing.
This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous! This is ridiculous!
Going ham with the alerts over there. All right, let's go to New York. There's sizable Haitian and Syrian communities who currently face deportation as a result of the Trump policy to end temporary protected status and the Supreme Court's decision to allow them to do it. Here's CBS New York from yesterday.
Now back to our story about the fear amongst Haitian and Syrian communities who face losing temporary protected status. And CBS News has learned as early as this week, ICE has made plans to ramp up targeted operations to arrest and deport Haitian migrants. Jenna DeAngelis has more.
A lot of uncertainty. As hundreds of thousands of Haitians prepare to lose the ability to live and work legally in the U.S. with temporary protected status, or TPS, set to end this week. Clients will be waking up in the morning without having their favorite caregiver there. Katia Guillaume is VP of 1199 SEIU. The healthcare union has been rallying, warning of a caregiver crisis. The Haitian TPS has filled a huge hole that our healthcare industry was going through, and hospitals, nursing homes, home care, they will all be impacted in some way. Last month, the Supreme Court sided with the Trump administration to end TPS for Haitians and Syrians.
You know, it is fascinating just how hypocritical the Trump administration is capable of being when it comes to immigration policy. You know, like they will use fake right-wing propaganda to justify allowing white South Africans into the United States while simultaneously spreading fear about the countries of Haiti and of Syria. The Trump administration has done multiple military operations and strikes in the country of Syria, and they're like, actually, perfectly safe. There was a military coup. I mean, there's loose democracy happening there right now, but there's also a bunch of, like, you know, been a bunch of sort of like humanitarian crimes, war crimes, whatever you want to call them, depending on how you see the current paradigm in Syria. But the point is, it's not, like, by all measures, it's not safe. They're like, actually, no. Syria, perfectly safe. Haiti, totally safe. Even though for a very long time we've been saying it's not safe. Even though the United States literally put together a team of, like, what do you call them? Like, conscripts like military conscripts, like United States and Canada work together. I think France might have gotten in there too. I can't remember if they were involved. But Kenya sent a bunch of its police over to train in the Caribbean to go and fight gangs in Haiti. We literally put together a military force to go there to do basically a war against gangs. You know, ever since the democracy collapsed, the fake democracy that we installed. And we're like, actually, Haiti, perfectly safe, Syria safe, go back. You know, if you're brown, you're very clearly unsafe countries, actually safe. But if you're a hyperventilating white person from another country, like South Africa, but a fake white genocide, well, come right in. Would you like some money to get you started? Don't forget, we literally gave them, I can't remember if they were grants or loans. Or I can't remember how they were. We literally handed a bunch of money to the South Africans when they came here.
Decades-old humanitarian program grants temporary deportation protections and work permits to immigrants from countries facing an armed conflict, environmental disaster, or another emergency.
The United States is warning Americans not to travel to Haiti, but yet we've ended TPS.
New York's Attorney General joined calls for Congress to pass legislation extending TPS for Haitians, which stalled in the Senate. And now ICE has made plans to ramp up operations to arrest and deport Haitian migrants, according to two agency sources and federal documents obtained by CBS News. In his
Okay. Well, some people out there are still protesting in the streets against ICE. In New York, for instance, Rochester, News 10 NBC from yesterday.
Folks all over the country rallying together on Thursday, honoring two men killed by ICE in Maine and Texas. In Rochester, it included a candlelight march to the federal building on State Street. Construction at that location is underway for a federal detention center. Organizers say the event is to show support for immigrant families locally.
Here on a legal visa, again, going to work with his 3-year-old daughter in the back seat, pulled over and shot dead in front of her in Biddeford, Maine. How is any of this acceptable? How is any of this okay in anyone's mind?
Those protests again spreading all over the country.
Yes, indeed. And speaking of all over the country, let's go to the other coast. California. KTLA 5 from 2 days ago now. Where apparently a nurses union held a protest against the latest round of deadly ICE shootings.
Get ICE off our streets! Get ICE off our streets!
National Nurses United held a nationwide protest earlier today demanding justice for the ICE shooting deaths of Lorenzo Salgado Arujo and Johann Sebastian Guerrero. The nurses say that Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents must be held fully accountable for the men's deaths and pulled off the streets.
As a nurse, it's a core value to advocate for our patients. And advocating for our patients does not stop when we leave the hospital. It means standing up for our patients' rights who are being affected and currently being terrorized by the fascist violence of ICE.
ICE is acting within tyrannical proportions. This is not within our Constitution. These are not within our laws.
And these types of protests were also held up in San Francisco. And
well, there you have it. Protests last couple of days across the nation. Some in the rain, some in the sunshine. However, the government is continuing, especially with having been given more funds, more billions of dollars by Congress, tens of billions of dollars. I think it was almost 100 billion. Re-up. And I guess they've been using some of that money to make medals. Department of Defense handing out a new I think a new medal called the Mexican Border Defense Medal.
A what now?
Pete Hegseth, of course, couldn't miss the opportunity. We're at war in Iran right now, and he's here handing these out. Fitting, black and green metal, color of Slytherin. It just seems
Sergeant
evil.
Orly
Just gives evil
Ariano
vibes.
Pagan, Captain Benjamin Bloom, and Staff Sergeant Brandon Brashear.
Green Goblin, I don't know, basically every villain ever. Although I guess Green Lantern doesn't count. That's he's breaking the mold. You have the Mexican Border Defense Medal. Great job defending that border. Really great job. Yes, we've militarized the borders, and to celebrate that, we're now giving medals out for it. Speaking of that militarized border, got a couple of clips here showing the latest constructions, efforts on the border. What do you construct on the border? The wall, of course. Yeah, the wall. Here it is in all of its glory and uselessness. Decimating the local area, just going right through it. And you know, natural fauna, animal burrows, whatever else might be there, no big deal. We're just gonna bulldoze straight through it. It's fine. We're gonna put a giant wall, disrupt the natural flow of the landscape with a big metal wall. Spend a bunch of resources, money, fuel, right? For the equipment, the labor, of course, and the materials. Can't forget that. The planning, I assume there's some sort of planning involved too. One would assume. Spending billions, I guess, building the Great Wall to nowhere. just vivisecting the natural landscape, utterly pillaging it, but not even pillaging it, not even getting anything out of it. It's worse than a pillage. It's being decimated unnecessarily. Look how far it goes. It's just disturbing. But I just figure we get a few different angles just to see exactly how vast his border wall is now. Two-sided border wall. But what could make this more draconian and like deeply disturbing? I'm trying to think. Completely decimating the landscape in an attempt to prevent humans from crossing a non-real line. Spending billions of dollars to do it. Preventing what I assume is the natural, you know, what do you call it? Like, a traversal of the landscape by species like deer, rabbits, whatever else. Whatever other sorts of things live in the desert, I don't know. What do I look like? Some sort of scientist?
It's science.
What would be more... That's... Yes, right. What if we filled that trench between the two walls with rows and rows of barbed wire like it's fucking North Korea or something? Yes, let's do that. Yes. Jesus fucking Christ.
This is ridiculous!
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Alligators, that was a good idea, Scouts. Nope. Not alligators. Just rows and rows and the rows of barbed wire. All right, Looney, you're going ham on the fucking alerts. I need to settle down, pal. That's like your third totalitarianism or something. All right, that's not true. The last one was ridiculous, but you're going ham. You're also just repeating my sound shots, which is weird. We could have had healthcare, instead we got barbed wire. Barbed wire, Operation Epstein Fury, the genocide, the $1 trillion military budget, which I guess is at least interlinked into some of that, but actually separate appropriations somehow. Somehow, those are separate appropriations. Where's Looney? Looney is on Twitch, because he is a Twitch mod. Now, well, we militarized the border. And the Supreme Court greenlights everything Trump does to immigrants and or brown people who could be mistaken as immigrants. You of course have a DOJ led by Trump's own personal attorney, Todd Blanche.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
That guy. Where's Looney? You can't. He's on Twitch, like I said. Yes, Poggers, exactly. Looney, but it's Poggers, Twitch. Yeah, let's talk about Todd Blanche. Because he is slated to be confirmed. I think his confirmation is on Wednesday? Wednesday or Thursday. It's one of the two. Don't quote me on that. But he's supposed to get a Senate confirmation. He's been testifying recently. In anticipation of that confirmation hearing. Let's talk about that a little bit. Whether or not, I don't know, Todd Blanche be anywhere near the government, let alone be in charge of the entire apparatus of supposed justice in this country.
This is America, huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Todd Blanche, the acting attorney general, was grilled in his Senate confirmation hearing yesterday, even though it's probably going to be largely symbolic because Trump can just keep him as acting attorney general and he doesn't necessarily need to get confirmed. But, you know, this is the guy who, as the head of the Department of Justice, settled Trump's $10 billion frivolous lawsuit against the IRS. And the way that he settled it was by setting up that infamous weaponization fund.
Yes, exactly. Exactly, Looney. You're on Twitch, YouTube. There you go, YouTube, Twitch. See, this is why I tell people you don't get the full Galactic experience if you're not subscribed to YouTube and following on Twitch. Right? If you're not watching both chats, you're not seeing all of your space friends and space fams, space buds and acquaintances.
$1.8 billion weaponization fund that was actually like a really big political misstep. It traveled across, I think, even into...
Oh, speaking of Twitch, by the way, I forgot to say, Amanda, great job with the 160 stream streak. You celebrated your streak at a real awkward time while we were talking about the Epstein files, that victim's story. Just wasn't a good time for me to mention it. But also, thank you, Jabo, for letting us know about your little 5 stream streak. Gotta start somewhere, Jabo. 5 streams. You could be like Manda, get to 160 one day.
Republican circles, so they had to abandon it because it was literally a fund to pay out to Trump, maybe himself, to his loyalists, and to January 6ers, money that the administration was claiming was like a part of reparations for their sacrifice. It was just like the most open corruption possible. And here is Senator Kennedy throwing up a softball to Blanche, and he accidentally slips here in a very Freudian manner, and this is obviously going viral and making the rounds.
Are you and President Trump friends?
I'm his lawyer, was his lawyer, and now I'm the Attorney General. So I met him as his criminal defense attorney. I'm not sure there's very many people
thank you very
who
much.
have ever
I love
had
you,
a
sir.
criminal defense attorney.
I am his lawyer.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
I mean, I was his lawyer. Whoopsies. Oh, Todd. Whoop. This is what we've been saying this whole time. The guy is Trump's lawyer. We don't need to use the connotation of former lawyer. He's his lawyer. Even he can't get it right. You telling me I have to make sure I get it right? Fuck off. He's referring to himself as Trump's lawyer.
I'm his lawyer, was his lawyer, and now I'm the attorney general. So I met him as his criminal defense attorney. I'm not sure there's very many people who have ever had a criminal defense attorney who calls that person their friend. I now have a...
Well, let me put it this way. Are you enemies?
How about Roy Cohn?
No, we're not enemies at all. No.
Have you ever...
Yeah, good point. Robert Kardashian, right? Literally represented OJ.
That's our justice system. Trump lawyers. The Trump DOJ. When you say Trump DOJ, couldn't it be more true? Incoming attorney, Trump lawyer general, Todd Blanche, who will do whatever Donald Trump wants and say, "Thank you very much. I love you, sir."
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
I mean, honestly, which one's worse? I mean, Pam Bondi, who wants us to focus on the Dow?
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
Which one's worse? The lady who's yelling about us not focusing more on the stock market than the Epstein files, or the guy who's literally Trump's lawyer? Because, like, Pam Bondi advocated for Trump during the 2020 election fraud scandal, whatever you want to call it. But Todd was literally Trump's lawyer. So, and I mean, I keep saying was. I got to stop saying was. He literally said himself that he's Trump's lawyer. So we got Trump's lawyer coming in after Pam, who had the files on her desk. Remember, the files were on Pam's desk for 6 months. Then she quit and told everybody to focus more on the Dow. Or we got Trump's lawyer, a guy who will literally just, when asked, will just, just come to the aid of the president and say, "Thank you very much. I love you, sir."
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
I'm worried about justice. I'm not sure I think we're on a rough trajectory justice-wise. Arc of justice is long and unfair.
It's got some licks into, but it's funnier when Republicans dark, because it's like, dog bites man. But here's him asking about weaponization.
Finally, let me just go back to the in the 50 seconds I have, go back to this release. This purports to release lawfare or weaponization, or weaponization. Those aren't legal terms of art, are they?
I think they are just legal terms of art. They're not, there's not
Have
any...
they been defined in any case or any statute?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So they're not a legal term of art?
Well, I think that the terms have been used by the legal community and by people within government, but no, I'm not sure that they're in Black's Law Dictionary.
So we don't...
Yeah, so they're building this off this horseshit, which was whatever Stephen Miller decides.
Yep, right. Yeah, I'm not sure that's a legal term.
Toilet.
Yes, I remember. What's his name? Jack. I can't think of it now. God damn it! I was gonna try and make a Law and Order reference. Oh God! Why can't I think of his name? I want to call him Jack Bauer, but I know that's not it. Jack something. Jack McCoy. That's right. I remember Jack McCoy coming in and saying, This is lawfare. Yeah. And while we militarize the border and criminalize immigrants, do nothing about the Epstein files and have fake ICE agents running around the country, indistinguishable from regular ICE agents, because we refuse to force them to make themselves more identifiable. We have other crimes happening in the country.
Violent crime.
Yep, violent crime. Unfortunately. Multiple violent crimes, including one in Seattle, Washington, where a 15-year-old has been arrested in a mass shooting. The injured, I think, like a half a dozen fucking people in broad daylight. Here's Seattle's mayor speaking earlier yesterday.
Shortly after 6 p.m. last night, officers responded to the sound of gunfire. They were assigned to support Bite of Seattle and were on scene within seconds and took one suspect into custody. No police weapons were discharged. We believe that 2 people exchanged gunfire outside the Seattle Center Armory. 7 victims were caught in the crossfire, with a possible 8th. A 19-year-old man, a 44-year-old man, and a 56-year-old woman were killed. 2 died at the scene, and a 3rd passed away at Harborview Medical Center. Seattle Police Department detained a 15-year-old juvenile in connection with the shooting.
For fuck's sake. Honestly, I've been seeing a bunch of violent crime lately. It was really quiet at the beginning of Trump's term. Sorry. I think people were too horrified by what they were watching the Trump administration do to do crimes. Or I don't know, or just like in shock. But now I'm seeing a serious uptick in violent crime. I'm not going to go back to doing like a daily violent crime report. But this just fucking disturbed me. This just fucking disturbed me. Just a gunfight in the middle of downtown Seattle. 7 people shot. 1 dead. Seattle? Come on.
Come on!
But it's not just Seattle. There's, like I said, I've been seeing an uptick in violent crime. Violent crime across the country. Yeah. Unfortunately, we have a system of laws that made it so we have as many guns as we have people. And the Supreme Court has been green-lighting 98, 99% of every single one of them, Donald Trump's fucking wishes, whims, and demands.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And Trump is asking for the Supreme Court for another rubber stamp. This time on mail-in voting. Something he personally does. every 4 years, however many times. Like, I don't know how much he votes. But Trump is literally known for doing mail-in ballots for practically every single election. But now he's asking the Supreme Court to maybe shut it down. I guess he is old enough that he'll probably not have to vote that many times in his life.
The Trump administration is now formally asking the Supreme Court to let them tighten rules for mail-in voting. This is about an executive order that was signed by the president earlier this year. It's an order that's been challenged in the courts by nearly half of the states. All of this is unfolding with just 99 days until Election Day. Let's bring in CNN Chief Supreme Court Analyst Joan Biskupic. Joan, always good to see you. Can you walk through what this means, the timetable here, because the time crunch is real?
The time crunch is real, as you say, just 99 days. And we know that President Trump is trying several measures to try to affect what happens in November in the midterms. This particular action today involves his March directive that would involve the U.S. Postal System and the Department of Homeland Security screening state rolls. The directive requires the states to submit lists of eligible voters, and then for those two federal entities to try to screen whether there are some non-citizens who can be poised to vote.
So yeah, Donald Trump is asking for the Supreme Court to greenlight federal election meddling, to allow them to force states to give up election rolls so that the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security can go through pour through the election rolls with AI, whatever, and purge those rolls of people that they don't think should be allowed to vote. What happened to those don't tread on me people? This seems like some serious treading. Federal election rigging and interference. And they're trying to do it 3 months out from a midterm election. It's a joke. How are they even supposed to implement this shit in 3 months? It's not only unprecedented, and by unprecedented I mean has literally never happened in American history. Going back 250 years. Certain to cause chaos in these upcoming elections if the Supreme Court allows Trump to get away with this shit. They allow the king to say, no, I must look at each voter personally.
Caution the administration and Republicans. If we are 99 days to the election, this could cause total chaos. There are election officials who are already very, very stressed under stressful circumstances. They get threats all of the time. We may end up having a Democratic president in 2028. And the Trump administration wants to continue to try to meddle in elections. There might be a Democratic administration that then might try to meddle with elections too. My hope is that that doesn't happen, but we can't start the precedent of whether it's Republican or Democratic presidents, anyone, the federal government, meddling in elections when they do not believe that they're going to win. This is a state. These are left to the states, and it's under the Constitution. And I think that this is setting a very dangerous precedent overall to make our election system more political based on one party or another.
Because it's blue states that Donald Trump is demanding these voter rolls from. It is blue states, quote unquote, that he has the problem with. He's claiming are, and they keep rigging the elections, filling the elections with undocumented immigrants, which there really still is no evidence for. You know, and you know, I should actually, I was almost going to go to this next clip. I almost forgot. There's this one spot I want to go to. Because it goes to the thing that I'm saying right now.
More political based on one party or another.
Mike?
Well, I don't disagree on the making our election system more political. I mean, we really do need to watch out for that. We have to have, as Americans, trust in the system. Problem with that is, and I'll leave New Jersey to the side because there were 400 people who voted, 6,000 who were eligible to vote that really weren't eligible to vote.
Right, but the fact is people keep using the number 6,000. They keep saying 6,000 people voted in New Jersey. They didn't. It was 400. Not a single race was won by less than 400 votes in New Jersey in the last election. And, you know, like, it was New Jersey who figured it out. It wasn't the DHS. Right? Like, New Jersey didn't hand over their voter rolls to DHS, and they figured it out. New Jersey did. And then they purged them themselves. Right? Which is in the Constitution. It is for New Jersey to ensure that that is happening. And they did. And a negligible amount of votes were cast improperly. It's not clear that anyone who cast a ballot knew that it was fraudulent or that it was wrong for them. They may have received ballots because they were registered and thought that it was that they were allowed to vote. You demand drum rolls? For what? Exactly. Just for suspense? I guess we could I could work on a drum roll sound shot at some point. I've got a sound shot of basically everything else.
The Bolsheviks are coming.
Yes. The Bolsheviks are coming. All right, let's go here to Air Force One or Two, whichever one. Donald Trump. Here asked by reporters about that SAVE Act.
On the SAVE Act, why do you want the U.S. Senate to stay in town? Shouldn't they be out across the country campaigning?
What a stupid question.
What a stupid question.
Campaigning, though.
What a stupid question. For Jennifer to ask such a stupid, she's a smart person. I knew her all the way back in the Iowa days when she said Trump's going to win. And boy, was she right. So listen, why do I want? The SAVE Act has to be done. They shouldn't leave town. I'm not going to stop them from doing it, but they should get the SAVE Act done. If they don't get it done, it's going to be a very bad thing for the party. And frankly, you know, if you look at it, the SAVE Act is going to be voted against by all Democrats, just so we know. We have some Republicans that I will not comment on, a few of them, probably 4, that we probably won't get the vote. I'd like to comment on them, but I have too much sense to do it.
I have too much sense to do it. I want to comment. Oh boy. I want to comment on them, the ones who don't want to vote, but I won't do it. I mean, he's practically naming them by giving them as many details as he does. Oh, but Trump trying to be coy. I won't say who, but some very nasty Republicans in name only. Some non-Trump lovers. Derangement syndrome. Trump derangement syndrome having Republicans who don't love the SAFE Act. There's Trump. I mean, to be fair, that reporter was making a good point. Trump was really upset about the question. He like immediately started just haranguing her. Oh, Susie, whatever her fucking name is. Susie, I thought you were one of the good ones. Saying such nasty things. Saying things like, I don't know, maybe Republicans should be campaigning. It's pretty funny. I mean, she is right. I mean, the primaries are wrapping up. The midterms are getting started. I mean, honestly, though, I think they should be legislating. Not passing the SAFE Act, but do the Republicans really need to be campaigning? Is that important right now? I mean, Democrats should. But should Republicans? I mean, they're in power. They have a mandate from the masses or something. What's it called? A historic mandate. They should be governing instead of campaigning. The president's right. Very stupid question. Very stupid, nasty question. Of course, I'm being deeply sarcastic for anyone who's unsure. I'm just saying, you know, Republicans are claiming they have a historic mandate. Why do they need to campaign? They should be legislating. I'm sure they're going to win these elections. No reason for them to get out, go to their districts or states, talk to the people about what they need. Then they'd be forced to have awkward conversations about, I don't know, things like the Epstein files, affordability, Operation Epstein Fury, or any other number of horrible things Republicans have allowed the president or helped the president do. Sciatica. Good God. We have to do something about that. All right, well, let's move on from the SAVE Act. Quickly talk about this. Down in South Carolina. South Carolina, which has decided, they've decided to, or I'm sorry, I take it back. I'm focusing too much on trying to do the South Carolina accent and not thinking about the words I'm saying. Sorry, the DNC, Democratic National Committee, has, after many years, made a big decision to switch the first caucus state from Iowa to South Carolina.
What?
Who better than We Are Iowa Local 5 News to tell us about it?
And the Iowa Democrats have lost the first in the nation caucus status.
That comes after 54 years now of maintaining the status, when Iowa was the first state in the country to hold official voting for the presidential election and select candidates. Let's go over to Local 5's Emma Stroner live this morning. And Emma, which state is going to be the first in the nation now?
That's going to be South Carolina. Now, we spoke with Karen Kudrowski. She's a
Damn, dude. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. This is the only thing that made Iowa... Like, really? This was like one of the only things that made Iowa important. This is gonna take away... Oh, God. So many people's sense of importance in Iowa. It's gonna be devastating. This is gonna be devastating. We're not done talking about this. We have multiple points to make here when it comes to this decision from Democrats to switch. So I find it a fascinating decision.
Iowa Democrats and Republicans are unhappy about the move away from Iowa. Democratic Party Chair Rita Hart believes there's a lot of political attention on her state right now. She believes Iowa would have been the perfect state to be first in the nation. Iowa GOP Chair Jeff Kaufman also frustrated. While Iowa is expected to be the first in the nation for the Republican National Committee, he's still disappointed and mentions we do have a state law saying Iowa must have the first caucuses in the nation.
Iowa is the center of the political universe right now. We have multiple targeted races, strong candidates who are running winning campaigns, and a robust statewide organizing network.
Am I irritated with this? You better believe it. My state has been disrespected.
Kudrowski's.
I loved that guy's reaction. He's so heated over it. My state has been disrespected. But like I said, like I'm half kidding. Like, Iowa, you're important. Don't take it personal. But this was kind of your thing. This was kind of your thing. Everybody knew you for. Everything else is just corn and potatoes and cows, isn't it? This was the big. This was like, oh my God, democracy starts in Iowa. And now it's all gone. And now it's all gone. And now we're going to South Carolina? Make that one make sense to me. Because that's the thing for me, actually, that makes no sense. Like, I'm fine with switching from Iowa. Iowa continues to go more and more red. And Democrats continue to fail over and over again there. Although I think we should be able to switch it. Unfortunately, Democrats, the Democratic Party, the DNC, continues to support the very worst possible candidates and basically throw their hands up in places like Iowa most times. And South Carolina is no fucking different, right? And Jim Clyburn is, you know, he is given too much credit, in my opinion, to represent some specific demographic within the Democratic voter base. He is a 90-year-old, you know, Democrat, lives in a red fucking state, represents, you know, a congressional district. Like, a single congressional district does not make some sort of national fucking movement. And Jim Clyburn doesn't represent some huge group of people, in my opinion. I think that's some bullshit that we get told every election cycle so that we go along with the most, like, centrist possible framing with everything. Oh, Jim Clyburn, He thinks that's a bad idea. Oh, we better listen to Jim. What? South Carolina is a fucking terrible place. Almost every single district in South Carolina is red. They got 2 red senators, a Republican governor. Why don't Democrats start in a state where fucking Democrats win things? There's an idea. Or at least a place where Democrats used to win things recently. I don't know, Pennsylvania comes to mind. Even Ohio. Or Indiana. Those places used to go blue like 20 years ago. Like even fucking Florida. But why South Carolina? It just doesn't make any real sense to me. Like honestly, South Carolina's more red than fucking Florida is. It's just not checking out for me. You can go West Coast with it, Oregon, Washington, California. You could go Nevada if you want to go purple, or Arizona or New Mexico. Would still, all 3 of those examples all still vote fairly purplish. Purplish, right? But no, South Carolina. We're going to go from one red state to another red state? This is what I mean about Democrats. This is just another example of how Democrats are just making lateral changes. They're incapable of conceiving of progress because they're in power. They've been in power so long that they don't want things to change, and so they try and come up with fake changes, lateral movements that mean nothing. Switching from Iowa to South Carolina just pisses off people in Iowa. It just pisses off people in Iowa. What's the point of it? I don't understand. You just got dudes in Iowa yelling about how Democrats have disrespected their state now. You don't have people in... I don't think you have a bunch of people in South Carolina, like, celebrating over it. Oh, yay. Indiana's a good idea. See... I'm glad somebody agrees with this is all I'm saying, is that there's plenty of better ideas than South Carolina. But they just picked an equally shitty state to start in. They're like, no, we're going to go from Iowa to South Carolina. 2 states that are equally irrelevant to the Democratic base and the current narrative in the party. God. It's terrible. It's a disaster. And that's at least one of the reasons why, if Democrats don't win in the midterms, is because of this kind of shit. These kind of like lack of creativity, lateral thinking, and refusal to change. And insisting to just beat down the upswelling of ideas from the actual base of the party. That vibe's certainly not going to help.
Hey there, if Democrats lose to Trump yet again, these are all the red flags. Democrats, you have only about 100 days until the midterm elections, and you don't have control of either chamber anywhere close to being locked up. What are we talking about here? Well, we're talking, first off, we're talking about cash on hand. We're talking about cash on hand. You know, Democrats, they're much more like this. They're your $1 bills. While Republicans, you're much more like this, your 50s, and dare I say, even your $100 bills. Because just take a look here. Cash on hand from the main outside groups, ergo your congressional committees, right, your NRSC. Take a look here. Republicans at this point, $657 million. My goodness gracious, that's why I'm talking about these bills, right, $100 bills. While the Democrats, only about $334 million, only about half the level of Republicans. And of course, cash is what...
Great job, Democrats. Great job. And unfortunately, the picture is, of course, worse.
Republican National Committee,
Holy Toledo.
Democratic National Committee. Look at this. Cash they have, June 2026. The RNC, $129 million. That's pretty gosh darn good, right? But get this, the Democrats are a rarity. The DNC is red on your screen. Why are they red? Because they're literally in the red.
Holy Toledo. Holy Toledo, Space Fams. Democrats are literally out of money. In debt. Taking on so many loans that they owe more money than they have. Maybe they should stop spending so much money on all these fucking failed candidates they're supporting. So, you know, maybe all the Democratic donors should stop spending all of their money funneling it to people like Haley Stevens. Right? Like, she's received over like $60 million in a Democratic primary. You know, if they're gonna win, they're gonna win. Like, maybe spending $100 million a state, not sustainable. Because you know who's not donating to the DNC? The regular folk. That's what I think is going on here, right? The regular folk have stopped donating to the DNC, but so have the big donors because they're all funneling all of their money into these races. And the DNC can't fundraise. The DNC is incapable of fundraising. So they've been having to take out big loans, putting them into the red. That's not a theory. They have been taking out big loans. That's what the debt is. That's where the debt comes from, it's loans. And they, you know, they are fucked. Democratic National Convention is fucked. DNC is bankrupt, basically. They just haven't declared bankruptcy yet. And they better embrace the new fucking wave of Democrats, or Democrats are just going to stop existing because the party is going to stop existing because they're not going to have enough money to run the fucking party. They're not even going to be able to have a fucking convention. That's what's crazy, is it seems deeply irresponsible if you're concerned at all about winning in the midterms to be spending all of this money on just defeating the party itself. Like, defeating the actual voters. Like, spending enough money to trick and or defeat the voters' desire for change. It seems crazy. It's just wildly irresponsible. But of course they're doing exactly that. Spending millions and millions, hundreds of millions, maybe even billions so far on this primaries. I don't know how much has been spent by corporate PACs, APAC, J Street, DMFI, DCCC. I have no idea how much has been spent yet at this point, but I think it might be approaching billions. It's certainly hundreds of millions of dollars being spent to try and defeat leftist, DSA-backed, or otherwise left of incumbent candidates, and they're jeopardizing the midterms. It seems crazy, you know? They're spending all this money trying to market their way into relevance. Like, they can just buy the right ad on TikTok or something. Like, you know, like, it's so diluted, and yet they continue to hold on to this belief. Yeah, I think I'm going to change the order of this. They've even taken to funding these deeply cynical, fake, independent media channels that aren't independent. They're taking a bunch of dark money from groups like Chorus, who are basically centrist shills, like David Pakman. He's at the very least a centrist shill, liberal, neoliberal. He's asking the question on his YouTube channel as of last Friday. Am I a right-wing nut now? Oh, David, are you? I don't know. I don't watch you anymore.
Ton of comments lately, questions saying, David, why aren't you a socialist? Why aren't you a communist? You often mention it, but what about explaining the why? And I've even gotten some suggestions that because I'm not a socialist or a communist, I must be some kind of right-winger. I must have had some political 180 where now I am on the political right. But the question is, why do I not subscribe to those ideologies? I think that's a legitimate question that I want to explore. Now, the real reason...
You know what this speech sounds like to me? Because we've heard a lot of these, honestly. This is the first in a series of videos where David says, you know, I've left the left, or actually, the left has left me. I am the classical liberal. You know, he's doing a Dave Rubin of a Jimmy Dore. You know, he's espoused progressive ideas in the past, but he's like, you know what? The progressives, they've gotten too progressive. I'm the original progressives. I haven't changed at all. I haven't changed at all, actually. And it's just, you know, I'm just a classical liberal. And people are, you know, we're getting a little crazy. Well, all the woke, the SJW wokes and the communists are, you know, they're claiming to be, but I'm the real progressive.
that I don't support those systems is very simple. I don't believe either system is the best way to maximize human well-being and to organize society. And as such, they are not systems that I can support. And I believe this looking at empirical historical data and in applying a socioeconomic analysis to these theories. I am a social democrat. As a reminder, social democrat and democratic socialist are two completely...
What does social democrat even mean, David? Just friendly? Just like a friendly Democrat? Like you smile and wave a lot at people? Hello, I'm David, a social democrat. No, I don't think we should have government-run health care, but I'm smiling. See me being social? Can I buy you a drink? Got a bunch of money from all those crypto adverts I've done.
Things. Democratic socialists are socialists, whereas social democrats are not. As a social democrat, I support getting everybody health care, strong unions in support of labor, affordable education.
But what does getting everybody health care mean, David? Just getting it to them? Like, under what circumstances? Is it, because this is the same sort, like I've been going through all of these different fucking campaign websites during the primaries these days. This is the neoliberal like triangulation. It's not Medicare for all. It's not single payer. It's just get everybody, just get healthcare. Just get people. we should make access. We should make it more accessible. You know, we need to get more access to healthcare. Just more of it. We just need more healthcare. If we can just get more healthcare out there, if we just get more access to it, like the concept of healthcare, it will certainly trickle down and everyone will get it. It's like, how do we do it, David? That's the important part.
That is of high quality. Progressive taxation, where the wealthiest are taxed the most. Serious corporate regulation and a very strong social safety net. I support those things. I also support markets, private businesses,
and private
ownership of property, and the ability to make profit in private industry.
You support the ability? What does that even mean? He sounds like a fucking libertarian. I, David Pakman, love multimillionaire David Pakman, who's receiving dark money from Chorus to do my videos that I already make plenty of money on. I love capitalists. Okay, I love private property, private businesses, private equity, cryptocurrency. You know, like, I mean, what is this? Like, dude, just admit it. You're a libertarian. Just admit it.
For a lot of goods and services, there is no good reason to eliminate markets. We don't need government planners deciding, for example, which restaurants should open.
Literally nobody is saying that, David. Literally nobody is saying that we should have governments deciding what restaurants should be open or not open. This is a red herring. And honestly, for a guy who's been on the internet in the discourse for so long, I find it sort of incredible that the guy who claims to be Mr. Evidence investigation guy is over here giving me a red herring. Not a single... Give me one fucking candidate. One person, let alone a candidate. Give me one person from DSA. Go to fucking like DSA Reddit or something and find me a Redditor telling you that we need more candidates dictating from on high what restaurants open and don't open. This is a red herring. No one's doing this. No one's saying this, and it's bullshit.
Laptops should be manufactured. What
Seriously.
kind of furniture?
Seriously, bad faith mode in... Seriously, bad faith milquetoast lib mode activated over here at the Pac-Man pod. Jesus fucking Christ. This shit is so stupid.
I'm staying in the race.
Manufactured and sold. It's completely fine to let companies compete there. Let people start businesses and own them. Test ideas, succeed and fail within the context of a market.
Once again, basically nobody is calling for the abolition of all businesses, right? Like, nobody's doing that. It is in certain markets that we don't think that there is a market and that it's actually a captive. It's a captive population, right? When it comes to things like healthcare, right, housing, food, like, you need those things to survive, or you'll die from all sorts of different things, right? You know, and we think it should be treated as a fucking commodity. But David is basically coming out and saying, actually, those are things that should be run by capitalists and private equity and multinational companies, I guess. I guess he thinks United Healthcare is good. More of that. David's solution is more Obamacare, actually, because that's working so good. I mean, the fact is there are things about Obamacare that are good, right? I'm not here to say that there aren't good things about Obamacare. But the fact is we're here, like, we're in the middle of a moment. Democrats, leftists, whatever you want to call, whatever we want to call ourselves, anything between liberal, leftist, Democrat, left-leaning, independent, like, are having a moment right now. Okay? It's a Tea Party moment, like I've been saying, or that we at least need one. And it's feeling more and more like it. I mean, you got Harry Emden talking about it, comparing the DSA to the Tea Party recently. We saw a clip of that a couple days ago. And it's true, we are. And I'm glad, because we need to be able to have these conversations. It can't just be sort of milquetoast liberalism over and over again on all of these issues and solutions that it's not providing adequate responses to, that are watered down. Or in the case of Obamacare, literally a Republican fucking healthcare plan. Right? Is it better than it was before, when it was the Wild West and insurance companies could do whatever they want? Of course, but doesn't mean it's optimal. We shouldn't have insurance companies running our entire healthcare system like we do right now. We shouldn't be subsidizing them for no good reason. We shouldn't have these middlemen doing literally nothing, just literally sitting around denying people care arbitrarily without fucking medical degrees. But that's what we have. And that's what the continuation of the status quo is. And in fact, it's even worse because, of course, now all that system has been defunded by the Trump administration, which is why we just need to fucking end the ruse and just go all the way. Single payer. Medicare for all, honestly, right? Or government universal healthcare, right? But we're not, honestly, I'm fine with a piece of meal approach to solving it. But right now, we're in a moment where we're supposed to be having the argument, and David is trying to play both fucking sides over here. I find it very disingenuous. Just say what you believe, David.
I do believe that markets encourage innovation, but not because of the reason right-wingers say they do. Right-wingers love to say, if you don't have markets, nobody will ever work hard.
I agree with right-wingers, but not for the reason that they... Okay. Do you see what I mean here? He's like, actually, right-wingers have a lot of stuff they're right. Actually. Free markets, they solve so much stuff.
If they don't have the possibility of becoming a millionaire or a billionaire. I don't buy that stuff from the right. People are also motivated by a lot of other things, curiosity and purpose, recognition, solving problems. And we see publicly funded research produce extraordinary breakthroughs. But it is also true, and we should recognize, that competition and financial rewards are also real motivators. And if you remove them across the entire economy, you reduce experimentation.
This is another fucking red herring. Nobody is saying to remove competition and financial incentives across the economy. Do you see what I'm saying? The only way that liberals like David Pakman, and he is a liberal, not a progressive, or a progressive now means something different. I don't know if he's the arbiter of progressiveness.
Just subscribed for 23
but
months.
But this is literally the problem. They can only argue against a red herring, against a fictional opponent. Nobody is claiming that we need to reduce all... I've talked about this. I'm like, look, I've literally just sort of explained the whole thing 2 seconds ago. But it's I have said, look, we don't need to get rid of capital altogether, right? We don't need to get rid of businesses. We don't need to get rid of money. We just need to get rid of the capital incentives in a number of markets where it's perverse. The reward structure is perverse because people are held captive because they'll die if they don't get the shit that they need, right? Or they'll be so deeply inconvenienced by not having it. It just makes more sense societally to just deal with it on a governmental level rather than just letting profit seekers seek more profits. The thing that David thinks people must have the right to do in all markets, apparently. Because the fact is he doesn't say where he thinks the markets should be taken away. He just says all the places where they must be. He's like, oh, we need the markets. We need them. And we can't have them disappear from everywhere. Well, no one's making the argument that they should disappear from everywhere. And you can't tell us where they shouldn't be. And that's the problem. And that is the argument that we all are supposed to be having right now. Right now. That's the whole thing, right? People are saying, some people are saying DSA is too left. or that people who are espousing policies similar to that of the DSA platform are too far left, too anti-capitalist, too whatever. But then they refuse to actually name the things. It's not just liberals either, right? It's Republicans too. Like, we've been watching all these Fox News skits, whatever you want to call them, segments. They're more comedy than news. But like all of these different like segments on how terrible DSA is, but then they refuse to actually bring up any of the economic policies, and they will only talk about like the structural changes that have been like prescribed over a long period of time, mind you, by DSA, like changing certain structures in a government, like the Supreme Court and the Senate. Like, that's all they've got. Like, they can't talk about the issue. They can't talk about healthcare. They can't talk about, housing, because those things actually affect everybody. Healthcare, housing, affordability, like these are things that are affecting absolutely fucking everyone that they have no good response to. Because not only have we tried all of the things that Republicans have suggested, not limited to, but including Obamacare, aka Romney care. But like, we now have Republicans in office. They're in charge. Trump is in charge. So what are they gonna do? They can't blame Democrats. That's their only rhetorical device. They can't actually speak. The Republicans have never been able to speak substantively to the issues on affordability, because all they want to do is give Republican donors, country club Republicans and themselves tax cuts. They can't speak to any of that. They want to dissolve unions, give corporations more power, bring more money into politics. They want all of that shit, while DSA is saying we should probably maybe look at all that stuff that is broadly supported by voters, right? We have a housing crisis. People are struggling to survive. People can't afford healthcare. 5 million people dropped their health insurance this year because they could not afford it. I'm not gonna listen to this whole fucking Pac-Man spiel. But apparently, he also simultaneously, or a few days before that, released some sort of screed against Hassan Piker.
Hassan Parker.
But before we go to that being Hassan's reaction to David, just remind everybody, got a galactic content goal. We gotta complete tonight. We only got 2 hours left to complete it. We'll be 2 hours into the stream. Actually, I have to restart the goal on Twitch. I forgot to do that. Whoops, that's the wrong button. Don't do that. I almost just raided on Twitch just now. I'll do 12. So I saw Omega's resub. The only dono I think we've gotten tonight is Omega Star's resub. 7 months at tier 2. You're a tier 2? Good God. Wait, you resubscribed for 7 months? Subscribed? I'm confused. You resubscribed for 7 months at tier 2. You've been subscribed. Wait, did you just resub for 7 months in one go? I'm confused what just happened. Sometimes the way that Twitch words things is very ambiguous and it's unclear what it means. But But just a reminder, everybody, we still got a big old galactic deficit we still need to complete before the end of the month. Got to raise $50 a day. More than that, actually. Jesus. Oh, it's very stressful. We gotta raise $50 a day on Cash App, PayPal, or in new or upgraded Patreon memberships. Otherwise, I'm not gonna be able to pay the bills, rent, so on and so forth. That'll be bad. That'll be extra bad. Unfortunately, Twitch donos don't count since we don't get paid until the third week of the next month. August 15th or something like that is probably when I'll see that. Unfortunate, but true. But your donos on Cash App and PayPal and on Patreon go to both. Right? 2 donos. I mean, sorry, two goals, 1 dono. 1 dono, 2 goals. It's the best way to make your money go the furthest. Just saying. All right, Hassan Nabe Productions. Hasban. I just said Haspans. Haspans to David Pacman. Yes, the Hassan response to David.
Come on, man. Come on, David. We've always had our disagreements, but I've always been cordial because David's been cordial. This is definitely, I don't think David, I'm going to be charitable. I'm going to go ahead and say, I don't think David knows the extent of the madness presented by this cult. If he did, he probably would not be defending this. David Pacman, we're going to watch this because America tour is now hyping up. Dude, I love that like all of these Destiny affiliated organizations, they just almost exclusively work to do PR for this weirdo, okay? This weirdo and his cult. David Pacman has joined in on the call to action, and so did Parker Get a Job. You know, as you guys know, College Democrats invited me, and the Republicans are obviously freaking out. Some of these like liberals are freaking out too. And I think the Sex Pestiny Epstein community did like a boss call to all the liberal commentary sphere to be like, why won't you guys also shit on Hassan? Are you too scared or like that? And it's really funny because like the idea that I'm not like eating it from both ends here is so funny. Like the notion that people are too afraid to stand up to Hassan is a hilarious take. Because I'm, you know, a priority target for the State Department. And also, prominent liberals yell at me all the time. Okay? But anyway, what is this? They literally admitted getting harassed by the D community. Members of our chapter has been harassed under the mistaken assumption that we were supported or affiliated with Mr. Piker and his views. That assumption is demonstrably false. And we, like our fellow students, should not be subject to harassment based on it. We hope the statement provides the clarity. Wait, what? So the Sex Pest community was coming after the Kansas Young Democrats? Is that what it is? They were yelling at them? Are they going to like every Young Democrat chapter to be like, disavow Hassan? Okay, man. If you're still in contact with the CDA, you should give them a heads up that the finance director you cross paths with is now being targeted by the Sex Pest. Yeah, he knows. Making this up. Destiny claims the College Democrats of America convention let Janet Mockey, a guy who was arrested for making bomb threats, but it wasn't.
This shit is wild. This shit is fucking wild, dude. Oh my god. I can't believe they're going from like Young Democrat chapter to Young Democrat chapter and demanding condemnations of Hassan. What? Like what? What are we doing?
What the fuck is going on?
Guys that bit. They were emailing all of them. They're actually going after other people too. It's not even just about you. It's outright dangerous at this point. You gotta do something. Yeah.
Listen to the whole segment before you send me hate mail. You know when it starts that way, it's going to be good. Listen, the Democratic Party is showing the early signs of the same disease that destroyed the Republican Party. I've got so many friends on the left texting me and saying, David, we're not going to allow the same thing to happen on the left that Trump did to MAGA, that Trump and MAGA did to Republicans, are we? Republicans.
What, you mean winning? Like, I'm sorry. They have an odious worldview on the right. The reactionaries do, right? They're horrible monsters. But the one thing you can't say is they're unsuccessful. Donald Trump literally owns the government, okay? Donald Trump owns the government. Donald Trump almost single-handedly rewrote American politics for the last decade. Every aspect of American politics has changed for the worse because of Donald Trump. So when you say, oh, we can't let these leftists do the same, what are you saying? Do you disagree with the policies? Is that what you're...
Yes, I think that is absolutely what he's trying to say without actually saying it, because I think he knows. Packman knows well enough that he will lose an audience if he comes out and says, look, I'm just a neoliberal, okay? If he just comes out and actually says all the policies that he supports or that he doesn't agree with, he will out himself as a neoliberal, right? As like a pro-Israel centrist and capitalist. And he can't do it. So he's just gotta try and toe this line. Be like, I'm uncomfortable with the idea of all markets just disappearing or whatever, right? Like it's very disingenuous, but no, yeah.
About? He thinks getting everything they campaigned on in a 6-3 majority is bad because they actually got what they wanted. Perfect Dem influencer. Yeah, like, no, I wish the Democrats could fight like the Republicans do. But instead of for odious, horrible, repulsive, toxic, and outright awful plans.
Yeah, and it's the exact opposite of what I've been saying. I've been saying we need a Tea Party moment. Meanwhile, David's like, actually, the Tea Party moment's super scary, and we can't have that. We can't have the left take over the neo-centrist Democratic Party. Like, it's disturbing, because the fact is to some degree, I always thought, at least back in the day, it's quite revealing just how he is coming out now. I say he should just release his own party platform. You know, what he wants the Democrats to do. Free markets, less regulations, tighter borders. More profits, I guess.
I wish the Democrats would fight like hell for good shit. Medicare for all, housing for all, federal jobs guarantee, and also cutting all aid and sanctioning Israel, holding Israel accountable, abolishing ICE, punishing ICE. I wish. Oh no, we can't let the Democrats be too sweet. We can't let the Democrats be too successful. What will the Republicans do? Republicans got real Chinese with it. Okay? China. I'll tell you why. What does the Communist Party of China do? 5-year plans. Okay? They write it out like Babe Ruth. They call their shot and they swing and they do not miss. Republicans did the same. They said Project 2025. Here is all of the awful shit that we're going to do. We are going to Nazify this country, and there ain't a dang thing you can do about it. And then they followed through on it. It's horrible. It's awful. It's unbelievably bad. But it is successful for their agenda.
Exactly. Unfortunately. You know, for David or for us, I don't know, depends where you're at. You know, that agenda doesn't align with David's anymore. Right? It's like, it is coming out that actually David does not align with the left. He is a centrist. He is scared of a Tea Party moment in the Democratic Party because it does not align with him. And I don't know what David has done with all of his YouTube money he's made over the years. But I sense he's got investments all over the place. And I think that he hears people coming after him. He hear people talking about capitalists. He's like, that's me. I'm a capitalist. He's got to be at least a centimillionaire, right? Or close to it. All the all of the sponsored deals he's done, all the ads YouTube has run on his channel that's got like billions of views on it, I think. He's got to be close.
The popular causes. They take real concerns about healthcare, housing, police misconduct, and use them to sell what is actually an authoritarian worldview. Now, there are things in DSA, for example, Democratic Socialists of America, that are good and that I agree with. But there's also some stuff in there.
Right, because before Hassan ever became a streamer on Twitch, David was raking in the pre-adpocalypse YouTube money, right? Like, I hear there was a time that YouTube was paying more than they do now on ads. And, you know, he was like one of the first guys on YouTube in the politics space, raking it in. He's been doing it for like a more than a decade. I don't know exactly how long. It's like a 12, 13 years. I don't know when did David start? 2012?
I think doesn't make any sense. I saw their new platform. Promises a country where you have no debt, you pay no rent, no mortgage, you receive publicly funded housing, publicly funded retirement.
Why won't anybody think about the landlords? Why won't anybody think about the big corporations that are buying out all the readily available housing? Okay, here's the thing. It's good to have ideals and a goal that you are setting out ahead of time, okay? What feels impossible tomorrow could be probable, okay? So here's the question. Why don't you like that final goal that we should move towards is the real question. Because, like, you could just be like, how do we accomplish it? Fine. That's okay. That's a healthy and productive conversation that we can have. But if you just cut it down to be like, dude, what? Like, public housing? Gross. then that just comes across like you are just in opposition to a thing that exists in those same Nordic-style social democracies that you just started off defending. Like, can you...
Yeah, hypocrisy man. Pac-Man over here. Contradicting himself. Over and over again. Acting like a real idiot. I'm skipping around in this video. Trying to get through this. Because we still got so much left to talk about. I know it's only Tuesday, but I've got 120 clips in the news magazine over here. Like, it's crazy. It's fucked up. Oh God. I could swear I just did a stream on Sunday.
Them said abolish police. What the like? I'm not losing sleep over it. Okay.
Some of these ideas are reasonable to a degree. For example, I support universal health care, and I've talked about 4 or 5 ways that we could get to it. I want affordable housing, and I've done a dozen interviews with housing experts on what would and wouldn't work to get us there. I support progressive taxation. We need to collect more taxes from the very rich.
Hit him with the Netanyahu being the real pretend president, realize he's just a city mayor. I did watch the video. It was a good video. Anyway, let's continue.
Voting rights have been hurt in this country. We need police reform. So
you spelled his name wrong. Benjamin Netanyahu. Oh, because I said Netanyahu. Oh, Netanyahu. Netanyahu. Thank you. That's fine. It's whatever. Yeah, I spelled it wrong. Who cares?
There's elements of this that are great, and any social democrat like me will tell you we got to do that. But you bundle it together, and this fantasy in which capitalism, private industry, and major parts of the government simply disappear, most Americans don't want that. Most Americans understand that there is no way that you could impose that without extraordinary authoritarianism. My one hesitation.
Wait, what are we imposing with extraordinary?
You can't impose healthcare without extraordinary authoritarianism. Dude, do you see what I mean? Pac-Man's fallen all the way off. He's like, look, I think some of these things are good, but you can't have them because the only way to have them is extraordinary authoritarianism. You want housing and healthcare, but do you ever think about the capitalists, the landlords? You know, Berkshire. Have you ever thought about BlackRock or Berkshire Hathaway and how they're going to react? The government says they're not allowed to own everything. Says, hey, you can't own all of the neighborhood. Just pathetic. Just pathetic. My God. Is there more of this that I wanted? Oh, well, this is dumb too.
OG made a video on the
I
tan
was
suit.
stunned, Lewis, upon my return. Got himself embroiled in a huge political controversy. Republicans completely up in arms, angry over the disrespect.
Called it. This man has been around for a long damn time. Look at this. 2014. Look at that.
That the president had the audacity to commit against them. And what this was President Obama wore a tan suit.
Oh, that's it, David. I'm leaving the country. I'm defecting to North Korea.
Republican Congressman Peter King went on an extended rant.
Killing people in the streets instead of fucking talking about some centrist Democrat wearing a type of suit that you don't like. Yes, dude. Yes. Deng Xiaoping also wore it, and liberals love him. So they should love this. It's so funny. Liberals love Deng Xiaoping, but then they always talk about Tiananmen Square. Anyway, I guess they have nuance when it comes to Deng Xiaoping. Anyway, let's continue.
I guess Destiny tried to show up and he was banned from entering allegedly because the Mao-dressed piker didn't want him there.
That's a crazy thing to do, by the way. You know better, David. That's really f***ed up that you're out here straight up.
The Mao-dressed piker? Dude, what's wrong with David? What is wrong with him? Why is he talking like this? Why does he sound so fucking deranged over Hassan? The Mao-dressed piker? He sounds deranged. He's like max cringe over there, dude.
Location should be publicly available at all times while he's live streaming. This is him at his cult.
I just want to clarify what I was saying here because it sounds like I'm saying that his like live location or whatever should be broadcast or whatever was at protest. That is exactly what I'm saying, and it should be. And he should be bullied. People should scream at him and shout at him and bully him the any left-leaning protest that you see.
OG made a video on the tan suit.
I was stunned, Lewis.
Watching StreamLord, watch Hassan, watch Pac-Man. It's like 3 levels away from Kevin Bacon. We'll get there. We'll get to the bacon.
On my return, got himself embroiled in a huge political controversy. Was President Obama wore a tan suit.
Oh, that's it, David. I'm leaving the country. I'm defecting to North Korea.
Republican Congressman Peter King went on an extended rant about President Obama's decision.
Bro, if you were a thobe, will they say you're MBS? Yes. Anyway, nasty thing for him to do is to make it seem to his own audience that the guy who spent the last 7 years stalking the living out of me, who has actively said.
It is fascinating, though, that liberals like David are doing Republican style, like Obama style attacks from like 15 years ago against Hassan now. You see what I mean? He's like 2 videos away from telling us that the left left him. He's the new Dave Rubin. The Dave Rubin.
I deserve death, that I have made statements that are worthy of killing, okay? Worthy of killing me. Guy who has openly demanded people in his community stalk me everywhere I go. Guy who has said I should be bullied and humiliated and yelled at if I'm going out to protest. I'm sorry, David Pakman, you know that shit. Okay? You.
Yeah, and honestly, this shit about fucking Destiny is insane. Like, the fact that he is telling his audience to go after Hassan in public is wild.
Entire process. There's videos of it everywhere.
Hey, Frogan! Free Destiny, mother... Free Stephen Kenneth Bubble II! He did nothing wrong! And you take that shirt? No! I just did. Oh, and you did nothing. You should your up. Yeah, don't come at me, bro. You're gonna do something. Don't touch me. What you gonna do? Do. Self.
We are about to leave to go snark Hassan, guys. No.
We're gonna go snark him, guys. It's like totally... It's like an epic day of Hassan snarking, dude. You know, I look around in this car, and I see like a group of people who I think could probably get beat up by one person. Right? Just like one semi-trained person, I'm pretty sure could take down this whole car. These are some of the skinniest fucking nerds I've ever seen in my life. Okay? Some of the, aside from him, some of the skinniest, whitest nerds I've ever seen in my entire life are in this car right here. And Destiny is sending this group out to go after Hassan? Hassan's like 6'4", 250. And this is the crew that's going to take down Hassan? I mean, what a joke.
Give me a joke.
Leave TTS on until you sit down. Thank you.
The goal is to ask him ridiculous questions to make him commit to the
This is
worst
Rinlox.
positions possible.
Can you do your fucking job? We need new emotes.
Wait, can someone change my title of my stream not to Snarking Hassan? Just in case anyone decides to double check. Someone change it to Supporting Hassan. Supporting. Someone change stream title. Someone change my stream title now, quick.
Yes. Don't worry, I'm more on the deal than everyone else.
I was making sure, just because I don't want you to... Oh, wait. Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
It's fine. You're good.
Look, do you think that Hassan is actually going to like dip? Like he's unable to.
Bro, that would be hilarious.
It would be hilarious if he's like, DGGers were harassing him at the event, and thus I was unable to show up for fear of my life or something.
Can you
like
imagine?
That? That would be hysterical.
I'm worried if like you were to say, actually I'm not gonna say anything. Listen, we just want to spread democracy. We love
we want to spread democracy.
Liberalism and America. We are pro-America. We are pro-Democrats.
So this is Dennis Destiny's and I forgot that there's one person even more out of shape and unprepared to take people out physically, which is I think why these guys are out here attempting to intimidate Hassan, and it's of course this guy.
I told him.
She's the girl in the shot collar, and then when they pull her over, they would be.
There you go. I literally told him that, and they said like, nah, don't pay attention to yourself. I literally told him that. We should have been more Palestine signed up, honestly. But I talked to the guy earlier. He was giving me the same guy that was kicking you out. He was gonna give me a press pass.
Bibi?
Yes. He said he couldn't find a press pass, but he said
should have been like, bro, I can't go Gaza.
Nah.
You should have told me you were Palestinian American.
Okay.
Wow. Honestly, it's incredible. They're useless. There's no point to them. What is the point to them? Why are they doing these things? It's just so strange to me. It doesn't prove anything. They're just, aside from that they're acting like a bunch of children. I mean, I'm pretty sure half of them were children. Pretty sure Destiny is a middle-aged man, though. Middle-aged man with an army of teenagers who have never left their bedroom, aside from this one moment to meet Destiny in real life. They're going to go right back to their mom's bedroom, or their bedroom at their mom's house, and go back to watching Destiny right after that, I'm sure. But holy fuck. Like, what? What? Like, why try and crash the Young Democrats event just because Hassan's there? Like, it's just deeply childish and immature for a grown man to behave in such a way. Who's supposed to be, you know, a serious guy who talks politics all the time. And don't get me wrong, there's elements of what I do here that aren't serious, but at least I'm honest about it. You know, like but Jesus Christ, I don't see how that's productive at all. What does that achieve? Isn't Destiny a failed StarCraft player? I honestly don't know. Destiny, Vaush, like there's like a number of like, I don't want to, like politics streamers, if you will, that I just never watched. Partly because there's only so much time in the day. Like Majority Report. I found Majority Report before I ever heard of Destiny or Vaush or any of those guys, like or Hassan. And I just never, you know, like I feel like a lot of people got into them vicariously through their gaming. I think, you know, other crap like that, stuff that just wasn't the sort of thing that I watched, right? Like if I did watch gaming stuff in the past, like it was like gaming competitions of games that I played, right? Not like dudes just sitting in their underwear playing video games, smashing their keyboards. You know, like I'm familiar with these guys, you know, Tyler One, Trainwrecks, all these other fucking psychos out there, your Asmongold's, but like I never watched them. Like I just never found them to be, what's the word? I don't know if relevant's what I'm looking for, but like not just like irrelevant to me, right? Like don't recommend, right? like I see it in there, I'm like, nah, don't recommend. Disinterested. Like it's fine. Like I know people who just prefer to whatever, but it's not my thing. Destiny took morning C-SPAN bingo away from you? What does that mean? Took it away from you. Sounds horrible. All right. One last clip on all of this stuff. Let's go back in time. 10 long months ago. Talk about Pac-Man. A little bit more. All the dark money that he and other content creators like him in the sort of liberal, faux progressive space of the interwebs.
How do you say this guy's name? Is it David Pacman?
I don't even know how to say it.
David Pacman. Anyway, let's play this.
This is David Pacman responding to the Taylor Lorenz reporting.
Some creators in the first 48 hours took the Wired story and expanded it with even more outrageous claims, suggesting that it's APAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. That is funding this show or other creators. Of course, not true.
Can you go back a little bit?
I don't even know APAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced.
How do you even say it?
IPAC.
Just play it one more time.
With even more outrageous claims, suggesting that it's APAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. APAC. Whoopsie.
How do you even say it? I've never even heard the word. What? Hey, APAC, APAC, IPAC. How do you even pronounce that? What do I look like? Some sort of linguist? Some sort of cunning linguist pronounce 5 letters? IPAC. I don't know how you say that. Okay. One pack, yes. IPAC. IPAC. IPAC man. Okay. This is crazy and possibly unprecedented. All right, it's not unprecedented, but we're doing it. Back-to-back majority of clips. One from 10 months ago. This one from literally earlier today. To talk about this next thing that's... wait, what did I do? Wait, how did I do this? Son of a... You know what? Screw it. I'm skipping it. I'm skipping that. I was going to watch that. But I'm moving slow as hell. We still haven't made very much progress at all on the galactic content goal, so I'm just going to skip this one. See, this is what happens, especially when we don't complete the galactic content goals. I just start making arbitrary executive decisions on what clips to watch after the fact. All right, people, next topic on the list here. Moving on from the elections and the internal fighting in the Democratic Party to the arrival of Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel. Man wanted for genocide and war crimes by the International Criminal Court. And his trip here to America. Now, of course, Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani
did that video last week saying that he and his lawyers had done investigations into it and had determined that they did not have the authority or jurisdiction to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu for those crimes, but urged federal lawmakers to furnish an arrest warrant. Because technically, if the federal government issued an arrest warrant, then technically a local PD could, from my understanding, execute it. It would have to be upon request of the federal government. Of course, the federal government could do it themselves. Could also do it in conjunction with local authorities. People are very upset about the suggestion, about the idea, about the concept of a plan. They've even thinking about Benjamin Netanyahu's arrest. Some people are deeply distraught by the idea.
So you came on our show today to call Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal? I didn't come here to call him that. You asked me a question. Did you? And you believe that? Oh, I absolutely
You came here.
How hostile!
You, Bill de Blasio, former mayor of New York. You, Bill, came here on this show, my show, the countdown to the midterms on Fox News, to say this. This was your sole purpose for coming here? This is your nefarious intention? How dare you, sir?
How rude.
How dare you, Bill?
You came on our show today to call Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal? I didn't come here to call him that. You asked me a question. Did you? And you believe that? Oh, I absolutely.
You dare to answer it?
How hostile! He asked him a question. So
And you, Bill, you dare to answer that question? You dare to say yes? That he is a war criminal? After I ask you if you think he's a war criminal? How could you do that? You know I'm setting up a sound shot. How dare you do this?
you came on our show. Here is a Fox News freak out when Bill de Blasio decides to defend Zoran Mamdani here. These guys are supposed to be Bill.
Exactly, Jersey Texican. How dare you, sir? Have you no decency? This is an affront to mine honor. And I will not have it. I will not stand for it.
Hemmer and Dana Perino, non-partisan. Hey, Dana, you look so good at lunch. They're supposedly the less partisan daytime people, and like laugh along with me. I mean, Dana Perino literally worked for Bush, so it's silly. But this is actually more editorializing than I see from Hemmer and Perino on a regular basis, and it's shocker. It's for on Israel's behalf.
He knew he didn't have the authority to arrest Netanyahu, but went out and said it anyway. And was that all political theater?
I mean, I'm sorry. Would Trump ever go out and say that he could do something and never do it? I'm going to end the war in Ukraine on day one.
What? Trump would never do anything like that. That's misguided. As we all know, the Ukraine war has gone on for a year and a half. And so that would be deeply misguided to say that on day one you were going to solve the Ukraine war. What's that? Huh? The president, he did say that? Oh, that's awkward.
Oh. Awful. Weak.
Just off the top of my head. Okay.
The fact that Netanyahu is literally a war criminal. This guy's policies led to the deaths of tens of thousands of Palestinian children. And that defines a war crime to me and to so many people around the world.
Are you the defining factor? Like, are you the authority?
The international.
What is a war criminal?
Look, the International Criminal Court should mean something.
We're not a party to it.
It still should mean something to the entire world. Because this is, look, what do you call
I'm sorry.
a leader?
Dana Perino bragging about how the United States exempted itself from the International Criminal Court, so people like the war criminals that she worked for in the Bush administration wouldn't have to be party to it. I mean, that was around the time that Bush made that determination not to be party to it. It was first Clinton, then Bush.
There's an old
to be party to the Rome Statute. It was to protect Israel, and it was also to protect U.S.
Shame on you. It fooled me. We can't get fooled again.
Okay, I'm back. Let's wait for 2 seconds on this. But people are very upset. Fox News specifically, very upset about all this. Oh, yeah. I don't know how they're surviving knowing that somebody thinks that Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal. Oh, how can we go on in this world? In a world where anybody might think that Benjamin Netanyahu is a fucking war criminal. Oh, it's an upside-down, topsy-turvy place. People think factual things in their stupid heads.
You're a moron.
We're not a party to it.
It still should mean something to the
To who?
entire world. Because this is, look, what do you call a leader who authorizes this kind of killing? To me,
Somebody who was he responding to something that happened to the Israeli people on October 7th?
There was a horrible massacre, terrorist attack on October 7th. Absolutely unacceptable.
Does
But the response to that, wait a minute.
Does Hamas, though,
the response
put
is
innocent
not
people in harm's way?
violence that killed.
Israel keeps innocent people in like penned up in either Gaza or the West Bank for decades and decades and decades. People should see through this now. This childishness of the entire history of this conflict started on October 7th, when civilians were taken hostages or whatever.
Do you think that Hamas puts innocent people in harm's way?
Of course, but do you think if Hamas does something wrong, it means Netanyahu and Israel therefore can do something even worse?
I think if Hamas is hiding innocent people and they are dying in a war that Hamas started, that yes, Hamas is at fault. I believe that.
If you want to say,
I don't need an authority to tell me that.
That's what I'm saying.
Hamas is at fault. They're dropping the bombs. I mean, this is baby brain thinking, right? You got to be a fucking idiot to blame Hamas for Israel dropping bombs on civilians and or generally at all, right? Like, oh, it's Hamas's fault.
I don't need a war crimes tribunal to tell me that.
I just need eyes and ears and a heart to tell me what's happening, but Dana Perino seems to not possess
Just throw her
those.
in Guantanamo. She's already dressed for it.
Okay, exactly.
The Guantanamo. Yeah, this is childish. I mean, this.
Exactly. And we're going to move on from this childish discussion. Azarelius. Hi. How's it going over there on vertical chat? All right, let's go here. 7 News 20 hours ago. Benjamin Netanyahu arrives in the U.S. Wait, what just happened? Oh, just did a loop. There we go.
Donald Trump and Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will meet tomorrow for the first time since the start of the Iran war. Discussions to resolve the conflict will be top of the agenda as the US president faces growing pressure at home to end it.
Well, the relationship between the two leaders has been tense lately. Donald Trump admitting to calling the Israeli Prime Minister crazy during a heated phone call last month. Benjamin Netanyahu stepped off his jet at Joint Base Andrews today with presidential-level transport waiting to escort him to his accommodation near the White House. The Israeli Prime Minister says Iran will be at the top of the agenda amid heightened tensions and uncertainty over if the US will launch another major attack on the country. Bombing of Iran has paused after 2 weeks of relentless attacks from the US. President Donald Trump says it halted strikes at the request of Iran, today warning they would resume if the talks fail.
We destroyed most of their drone manufacturing capabilities.
We all gone. Gone. No more bombs. No more missiles. No more planes. No more boats. No more dust. Now, unfortunately, I've not been able to find a full video of the meeting between Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu today. I don't know why. I assume because Israel didn't want whatever was said to be public. But here's CNN from 12 hours ago.
Two world leaders in the midst of war head to the White House today for meetings with US President Donald Trump. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will sit down with Trump to discuss efforts to end the war with Russia. And the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu returns for his 7th meeting during President Trump's second term. He last visited Washington in February, just before the US and Israel launched a joint military campaign against Iran. Well, now, 5 months on, and as we enter the 6th month, the two leaders go into this meeting with differing goals about how to approach what has become an ongoing stalemate with no clear end in sight. Nick Robertson, following developments for us today, he is deployed in Jerusalem. Netanyahu very quick to point out that this is his 7th meeting since Donald Trump was re-elected. The first in-person meeting since the war with Iran, though, started February the 28th. It was before the war started that we know that Netanyahu and Trump sort of completed the planning for this joint campaign. What is, as we understand it, Benjamin Netanyahu taking in today? And perhaps more importantly, what does he want to leave Washington with this trip?
Yeah, he's carrying in the burden of dropping polls here in Israel. There are elections in 3 months' time. It's vital for him that he continues to have a strong and publicly positive relationship with President Trump.
Benjamin Netanyahu showing up, I think, has a lot to do with the elections that have just recently kicked off in Israel. Bibi trying to garner support back in Israel through garnering support from Trump. And whether or not he will be successful here, to be seen. Although initial what I've been seeing initially, I think, suggests he might get exactly what he wants out of the president. Fact is, Trump is very easy. Whoever was last in front of him, kissing his feet and doling praise upon him is, like the last guy he's gonna, like, this is like the first guy he's gonna support. He'll like rifle off a tweet, something like that. Be like, Bibi is really great, actually. We met and really great guy. I think he should continue being leader of Israel.
Going to want to take away is an untarnished version of a great and strong relationship with the US president.
Good to have you, Nick. Nick's in Jerusalem.
My colleagues are reporting, you have reporting on this as well. Netanyahu plans to present Trump with fresh intelligence on the state of Iran's nuclear and military rebuilding. What are you hearing about this meeting?
So, as you said, this is the first time they will have met since the war began. And the president comes to this, he's got to feel a little bit misled by Prime Minister Netanyahu. When they first were meeting in Washington ahead of the war, back in January and February of this year, Netanyahu was making the argument that a combined attack on Iran would result in the complete collapse of their government, that it would be a short war, that Israel had a plan for the replacement of the supreme leader at that time and the president of the.
Yeah, a lot of promises made.
And there are questions surrounding Israel's sincerity.
Is she a TERF? Is who a TERF? What? What are we talking about? Seeing some new faces in the YouTube chat. Hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch. Subscribe on YouTube. And we got like an hour left to complete the galactic content goal, Space Fams. We've gone nearly 3 hours and made almost zero progress on either the galactic content goal or the galactic deficit. It is a disaster. Serious disaster. I'm not stressing out about suddenly being homeless in like 3 days. Everything's fine. Totally fine. Anyway, if you want to keep me, we keep the lights on here, the Galactic News Network, space station, traversing low Earth orbit. A lot of great ways still for you to contribute. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal donations, and of course Patreon, where you can be a member for $3 a month. Get a whole bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits. You might be overthinking it. I'm overthinking? What am I overthinking? I feel like I'm underthinking it, if anything. Let's move on. Yeah. We'll go down together, will we? Will we go down? If I'm homeless, you're homeless? Is that how this goes? I don't think it works that way. Although I love the solidarity. All right, let's go here to protests in Washington, D.C. as Benjamin Netanyahu arrived at the White House, I think earlier today. I don't know exactly what time this was. Probably like 6 in the evening. Drop site news with the live stream.
Previous half century, the continued accumulation of imperialist super profits need its regional mercenary. Zionist state's role cannot be mistaken. But we know this to be true, right? Because beyond Palestine, the settler state of Israel has armed and trained counterinsurgency nationwide. Shame! Shame! From arming the Contras in Nicaragua and the fascist junta in Argentina to Portuguese counter-revolutionary fights against Mozambique, Angola, and Guinea-Bissau, Zionism as a global phenomenon is a force of counterinsurgency, a force to protect the interests of capital. The terror bombings of Lebanon echo the bombings of the national liberation struggle and the Lebanese national movement. Israel's present attacks on Iran remind us of its role in supporting the Shah's brutal repressive regime. The attacks of Israel on the Arab world continue to echo its sole and main historic purpose. Now, this is true anywhere, right? Sovereignty, popular sovereignty for working people is a threat to imperialism, so imperialism has to stamp it out. Palestine and the axis of resistance struggle against U.S. empire answers the tradition of Vietnam, of Korea, of Algeria, of Cuba, and of Haiti, because self-determination is a threat, because people who govern themselves will no longer roll over to the economic interests of Western capital. And that's decolonization, right? It materializes in this struggle. The genocidal warfare and repression of U.S., Israel, and its allies and comprador states becomes that critical infrastructure in dispossessing people of their political power, of their self-determination. It's part of a global effort of constructing new sites of extraction. The development of the Arab world is denied so that the terms of global accumulation and exchange favor U.S. capital. And it is ultimately the sovereignty of the people in Palestine, in Lebanon, in Iran.
Okay, hold on. We can't watch this whole thing. Multiple people spoke at this protest. think they started having audio issues. I think it ends after this.
Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. And from the sea to the river. Palestine will live forever. We will free Palestine. Within our lifetime. And we will free Palestine.
Hi guys, I'm just stepping away so I could talk to you for a bit. Again, we are live, Washington, D.C. Again, Palestinian youth movement organizes this protest. Netanyahu is in D.C. And oh look, the Israeli flag is hanging out there. I'm not sure what the white.
What is this message in response to? What is this in response? Why are you saying silly Jew? If this feels vaguely anti-Semitic, and I just don't need this in here.
This is like right over there. Let me zoom into the Israel flag hanging high, flying high in Washington, D.C.
Bibi, we are at your gate. Justice is your only faith. Bibi, we are at your gate. Justice is your only faith. Netanyahu, show your face.
So yeah, we are also streaming on Dropside News. So welcome to Dropside News viewers. Thank you for tuning in. Become a member if you can. We are consistently on the ground here at Status Quo, wherever we have to be. Minneapolis, Chicago, Newark, New Jersey at the Laney Hall, Miami, LA, all of the next speakers coming on. But support us if you can. Become a member. That is the only way we are able to do this work. statusquo.com/join for as low as $5 a month. Subscribe and tell your friends and family.
It's I think that's Jordan. Or it's Status Quo. I guess Dropsite News is using the Status Quo live stream. At the protest, which went into the evening. Very late into the evening. Better than the Magic 8 Ball. What do you got against our Magic 8 Ball? I feel it's very helpful and informative.
Say it louder. Take the ground and say it louder. Netanyahu, you can't hide. Netanyahu, you can't hide. You're a coward, come outside. You're a coward, come outside. Netanyahu, you can't hide. Netanyahu, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide. We charge you with genocide. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Solution. Freedom, power, revolution. Netanyahu, you will learn. By the millions will return. Netanyahu, you will learn. By the millions will return. Oh, Ali, 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 Ali. Ali, على مدفونا علي
Wow. People demanding Benjamin Netanyahu come out and face them. Going out here into the evening. Sun's going down.
All right, everybody. So we have Rabbi Feldman. What is it? Almost 4 years now. We've been out here, and it seems nothing has changed. It seems it's only getting worse. You know, I said DC is a criminal's playground. They're all welcome here to come and dine and shake hands and be friends and make more money. What's your thoughts on?
Well, maybe more money is being poured into this genocide, but I disagree. We do see change. The public opinion is changing. People are waking up to what is happening. People are seeing. People are witnessing what they never saw before, what they never had the chance to learn before, never had the chance to understand better. But finally we are here. Unfortunately, it is taking this tremendous price. So many lives have to be lost in order for people to be shaken and wake up and realize that something is wrong. Yes, so much more needs to be done, but we are here as Jewish people and we say that this is wrong. This is not anti-Semitic to stand up and to condemn all these crimes. On the contrary, these crimes are criminal. This is not only criminal according to international law, these are criminal in Jewish law. This is not in favor of the Jewish people. This is a disaster, catastrophe, not only for Palestine, but for the Jewish people as well. When Netanyahu comes here to DC and claims that he represents all Jews, this is dangerous to Jewish people. This is exacerbating anti-Semitism. 2 days ago, when Netanyahu comes up to Fox News and blame Mayor Mamdani of New York City of inciting anti-Semitism, listen what is happening. Benjamin Netanyahu does everything he can to exacerbate anti-Semitism and to do each and every crime against humanity. Then when Mayor Mamdani comes up and exposes these crimes, this is not encouraging hate. It is, we point our fingers to Netanyahu for committing so many crimes against humanity, a catastrophe for Palestine and a danger for the Jewish people. Israel is not a self-defense. It is a...
There you go. One of the protesters there. Speaking about the crimes of Benjamin Netanyahu, Hasid Hasidic Jew speaking on the crimes of Benjamin Netanyahu, a man who claims to speak on behalf of all Jews worldwide. Freedom of speech is freedom to LARP? What does that mean? I mean, I'm LARPing, technically, as a space knight. I know I rarely talk about it, but yeah, technically, not in space. But what are you talking about? Activists are LARPing? What about it is LARPing exactly? People speaking up for their injustice, like their own personal injustices or the injustices of other people, is a LARP? That seems like a really weird conclusion to draw. You must not really love democracy very much, do you? It seems like you hate democracy.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Are people just upset that they're downwardly mobile and have no other outlet? You're telling me that people aren't genuinely upset about a genocide? You think people are just doing it because they're poor? As that's what your claim is? That's, yeah, any evidence for that? Because, I mean, I feel like there's a fucking literal heap of evidence that you're wrong and that people are upset about this, regardless of class. Columbia students aren't exactly downwardly mobile. Columbia is one of the most prestigious universities in the United States. And Columbia students were some of the first people to be protesting against this. Right? They weren't downwardly mobile. They were headed into the stratosphere. So I don't know what you're trying to say. I think you don't know what you're trying to say. I know what you're trying to say, and it's wrong. I think you're struggling to have genuine, original ideas. All right, now while we're talking about Benjamin Netanyahu here. Oh, wait, you know what? I just realized I don't think we're going to be able to do this one. This one's going to fuck me all up. Because these guys are always giving me copyright shit. I might skip this one. But actually, before I do that, just want to say thank you to the anonymous donor. Well, I know who it is, but they insist on being anonymous. Over on PayPal. $100. Okay, so Red Eye Music, you're here just to shame people for not making enough money in 2026's economy? Is that really what you're here for, dude? Oh, you need a life. Why are you here in my stream doing this right now? It's strange. But due to that donation, incredibly generous, the galactic content goal has officially been completed. Confetti party activated. That's right, people. We've done it once again. Thanks to your generosity and space fams like you, we've completed another content goal, ensuring that we get all of the stuff that I have planned for us tonight. Oh, and we have so much to talk about. Getting lucky here, space fams. You were on the 3rd hour of the stream. Could have ended suddenly. But no worries now. Rest assured. We got it in the bag. Take time, pat yourself on the back. You know, if you donated or whatever. But don't revel too long, because this confetti party is about to end.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay. Well, let's talk about how Donald Trump conned MAGA. Seeing as he's in the middle of talking to war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu. The guy he's doing a new war with, you know, one of those wars that he said he was never going to allow the United States to get into ever again. One of those. Yeah. That's one of many cons, lies Donald Trump has pulled over on MAGA. Claimed to be anti-war, meanwhile is funding multiple, including one that's killing American soldiers.
So Tim Dillon is keeping up his streak here of going after MAGA and basically explaining how they're idiots and they're dummies. And we're going to run through some clips here. I'm going to break it down for you, but also I'm going to give you some extra context because I listened to the whole podcast, and I regret to inform you that, you're only seeing part of his commentary, and it's the best part. And when you listen to the whole thing, he's still a bit of a mess, if we're being honest. So let's start with this one here. He describes how, hey, wait a second, perhaps the idea of Trump taking on the deep state is bullshit. Maybe he is the deep state. All right, let's listen. Here we go.
And people get mad at me. What are you saying? There's no deep state? No, dummy. But if the deep state can never be affected or impacted or changed, then why even elect this guy? Why did you all get excited and wear the dumb hats, dummies? Why did you care so much about this guy and his election if this deep state, if you were just going to blame everything on the deep state, then what the hell was the point? Why did you go to the rallies? Were you just trying to go to a concert? And that's really what it was? Did you just like the merch? Why did you care so much about this guy? Why isn't he investigating his own assassination attempt? Let's talk about the deep state for a minute, by the way. Why don't we know anything about the guy that assassinated him, okay? Or tried to, attempted. I'm not saying there's no deep state. I'm not saying there's not some permanent government apparatus. I've talked about it a million times on the show. I get it. But for the people that ran on upending the deep state to then come in and blame things on the deep state, seems like you have to be an idiot for that to work.
Now, yet again, I hate to say it, but we told you so. This is exactly one of the points I made over and over, that he's not fighting the deep state. He is the deep state. And when a bunch of people were falling for the idea that he's anti-establishment and anti-corruption and he's anti-war,
or that he was, I don't know, gonna come and release the Epstein files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Rather than, I don't know, cover up for all of the co-conspirators and endanger all of the fucking victims. Dox and otherwise release information about these victims that shouldn't have been. That's what he did. All those QAnoners, Pizzagate. They voted Trump into office to tear down the deep state. Bring us the files.
Let's get the files and figure it out.
Now no files. Or supposedly half of the files. And those files are like 80% redacted. Unless you're a victim, then your name's definitely in there.
just were during the election when you fucking should have.
Why were you excited for this guy to win? Why did anyone think it would be interesting for this guy to win if he was just going to do all the things that this deep state wants him to do? What is he doing that they don't like, by the way? Maybe some tariffs that'll just expire the minute he's out of office? He's in Iran. He kidnapped Maduro. Flock cameras are everywhere. The tech people are getting all the money. So who is this deep state again? Who are these people that are really upset and up in arms with him? Who are they? I don't know who they are. He seems to be. What would they want him to do that he's not doing? He seems to be pretty lockstep with all of these people. Surveillance technology is everywhere. The pace at which unregulated AI is going to grow and become a real problem is harrowing. We're about to commit troops to a war with a country and we'll probably lose.
Wow, listen to this list. Now, I wouldn't have found this. I don't listen to Tim Dillon at all. I only get a look into it through people like Kyle. Because I just don't have... I'm trying to cover too many things to worry about, like, following and listening to all of Tim Dillon's and Joe Rogan's and all these other fucking people's clips. Like I know Kyle's doing... Him, R.M. Brown, those guys, they're tuned in to what's happening in the right-wing infotainment universe.
You're about to be value tamed.
It's fascinating to see people like Tim Dillon just sitting here just rattling off all of these things that Trump has not done that he said he was going to do. Hypocrisies. It's honestly, it's somewhat strange to me because I feel like we've been watching a man, Donald Trump, who's been effectively like impervious to the concept of hypocrisy. Like he'll say one thing like and completely contradict himself like in the same sentence, and none of his supporters will bat an eye. They're like, "What? It's perfectly fine, totally fine. I agree with both things." And I got guys like Tim Dillon out here going like, "Guys, that dude I supported is it's a liar."
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Aww. Is he, Tim? It's fascinating. Well, maybe you shouldn't have supported him. Maybe you should have thought about it for literally 2 fucking seconds. You and Aiden Ross and XQC and all these other fucking podcaster morons. Yeah. Chat. The president, Donald Trump, he's really great. I haven't thought about it at all, and I have the IQ of a rabbit. But this is exactly who you should support. I promise, no, chat. Believe me, no chat. No, listen. No, look, listen. Like, I'm sorry, it's a terrible XQC impression, but this is my best. It was my best shot. But yeah, now everything is just a little bit worse. And I do mean everything. You know? I mean, Tim Dillon went down quite a list there. But the EPA has rescinded all of the forever chemical regulations on your drinking water. And they're going to let, mining operations decimate land with the endangered species living on it. Like protected U.S. forests and stuff like that. They're going to get all of the data centers up and running. And got Operation Epstein Fury going, which has probably spent at least $250 billion so far, or at least been a $250 billion loss, right? Like if you add up all the operating costs of the fleet, all the bombers, the munitions, like the daily expenditures, as well as all the lost equipment and damage to U.S. infrastructure and other sorts of military shit. You got like it's got to be nearly $250 billion. The Iran war counter, which ended over a month ago. Like still don't know why they shut that thing down. But it ended on June 16th at $110 billion. It's been 6 weeks. It's been another 6 weeks since then. You can't tell me that in another 50 days we didn't spend another $100 billion at $1 billion a day. With things at the level we've been seeing them, we must be just blasting through all of that, munitions inventory, gas prices, of course, through the roof. And, everything really is more expensive. But don't worry, Trump, he's got stuff to say on that.
So every day we're fighting to put more money back in the pockets of the hardworking American families, and that's why, with the help of our incredible Republican majorities in Congress, we've done so much. I proudly signed the great, big, beautiful bill delivering the largest tax cuts in American history.
To me. Largest tax cuts in history to me, personally. Trump is saving like millions and millions in taxes. Everybody else, fuck all. Fuck all. Meanwhile, you're spending, if you still have healthcare, probably thousands more on your healthcare now because of the big, beautiful bill cuts to healthcare. So is it worth it, the tax cuts? You better be making a fuck ton of money. Otherwise, no. I can tell you right now, monetarily, you know, and the numbers, they don't add up.
Largest in American history. And we did big ones first. You know, we had the best economy in history in my first term. A lot of people don't, because we had a COVID period all over the world. And we did a great job where they got no credit for it. We did Operation Warp Speed. And I'll tell you, we did a great job, but we got very little credit for it. We should have been given big credit, but we got credit for everything else.
Look at everyone. The only people I noticed in this picture that are looking straight ahead are the children. All the adults are either looking down, looking away, or looking side-eyed at the president like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Could you drum up?
Prices have come down already? Where? What? Huh? The president thinks prices have come down already. Cause he doesn't live like you and I live. He's not worried about making sure he pays the rent, mortgage, for food, gas, insurance, or whatever else. That's covered. He's a billionaire. As a billionaire, he can't possibly spend all of the money that he has, even if he tried, in a single year. Unless he just went on like an island buying spree. Like the only way for a billionaire to run out of money is like to go on a land buying spree. Right? It's like, how much land can I acquire? Can I acquire the entire state of Hawaii? No? Okay, how about one island? Yes? Okay, great. But like even that is hard to do and break the bank for a billionaire. Like Larry Ellison, how much did he spend on the island of Lanai? $300 million. He only spent $300 million on Lanai. I think that's pocket change for fucking Larry Ellison. Trump could spend $300 million right now and still have his entire life not change one iota. Meanwhile, some people in government are actually trying to make things more affordable and recognize the fact that people are, in fact, struggling to afford stuff. You know, non-billionaires. Like in New York.
Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani unveiling city-owned grocery stores which will be offering discounts on essential items.
Mamdani administration hoping to make grocery shopping in New York City cheaper when officials launch its new city-owned grocery stores.
The mayor says this basket of goods will include all fresh produce, meat, seafood, along with some pantry staples and refrigerated goods, and the discount will apply to all people. Doesn't matter what you make. Here's Eyewitness News reporter NJ Burkett with the details.
In East New York, Brooklyn, where the mayor made his announcement this morning, his vision for municipal grocery stores is getting clearer. We now know what the discounted items will be and how much shoppers will save.
No New Yorker should have to worry about being able to afford to feed their family.
For Mayor Mamdani, it's a crucial step in fulfilling his campaign promise of providing affordable groceries for working New Yorkers. He announced that certain basic necessities in each of New York's 5 neighborhood groceries will be discounted by 30%. Items like produce and pasta, meat and seafood, bread and yogurt, and rice and beans and more.
Once a month, our 5 city-run grocery stores will set prices for this core set of goods at 30% below typical retail prices. No exceptions, no gimmicks. The savings will last for the entire month. That means no weekly fluctuations nor sticker shock at the checkout line.
So far, the mayor has named La Marqueta in East Harlem as one of the 5 sites.
Yeah, so actually, the initial rollout is private-public partnership before the actual city-owned grocery stores ever come to fruition. Zoran's working with businesses. What?
What? Who'd you drum up?
I know.
A what now?
I know. It's crazy. Oh, it's socialism.
Other will be located in Hunts Point, the Bronx. All 5 are expected to open by 2029. Under the Mamdani plan, the city owns the land or leases space and covers the cost of construction or renovations, and a private contractor manages the daily operations where everyday staples will be sold at discounts.
There you go, the Mamdani supermarket super plan. I added the second super. I think it needs it. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? That has a ring to it. Mamdani's supermarket super plan. Sounds better than plan. Just a regular plan? No, we need a super plan. Okay? Marketing people. Come on.
Come on!
Someone tell the mayor for me, would you? All right, now, before we leave New York, we gotta talk about this. Because an accidental release has put New York City's rich and famous on blast. What's happening? That was weird. My soundboard's doing some real fucked up stuff. Yes, indeed, an accidental release of all of the pied-à-terres in New York City led to the wealthiest New Yorkers to have their personal information put out in the public. Here's the New York Post. 11 hours ago.
If you're rich, famous, and own a second home in New York City, Mayor Zoran Mamdani may have just doxed you.
Oh, here she is Lydia Moynihan. You know, we've seen her on CNN. And for a while, I didn't think she actually had a job at the New York Post. And then I was watching, I was like, oh, look at it, it's Lydia. She actually does do journalism rather than right-wing, what do we want to call it? Complaining on CNN? She actually does other stuff. It's fascinating.
The Mamdani administration has released a searchable database identifying property owners who could be subject to the city's new pied-à-terre tax, publishing their names, home addresses, and property information online.
Oh my God. Oh, the very wealthiest people who own second homes in New York. Second ones, not one home, but second one. They're gonna be unfairly doxxed. Can you tell how upset I am? Can you see my face? I can't believe it. Oh, God. I am having to grip the desk with everything I can. Maybe my seat. Oh, my God. Just to prevent myself from losing it. Hey. Yeah. New York's ultra wealthy inconvenienced in this way. It's very upsetting to me. Oh, God. You know what, though? I do have a solution. I've just come up with a solution. Think about this. The super rich, the New York super rich, they can do that thing that they've been threatening doing for this whole time. You know? Like, oh no, people know where I live now. Maybe I should move to Florida. Because all these, weren't we told there was going to be an exodus of the super wealthy? Right? For like months? For like a year? Ever since rich people heard about Zohran Mamdani?
Zohran Mamdani.
They're like, we're leaving if this guy becomes mayor. Well, here we are. 7 months in, and you're still living in New York? You're telling me you haven't left? What gives? What gives? Exactly. What are you doing? Move to Florida already. All the beautiful beaches and the impending hurricanes, sinkholes, alligators, fire ants, erosion, rising sea levels, swamps, snakes, mosquitoes. You go there, okay? Just go. It sounds lovely. I recommend you live there full time. You see? Pragmatic. Look at me coming up with solutions for people. I should be getting paid for this shit. I'm describing your backyard. I'm sorry, Amanda. Look, listen. Some people like it. And that's what I'm saying. And I think if those wealthy New Yorkers who feel some sort of way about this situation, take to the South. Take to the South. Go, flee, Florida. That's for you. Like, why hasn't Andrew Cuomo left yet? Why hasn't fucking, what's his, you know, why haven't all the fucking bankers and the hedge funders, you know, why, like, why, for the love of God, are they still living there? How would they even want the option of living there, as it is with a pied-à-terre, right? A second home. Like, why would you want the option? To go to some sort of communist hellscape. The, you know, Sharia law, or whatever else. Yeah. But they're not leaving. Anyway, back to affordability. Donald Trump had this to say yesterday on Air Force One.
Rates should be lowered. This country could be at 8%, 9%, 10%, 12% GDP. That's
12% GDP.
We have other countries that are paying.
We could be at 12% GDP. Now, of course, when he says 12%, he means growth. I want to make sure I get the number right. It was not good. Last year, it was 2%. And Trump claims we're going to get 12% GDP growth. Better than China. We're going to get better GDP growth than China.
China!
I think at like 10% or something less, maybe a little less. I can't remember, or at least in the first quarter, they were really doing good this year. Like they're having a very good 2026. Ever since Trump started that trade war, they've been having a great time over there. But he thinks if we lower interest rates, we're going to have 12%, 6 times that of the GDP in 2025 all of a sudden. How? How do you figure? How do you figure that? How do you figure that happens?
Less interest rates, and if it wasn't for us, they wouldn't even exist. And it shouldn't be that way. We should have the lowest interest rate in the world. I could take the money that these countries are making, put it into our portfolio, and we should have the...
You know, it's clear some of you have been watching this stream for a long time. Yes, people still waiting for their 500% off their meds, 1,200% off their prescriptions. 2,000%. The pharmacy is going to be paying you. Still waiting. We're still waiting for that. I don't think it's coming, guys. I got to say. For those of you that are waiting, quote unquote, for your 500%, 1,200% off of your prescription medications, stop waiting. It's always been sarcastic. I've always been joking. I've never once believed that those were coming. I've assumed that was obvious. We're never going to see that. You'll be lucky to get anything off of your meds. At all. If anything, you're probably out of pocket. You're probably going to be paying more. Thanks to all the cuts. Even if you do get lowering of prescription medication costs, since they're slashing, more than $1 trillion off of Medicaid and Medicare, and the in turn effects that will have on the rest of the healthcare system, you have a bad time. None of this is gonna come to fruition. It's all just gonna be worse. Plus, the tariffs. Can't forget we still have the fucking tariffs. Something that China and Spain are not paying. Can't believe I'm still having to say that. Brondo is what the GDP craves. At this point, I could go for some Brondo. Get me some electrolytes. I'm feeling a little faint thinking about the economy. Speaking of faint,
so hot right now.
That strategic petroleum reserve hit its lowest level last week since 1983. 43 years since the last crisis in the Strait of Hormuz. Literally. We hit the lowest level on that strategic petroleum reserve last Friday. Which bodes badly for the future.
A critical oil cushion rapidly shrinking. America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve, or SPR, now at its lowest level in more than 40 years. Just 311 million barrels of crude remain in the SPR, about half of where we were just 4 years ago. And it's 100 million barrels lower than in March, with tens of millions more still to be let go, after the Trump administration authorized a mass release to help contain the oil price shock from the war with Iran.
It's one of the largest releases that we've seen in recent history.
Energy analyst Jorge Leon calls the SPR an emergency oil insurance policy.
Yep. And we are at emergency levels. It's an emergency policy. And we're at emergency levels on the emergency policy. We've drawn down, We've drawn down on the credit card to significantly lower levels than have been seen in 40 years. Most of us, actually, I don't know. I think most of us have barely been alive that long, if at all. Right? Me personally, I was not alive in 1983. I was not on this planet. And the fact is, if we hit tank bottoms, as I've said before, I just want to remind everybody, we will see shortages. Right? Not just a gas crisis, but a gas shortage, which sounds not as bad as a crisis. That's really the fault of the media, I guess. The people making the narratives around this stuff. Because the shortage somehow sounds not as bad as crisis. Crisis sounds catastrophic. Shortage sounds, we'll be fine. It's the opposite. Shortage means that you don't have enough fuel for everyone who wants it. So you, person who wants fuel for something, you go to the gas station, they say, sorry, we're out of fuel. The tanks are empty. I don't know when we're gonna have to wait until the truck comes around next time. Hell, I guess you can wait in line. That's the future that we're talking about. Now, I'm not saying everybody's going to suddenly turn into some sort of prospector, but that everybody's going to be having to wait for gas. Their fingers crossed that a gas station's going to manage to get a shipment of fuel in. Meanwhile, Donald Trump trying to reassure everybody this week that ushering in the AI data center boom, it's going to be great. Actually, you're going to love it. You're actually going to think it's going to be great.
We're here today to continue the incredible progress we're making in communities nationwide to ensure that as new data centers go up, and they're going up all over, electricity bills for American families will actually come down. You know, nobody's ever explained to me why it's so much electricity, why you need so much, nor did I care that much, to be honest with you. All I know is you need more than double what we produce right now. Think of it. So we produce tremendous amounts of electricity for every business, and this industry needs more than double that amount.
It's crazy. They need twice as much. Nobody will explain to me why. It's weird.
So we're letting you build your own with the Trump administration's Ratepayer Protection Plan. The American innovators and consumers thrive to win together because we're insisting that AI data centers and big tech companies pay their own way. And that's what they're doing, and they're happy to do it because this way they're going to be able to function and function brilliantly. They're going to have a lot of electricity left over, and they'll put that into the grid. So, frankly, I think
it's great. It's going to be great. I'm telling you, it's going to be fantastic. Oh, you're going to love it. It's going to be so good, so great. You're going to have mini nuclear reactors and methane turbines in your neighborhoods powering the AI revolution. There's no reason you shouldn't want it. Everybody's going to love it.
the Ratepayer Protection Plan to me is very important because you have to convince your community how great these things. You can't fight it. You have to go with it. And you're going to have all that protection, and we're giving you automatic protection, but you're going to make a tremendous amount of money. You're going to reduce taxes, and you're going to have something that if you don't have it, everybody else wants it. So these are the smartest people.
These are the smartest people. Elon, Sam Altman, these are the smartest guys. You can't fight it. It's coming. You can't fight it. Well, you can and you can't. You can't and you can't. You can and you can't. Trump says that you can't fight it. But it's weird because you can fight it, as it turns out. Like here in Florida. Bloomberg Television from Saturday. In Palm Beach. Who else lives in Palm Beach?
Palm Beach County commissioners rejecting a proposal to build a digital infrastructure hub to house AI data centers and warehouses, voting in line with opposition from local residents. Bloomberg's Erin Hudson joins us now with more. So why is this particular vote significant? Isn't this just one local zoning dispute?
Yeah, so this vote has been widely watched, and it's kind of taken on symbolic nature. It's sort of representing the challenge of the AI era. And a little more detail about the proposal. This project, if it had been built, would have been among one of the largest data centers operating in the U.S., and it would have generated millions of property tax revenue for the county. And the county staff recommended approving it with conditions. So the fact that the commissioners, the county, rejected the proposal in a state like Florida that has really gone out of its way, in a county like Palm Beach that has been trying to attract technology investment, it really does send a message.
Yeah. That message is not in my backyard. I don't want data centers in my backyard, says Palm Beach, Florida. The home of the president. The guy saying that we can't fight it. His own community fought it and said no to the data center. It's weird. The same place that named their airport President Donald J. Trump International Airport. That's right, they renamed Palm Beach International to President Donald J. Trump International. Like a bunch of psychotics. But super data center. Somehow the data center is one step too far for them. I love that. Stuff that might actually cause you an inconvenience in real life. That's too much. I see. That makes sense. That makes sense, though. I know we watched that story earlier, but I just felt like we need to be talking about this more right now. Because they keep trying to usher in more data centers, which we know are taxing the energy grid, taxing water resources, and meanwhile is contributing nothing back to society. And his only goal is to suck out resources from society and or replace workers. Like, to make money, and to make money replacing workers in whatever capacity that they can. Right? I know they're not making money right now. That's not the conversation we're here to have. In theory, that's the plan. Right? We don't have to argue about that. That's the plan. Whether or not it's ever going to come to fruition. That's why they're building all these new data centers. Because the fact is, we had enough. Before AI, we were fine. We were doing fine. We had data centers. We were building not that many. And then AI came around and it exploded. The internet existed on way fewer data centers. Meanwhile, apparently, Nvidia and OpenAI are discussing a $500 billion data center. Yes, listen to that sentence again. A $500 billion data center. $500 billion. With a B. Oh. Yeah, you heard me right. Whoopsies. Did not mean to do that. Okay. Here's the story. Forbes, Nvidia and OpenAI discussing $500 billion data center. Here's what we know. June 27th, 1:17 p.m. Top line. Nvidia and OpenAI have held talks to spend roughly $500 billion on a data center in southern Ohio, potentially becoming the largest such project by power capacity in the entire world. By far. Fuck you. Okay, I don't even live in Ohio, and fuck you. Like the fact that it's like even like seriously, fuck you. Oh. Nvidia has discussed providing $250 billion to OpenAI to help the ChatGPT maker release a proposed 10-gigawatt site being developed open about 50 miles south of Columbus, Ohio, by SoftBank's energy subsidiary SB Energy, the Wall Street Journal reported, citing people familiar with the matter. That would dwarf the power output of other planned data center projects, including a $20 billion 3.2 gigawatt project in Effingham County, Georgia, announced by OpenAI last week. The full project could cost more than $500 billion. The added cost of NVIDIA chips and OpenAI is discussing a chip purchase valued of up to $350 billion. Power for the site, located on federally owned land, is controlled by the U.S. and funded by Japan, which agrees to fund $33 billion as part of a commitment to invest in the U.S. in exchange for lower tariffs. Oh my god, this whole thing is fucking demented. The project's first phase is expected to be completed by 2028 with around 800 megawatts of power. Oh, Jesus Christ. 800 megawatts? Hold on. Hold on a second. I'm trying to do the math on this right now. An 800 megawatt facility. You're talking about... Is that more than all of fucking Houston? Hold on. If it's 800 megawatts, 365. All right, it's not more than all of Houston, but it's insane. It's some stupid amount of fucking power. Wait, is it per? It's per hour, right? Megawatt hours. So it'd actually be like times 24 times the 365. Oh my god. Oh my god. This would be like a fourth of the power consumption of like the entire city of Houston or something like that. I think, if I've done the math right. Oh my god. It'd be like 7 million megawatt hours over a year. I think that's just so stupid. Why are we doing this? Why, Jensen? Why? You piece of shit. But we need to defeat China. It's true. Yeah.
China!
That's what everybody keeps saying. I don't buy it. I do not buy. Am I okay? Yeah, relatively okay. I mean, it's okay as ever. You know. okay-ish planet, Earth. Not great right now. Still wishing that this space station was interstellar or had life support capabilities that could, you know, exceed like a 24-hour period. Because this planet's far. It's not. It's bad. It's not good, it's bad. It's what I'm trying to say to you right now. It's bad. It just seems like it's getting worse, not better. Everywhere I look, I see chaos. You know, and I missed this the other day. And by other day, I mean like literally a month ago. But we're going to briefly talk about a disturbing trend in our economy, or the economy, because this thing is technically, I think, accessible globally. Let's talk about the terrifying world of the bounty economy. And yes, it's exactly as it sounds. Almost exactly as it sounds. That's right. You know how Kalshi, Polymarket make it so that you can bet on anything? Well, there's a new kind of platform allowing people to pay for literally anything and get paid for literally anything.
The way we're using the internet, it's as if, you know, the ancient Egyptians built the pyramids of Giza, and we found out that the reason they did it was to sell fishing equipment rather than to, you know, make a god king a palace that he could carry into the afterlife.
Last week, Pump Fun, a platform where you can buy and trade meme coins, launched Pump Fun Go, a new service where you can pay anyone to do anything. Users can create and compete on bounties for any task. The company claimed that this new feature would, quote, leverage the power of humans and money across the globe. What it has actually done is create a new dystopian market where poor and desperate people debase themselves and others for small amounts of money. As many online have pointed out, this is literally the plot of a very famous Black Mirror episode.
If you haven't seen that episode, honestly, you need to just go watch it. Okay? I think it's one of the first ones. It's in the first season of Black Mirror. I can't remember which one it is because when Black Mirror debuted on Netflix, it was in reverse order. Or like the episodes were like put in reverse order. So it's always hard to remember which episode it actually is. But suffice to say, you should just go watch it. Because this shouldn't be a thing. None of this should be a thing. Like paying people to do this stuff is just like they're just doing disgusting. They're just getting people to do vile and disgusting things for whatever fucking reasons, despicable motives, whatever. But like this is just dystopic. This thing is fucking dystopic.
Local golf course, use an air horn while people are golfing and scream the name of a meme coin. Forehead tattoos have become kind of a meme on Pump Fun Go already. A bunch of people are getting them, and some are selling space on their face for as little as $13. Other bounties involve harassing service workers. One bounty offers $98 to sexually harass a gas station attendant. You can also make $67 by harassing a McDonald's employee. A lot of people participating in the...
Yeah, it's a crime. $67 for a crime. Like, this is unacceptable. Harassing a McDonald's employee? Jesus Christ. See what I mean? Like, this is exactly the sort of thing we don't need in society. Like, if you think Kalshi and what's it called? Polymarket are bad, this is clearly somehow worse. This kind of thing cannot become a thing. Is the complete degradation of society. It's full on. It's Black Mirror. It's full on like altered carbon. Just deeply dystopic. capitalist, what do you call it? Just depravity. Late stage capitalist depravity. All right. One more quick clip before I think we take a break. CNN. From yesterday. Let's talk about the numbers.
Holy Toledo.
The great Harry Emden, of course.
If he does tout the economy, how do voters feel about his performance on that subject?
Yeah, promises made, promises broken in the minds of the American public. Because just take a look here. The reason he won back in 2024 was because the plurality of voters thought that Trump would make them financially better off, 44%. 38% said they make them worse off back in October of 2024. Look at these numbers now.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. John's shaking his head off on the side now. 58%. Nearly 3 in 5 voters say that Trump is making...
These numbers are hilarious to me because just because of the way that they're set up, they're not. There's no way this can be a partisan thing. There's no way this can be a partisan thing for multiple reasons, which I could list right now. Like more than 13% of the country is registered Republican. So there's that. But you can see that even more people, like it went from 44%. 44% of people thought they were going to be better off, right? 38 thought they were going to be worse off, leaving 18% of people thinking things are going to be the same. Now you got 58% of people who are saying that right now things are in fact worse. Only 13%? Such a huge fucking shift. So, I mean, there's like a 6% difference, right, between these two numbers. 38% think they're going to be worse off. 44% they're going to be better off, right? Let's just disregard right now for a second the people who weren't sure to this. 58 to 13, that's 45%. There's a 45% chasm between these two numbers. It's enormous. It's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
The entire country is like, actually, the economy sucks.
Financially worse off, that's up like a rocket. The better off, down through the floor in a Lake Michigan. Look at that, from 44% to just 13% now saying better off. The rest say about the same.
Holy Toledo.
Holy Toledo, Space Fams. Those numbers are bad. Some bad numbers. Thank you, Harry. But wait. Is there more that I wanted from this? I'm trying to think. Actually, yeah, just a little bit more. This seems like a good enough place to pick it up.
No, I think that's absolutely right. You mentioned Liberation Day. I think part of the issue with the tariffs in particular and Trump's desire to keep going back to this well is that they've been instituted, they've been repealed. There is profound uncertainty. I don't know that it is at all obvious that the tariffs have a great deal to do with corporate.
NCOA, yes, 29% say it's the same. And honestly, I think that's actually not that shocking. It's not that shocking. Because if you were already not doing well under Biden, right? Then things are probably not much better under Trump, right? I mean, they might be worse, but they might, I mean, depending on how bad they were, like they might just be as bad, you know. I'm sure there's a certain group of people out there for whom, like, there is no tacit improvement or worsening under Trump that is just equally bad because the U.S. economy is pretty fucked. You got serious underemployment, high inflation that's only gotten, continues to get worse. But like, if you already can't, or if you're already struggling to pay for all the necessities, like, yeah, like I can see how people would be like, yeah, I don't know, I can't tell the difference. I'm still like underwater right now. Still putting everything on credit cards. Still looking at the kids, wonder if I'm gonna be able to pay for their college or whatever. And I'm still working full time, right?
Things as we've seen them. And importantly, there is a great deal of uncertainty about the tech sector, which has been a huge driver of those corporate earnings. And there are big questions about the future for NVIDIA, for Anthropic, for OpenAI, for Tesla and SpaceX. SpaceX goes out with this boom and is suddenly trading below what it opened at. Those are huge, huge red flags. There's lots and lots of concern out there. And the fact that consumer sentiment is already flagging while corporate earnings and people are continuing the message about, actually, the economy is good, actually. It seems like any moment you have politicians and pundits who are saying things are actually pretty good when in fact people feel otherwise, it's probably not a good thing.
Joe Biden's the widespread nature of the dissatisfaction is going to be.
It's exactly what I was saying yesterday. I was like, please, Republicans, tell us how good the economy is. Please do a Joe Biden. Stay in the race. Tell us how great of a job you're doing. Tell the voters why they're wrong for thinking 61% of the time that Trump's job as president is bad. That he's doing a 73% of percent of us think he's doing a bad job on inflation, or 67% of us think he's doing a bad job on the economy, or whatever else, right? Like, come and tell us why we're wrong. Do what Democrats did in 2024 during the midterms, please. I beg of you. Nothing brings me more joy. This is the worst plan ever. We know how that works. It's bad. It works bad because people know what, like, people are at least capable of understanding whether they have enough money or they don't have enough money. Okay, you don't get to come in here, Mr. Bonnell, and brag about your socialism, okay? Okay, pal, my income skyrocketed under the Biden VA. Jesus Christ. Come on.
Come on!
Have some decency, sir.
I'm staying in the race.
Have some decency. We're talking about how everybody's struggling right now. And has been struggling since Biden, and you're like, well, I got socialism from the VA. It's like, yeah, go fuck yourself a little bit, okay, pal? This is not your time. You shut up. You keep that to yourself, all right? You keep that to yourself, how much you were thriving under Biden, all right? Even though it's a fair point, and the Trump administration has been trying to defund the VA. Perfectly valid. But for the rest of us who don't have socialism, you see what I'm saying here? Like, I support you. Thank you for your service, but come on.
Come on!
Have a heart. You were homeless, but you're not homeless now. Sorry, you're not. Okay, you don't have to apologize for not being homeless. I am just giving you shit. I'm just giving you shit because the VA is like the It's like the only socialism that exists in America. Or at least the only like socialized medicine that you get in this country. While we're talking about everybody's Medicaid and Medicare benefits getting cut, you're coming in here, you're talking about your VA. It's just timing, is all. Like, I support you getting the benefits. Oh, whoopsies. I did not mean to click. Why? An errand click. An errand click. I've just foiled myself. Don't do that. Nope. There we go. There we go. That was close. That happens to me. Like, at least once a stream. I click something I don't want to. Then it just throws me down this terrible rabbit hole. Oh. Thankfully, no chaos. Chaos averted. Alright, Space Fams. We are over 4 hours into the stream. Thankfully, we've already completed the Galactic content goal. Don't need to worry about that. But if you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch. Subscribe on YouTube. Hit that bell icon, like button. And do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, because we are completely funded by individuals like you. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal donos, Throne, and Patreon memberships. All great ways to show your support. All right, everybody. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over. We are about to get back to all of the content that I have planned for this newscast tonight. So much left to talk about, so get back in those seats, otherwise you're going to miss it. Okay, everybody, we are back. Whew. I am like just getting done shoving a bunch of chips in my face. A tiny bag of chips to keep myself sustained. A little snacky. A little snackaroo. Where do we leave off? Yes. Okay. I gotta feed the dog first. More puppy treats for Laika. Look at her. Look at her go. She loves those treats. Yes, we left off talking about the economy, which is terrible. Now it's time to talk about the environment, which is also terrible. Damn, you want some snacks now, too? You see, this is the kind of influence that I have. I don't use for nefariousness. I don't use for sponsored ad space. I could. I could be telling you specifically what brand of chips I'm eating. But I'm not doing that. Independent media funded by space fams like you. Every dollar that you all donate on Twitch and Cash App and PayPal and Patreon keeps the GNN alive. And this show streaming. All right, let's talk about climate change, the environment, and the confluence of two different factors. The general heating of the planet and the natural process of El Nino. Here's PBS Terra from 12 hours ago.
In April
2026, something extremely rare happened in the Pacific Ocean that could potentially alter the course of history. Twin cyclones formed on opposite sides of the equator, disrupting the trade winds and setting off a chain reaction that may just trigger the strongest El Nino in over a century. Reports of a coming super El Nino began flooding the media, along with comparisons to likely the strongest one ever recorded in 1877. By some accounts, the 1877 El Nino reshaped the world politically, and it's been described as arguably the worst environmental disaster to ever befall humanity.
The worst environmental, excuse me, the worst environmental disaster to ever befall humanity, says Maya. Well, that can't be good.
Holy Toledo!
Over 50 million people, or 3% of the entire world's population at the time. I mean, how is that even possible? Well, today we're digging into what really happened in 1877. And because this year's El Nino is playing out in a completely different world, I wanted to know if the 1877 El Nino really was that devastating. Could something like that happen again?
When you have climate shocks, those are not happening in isolation. They're happening over everything else that we are experiencing in the world right now.
Well, this is ominous. And we've watched a lot of these PBS weathered docs episodes from PBS in the past. This one's feeling especially ominous. Maya's over here talking about 50 million people dead in the last Super El Nino. Well, I'm sufficiently terrified. Go on.
First, what exactly is El Nino?
El Nino Southern Oscillation basically refers to fluctuations in sea surface temperatures in the tropical Pacific.
This oscillation swings between La Nina, cooler temperatures, and El Nino, warmer temperatures. Under neutral and La Nina conditions, trade winds blow from east to west along the equator. They push warm surface water towards the western Pacific, while colder, deeper water rises in the eastern Pacific, a process called upwelling. This creates a huge temperature contrast across the ocean. Warm water in the west, cold water in the east. And that contrast helps drive something called the Walker circulation, a giant atmospheric loop over the tropical Pacific. That warm pool in the west fuels rising air, clouds, and rainfall, while cooler, drier air sinks over the eastern Pacific. And this
Yep, and actually in 2025, we were experiencing a La Nina event, which I think lasted until earlier this year. I think spring, somewhere like between spring and winter. But now, 6-7 months later or whatever, things have shifted.
Immediately, if not sooner.
circulation reinforces the trade winds. So under normal conditions, the tropical Pacific is engaged in a feedback loop. The winds shape the ocean, and the ocean helps keep the winds blowing. But every so often, something disrupts that system, like those twin cyclones in April.
For a few weeks, there were no trade winds. The winds were blowing opposite thanks to these two cyclones. And that kicked off this monster Kelvin wave that we are still seeing in oceanographic measurements. And that's the early stages of an El Nino.
Without the wind to push it west, that warm surface water can spill back to the east in the form of Kelvin waves, massive, slow-moving pulses of warm subsurface water. And they are the first signal that experts look for when predicting an El Nino.
We need several of these fluctuations and individual Kelvin waves for the system to fully engage.
When that typically cold section of the Pacific rises by at least ½ degree Celsius for several months, we're officially in El Nino territory. But it doesn't have to stop there.
Maximum temperatures at small locations can sometimes reach up to 5 degrees centigrade above normal in a really, really big El Nino.
And that
Based on the data sets that we analyzed, the 1877 El Nino event was stronger than the most recent El Nino events on.
Sorry, I muted myself. What was I saying? Well, I said something. I can't remember what I said now. Whatever, we're skipping ahead to go back in time to look at the numbers. No, stop that. You stop that.
Based on the data sets that we analyzed, the 1877 El Nino event was stronger than the most recent El Nino events on record.
Remember that 0.5 degree benchmark? These models suggest in 1877 it may have gotten as high as 3.5 degrees above average. And this, along with some other unlucky factors, triggered what historians call the Great Drought. The spike in temperature lasted for a devastating 16 consecutive months, suppressing 2 summer monsoon seasons.
South Asia, Southeast Asia, West Africa, Central America. Those are all part of the global monsoon system. And many of these regions experienced consecutive droughts, which resulted in food shortages. Those translated into famines. They killed over 3% of the global population at the time. So that's about 55 million people.
Clearly, this was a monumental shift in global weather patterns. But even so, how could it have wiped out over 3% of the world's population?
India and China had dealt with droughts for centuries. The leaders of those nations had policies in place to store grain, so they rarely ever led to massive famines.
To create a famine this large, El Nino, even a record-setting super El Nino, needed a multiplier. For many regions in the 19th century, that was European colonists and the rapidly expanding British Empire. In India, even as drought led to widespread crop failure, the British government continued to collect taxes and export grains. Food became completely unaffordable to the very people who were growing it.
It was an artificial.
Unfortunately, we have right now a confluence of similar factors. Slightly different. But there's an artificial, human-caused, aside from, the fact that humans are causing climate change, another one, on the economic basis, vis-a-vis the war in Iran. We have been talking about it, watching it happen in slow motion, but not enough fertilizers went out at the beginning of the growing seasons. And, right, because in the last 5 months, both northern and southern hemisphere growing seasons started. And which is a ticking timeline, a ticking time bomb of a timeline. Right? We know what's happening. There's been a huge shortage of fertilizer, ammonia, urea, and whatever else comes out of the Middle East, as well as the oil needed to run the machines for agriculture. So we got like this perfect storm of factors happening all at once. We've got a super El Nino, which could be the worst in history. Worse than the last worst one from over 150 years ago. Now, do we have the ability to transport food much better than then? Yeah, 100%. Like more than 100, like 1,000%. But follow me. The United States dismantled the U.S. aid program. You got crops that were not fertilized, including multiple places where crops have failed, both in the United States and in Africa. In Asia, we've seen a number of different crops completely fail because of the weather. Mango crops in Pakistan, rice crops in like Indonesia or whatever else. I can't remember the exact places, but it's all just lining up. We're gonna have a seriously bad time in the coming months, potentially. Already, people already hurting are gonna hurt more. Meanwhile, the United States isn't even pretending to give a shit about anything. Like, literally anything. Continuing to ignore the pandemic, the Ebola pandemic in Africa. Continuing to ignore climate change. Continuing to ignore any of the effects of any of the consequences of the decisions of Doge. The ending of programs like this. Because once again, just like with things like FEMA, whatever else, to some degree, you need to have the apparatus on the ground. People working on this shit ahead of time. People actually thinking about it at all. We have a government that's not doing any of that. With everything. So when this comes around, how fast is the response going to be? And how equipped will be the world to solve it, as well as not just equipped, but how seriously will the rest of the world take the suffering? Especially when the United States has been the one looked to for aid many times. Not saying that the United States is the only country to do food aid. But the United States is also not the only country to have like either like significantly reduced its aid to other countries, like the United Kingdom. Like early in the Labour government, like they decided to cancel fucking what do you call it? Like they call it like developmental aid, same thing. I don't think they completely like shuttered the program like we did. I think they made big cuts to it, if I recall correctly. So yeah, it's so many factors. In fact, I think Maya gets into that at some point in this discussion.
Deaths. So yes, the strongest El Nino on record did lead to the death of around 3% of the world's human population. But all of this leads back to that one central question that I have. Could something like that happen again? Well, thanks to the existence of modern agriculture, trade, and emergency relief, we simply don't see famines on anything like the scale we used to. And we have an unprecedented ability to transport and distribute food. But after global deaths from starvation plummeted 99% during the last century, we've seen a sudden reversal in that trend in recent years, caused by conflict, climate, and economic shocks. Forecasts now suggest that this year's El Nino could be stronger than anything in the historical record, potentially far surpassing even the 1877 event. And today's politics do echo the stressors of 1877.
We have several wars going on. Most nations are not in very good relations with other nations.
Today, the global aid system.
And honestly, before we talk, many of us know the conflicts that are on the planet because we talk about them so much. But this right here, this is so disturbing to me. Like looking at this graph, like we've talked about the figures, but This is quite disturbing. Just how far outside of the normal this anomaly is. It's wild. Plus 4 degrees Celsius. 3.5, whatever it is. It is insane. And like I've said this number multiple times, but just looking at it, represented on a graph, for me, it does something. It's just disturbing. This is the event, by the way. This is the 1877 El Nino. And here we are. Up here. And while our agricultural practices may have changed a bit since then, for most of the world, and our ability to transport food may have improved a bit since then, plants haven't changed that much since then. We've done a little genetic modifying. And for some people, some people are growing genetically modified crops that could maybe resist a little bit that I'm aware of, but not much. Plants haven't changed all that much. How bad is this going to be?
The 1877 event. And today's politics do echo the stressors of 1877.
We have several wars going on. Most nations are not in very good relations with other nations.
Today, the global aid system is facing unprecedented cuts, with the dismantling of USAID as the most prominent example. Researchers estimate those cuts have already contributed to hundreds of thousands of deaths and project that USAID cuts alone could lead to more than 14 million additional deaths by 2030.
What worries me most?
Fuck Elon Musk. Fuck that guy. Plans have changed a lot in the last 150 years. Yeah, you figure they've changed enough. You think they've evolved enough to be able to deal with 4 degrees Celsius warmer temperatures for an extended period of time? I don't. Maybe for a brief period of time. But this El Nino period, we're only at the beginning phases of it. It's going to last straight through to 27. If anything, it's going to get worse between now and then. That's what's disturbing. Speaking of getting worse, time for the latest installment. And everything's on fire or underwater. Nope, stop that. Nope, this is the worst segment. Okay. Let's start in Canada. Where fires continue to burn relentlessly. 1,000 fires across the country. And I think more than half of the Canadian provinces are on fire right now. Here are the views from BC.
Your name is not here. I want to make sure that it's received.
Yep, the whole sky's on fire. Wait, why do I gotta update that. It's just so fucked up. Donald Trump is less popular than Kanye at a bat mitzvah? So that was 2 days ago. Honestly, like, these images were fucking, like, disturbing. Like, we watched this clip already. I just wanted to remind everybody of what these fires looked like last time we were talking about it. This was the 24th. So this was technically on, what was this? Is that Friday or Saturday? I think it's Friday. That was posted by Reuters 2 days ago on Sunday, I think. But this is CBC from yesterday. Up next to talk about, I don't know, the very worst possible thing, but the very thing that I was thinking might very well happen when you got stuff like this, you know? You got stuff like this. Well, maybe, I don't know, you run out of firefighters. Maybe you got so many fires in Canada that you run out of people to fight them. That's what British Columbia's Wildfire Service is saying. According to CBC News, yesterday, as 140 fires continue to burn across the province.
The wildfire situation in British Columbia intensified over the weekend. Nearly 140 fires are now burning in the province. Dozens of evacuation orders and alerts are in place.
Fuck you. This is the apocalypse. What the fuck are we looking at? The hills are on fire. All of the hills. Which hills? All of them. They're all on fire. Fires merge near Clinton, with BC Wildfire Service at capacity. Two massive wildfires merged and became one massive wildfire. One super massive wildfire, I guess. This is ridiculous. Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Hundreds of people. For more, let's bring in the CBC's Brady Strawn. He joins us now from Kelowna. So, Brady, what's the latest?
Hi, Andrew. Yeah, hot, dry conditions here in the interior. And of course, we hear about these evacuations in the Clinton area. This is on top of the community of Boston Bar in the Fraser Canyon that has a large fire there that's evacuated the community. And with the weather, a continuing of hot, dry conditions, low humidity, and gusts of winds, fire officials are saying that, yeah, it's really not, the weather is not helping them. So going to Clinton, we've been speaking to people in that community about getting the news that they had to leave on a moment.
Good God. So many wildfires. It's too many to count. So many of these massive ones still completely out of control. The red is out of control. Yellow is being held at bay. And lavender. Lilac? Yeah. Purple. Fully under control. Not enough purple on this map. A lot of red, though. This one red dot. Very disturbing. Because it looks like multiple giant red dots on top of each other. The darkest red of all the dots.
And speaking to people in that community about getting the news that they had to leave on a moment's notice, and now we're hearing that properties, some structures in the community and the surrounding area have been lost. We spoke to one man just about how stressful this all is.
I told my wife, I called her, said, get everything you can, get in our vehicles. We got to go now. Like, we're going to lose it all. And my wife grabbed I grabbed my brother's urn. I grabbed my daughter's urn. I put it in the truck. I grabbed our cat, our dog, my t-shirt I'm wearing, a pair of shorts, my shoes.
And Andrew, he sent in some video of what it was like around that time here, showing a chaotic scene in Clinton. So, yeah, our caribou dealing with this.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know there's a new evacuation order for the town of 70 Mile House. What can you tell us about that?
Right, Andrew, that evacuation order went in.
These images are so creepy.
Right, Andrew.
The amount of smoke, just so disturbing. Yeah. And unfortunately, the rest of the West Coast in the United States also on fire. Washington, Oregon, California. Although Oregon, Washington, seeing the worst of it. Start here, King 5 Seattle, from yesterday, with an update.
Updating you now on 3 major wildfires we have been tracking here in Washington state. In Chelan County, level 3 evacuation orders remain for campgrounds in the Chihuahua Valley north of Lake Wenatchee due to the Little Giant fire. This one's burned nearly 20,000 acres and is pushing east into the upper Entiat Valley. A level 2 Be Ready advisory is in effect there. Containment is 0%. In Okanagan County, the state's largest fire is still growing. The Kaiser Canyon fire has burned 121,000 acres on the Colville Reservation.
Hundreds of thousands of acres burned so far in Washington this year. I'm just noticing someone upgraded their Galactic membership on Patreon. From benefactor to philanthropist. My gosh. Thank you. Appreciate that. Ay, ay, ay. Can you imagine being completely surrounded out there? I honestly... I have imagined it. I've tried imagining it, or tried not imagining it. I've watched so many of these videos. I've certainly spent some time thinking about what it would be like. Suffice to say, as I always say to people, I'm always a little bit of a prepper. I think we should all be a little bit prepared for the worst. You know, better action than apathy. All right, let's go to Oregon, where wildfires continue to rage. I think with over 1 million acres now having burned across the state, the largest blaze currently burning 200,000 acres. Hold on.
She doesn't have any fuel.
So you can see fire crews here trying to back burn a fire line. prevent the fire from making it further. Because as you can see, it is threatening structures. Like, this whole thing is out of fucking control right now. They're doing their best to try and manage it. Look how much is burned here. It's just a desolate wasteland. It looks like the bone graveyard in Lion King or something. I can swear the hyenas are gonna come out cackling any second. GSL has to pull local news because it doesn't make national news. Yeah, I think everybody knows that. At least most people around here know that. I think. Been around for a long time. I subscribe to a lot of local news stations so that I can put together this galactic newscast. You know, compiling all of the things that are happening. Well, while crews fight to hold back the wildfires in Oregon from threatening Portland and the other big cities in the state, Cal Fire is fighting multiple wildfires in California and prepping for more. Here's Cron 4 from 23 hours ago.
It's the season, unfortunately, and fires have been popping up across the Bay Area over the last few weeks.
Cron 4 Stephanie Rothman talks to Chelsea Burkett with Cal Fire's Santa Clara unit, who shares how they prepare to keep you safe.
So what they said was there's this type of incident happening, this is the location of the incident, and then in the command center they're also paying attention to where their resources are throughout the day.
Cal Fire Public Information Officer Chelsea Burkett says more than 100 Santa Clara unit firefighters have been busy covering their 5 counties and beyond.
The heat and the different weather indicators might make their ears perk up a little bit more. So even if we have engines on an actual fire, we'll bring in resources behind them to cover so that we're always prepared to respond to the next incident.
Yep, we are in the thick of it here. Fire season now. It's probably going to stay bad for at least a few months. Probably straight through September, if I had to guess. So we get lucky somehow. Because from what I can tell, things are going to mostly stay hot and dry. And dry in weird-ass places, too. Because of the El Nino. Storm activity in the Atlantic is going to be reduced. So while maybe California, maybe the West gets a break when that ticks up. Like when storm activity ticks up in the West? Maybe? You know, fingers crossed. That's not even a guarantee. But then the other side of that coin is you're going to have the East Coast and the Southeast especially drying out from what I can, probably for a while. And then just... Because we've already seen some fire activity in places like Miami, Broward area. I think some in like the Everglades. But things keep getting drier and drier. I mean, last year was Georgia had some fucking real shitty fires. Could see a lot more stuff like that. In states like Georgia and places nearby, Mississippi, Alabama. South Carolina. Speaking of heat, let's go to Vegas. Apparently, travelers are being offered thousands of dollars to give up their seats during the latest Las Vegas heatwave.
A what now?
Here's NBC Las Vegas. News 3, 2 days ago.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Steve Wolford. The hottest day of the year has taken a toll at Reed International Airport. More than 450 flights were delayed so airlines could make sure their jets were light enough to get off the ground in the thinner, hot air. News 3's Jane Davenport is joining us now live in studio to explain why that meant getting a lot of passengers to take a later flight. Jane.
Steve, we know weather is a major factor when it comes to air travel, but some people, like the woman I spoke with today, says she was caught off guard when flight attendants announced the extreme heat would require the majority of the plane to deboard.
We got offered $2,500, to volunteer to deplane because of weight restrictions due to the weather. So that's something I had never experienced before.
Yeah, airlines just throwing money at people to get off the planes so they can actually do the flights. Very strange situation.
Trish says she arrived to Harry Reid International Airport at 1 Friday afternoon, but didn't arrive back home until Saturday.
And I made it home this morning around 8 a.m.
She says she was one of many people who traded their seat on the plane for a travel voucher, while airlines work to keep the flights moving during the hottest day of the year.
You're all packed, you're ready to go, and the airline says, nope, we can't fly. It's too hot. Wow, what's going on here?
Flight expert Reed Yadon explains how the extreme heat impacts aircraft.
Hot air is not as dense, so consequently it's not as efficient on the jet engine.
Plus,
yeah, as it turns out, climate change is making planes less efficient physically as a result. Without a bunch of passengers deboarding, they'd run out of fuel on the way to the destination and then just plummet to everybody dead. Yes, indeed, unintended effects of climate change, expected and unexpected effects of climate change. You don't remember mass fires every year? Is this a new thing, or was it? Look, fire season is a thing. It's been a thing forever. The severity of the fires, frequency of the fires is not normal. With the size, the amounts of these fires are not normal. This is the climate collapse. This is it. This is that warning shot, one of many warning shots that we've seen across the bow. We've been talking about climate change so long here. I feel like a broken record on most of this stuff. But yeah, no, this isn't normal. Neither is this. Let's go to Colorado, where they are still in severe drought conditions, like most of the West. Ranchers struggling to keep crops fed and cattle and other, what do you call it? Animal, other animals, hydrated, leading ranchers to literally hauling water every day.
Obviously, dry well. It was a no snowpack winter. Maybe a snow or two of 5 or 6 inches and it would be gone in a day. Nobody's got water now, so that's why the water hauling is going on as we speak.
Well, we got one that's half full, one that's quarter full, and one not so full.
How we adapt is just getting water to the cattle. It seems simple, but it's not simple. Cows are our livelihood, and they don't do well unless they have water. We found a water source on some private land. It's every...
No way. Cows don't do well without water.
What? What you talking about?
Yep. Shock of shocks. Wait a second. Why am I wearing my birthday hat right now? That was weird. It's not my birthday. Although I am accepting gifts. On the throne. And Cash App and PayPal. Okay. Yeah. I know this is very shocking to everybody. But animals other than humans also need water. I know. And ranchers are now having to go to extreme fucking measures. Keep those cows
So hot right now.
hydrated. Does not bode well. It's just one of many things not boding well. Let's not forget the Rio Grande is, I think, at near historic low levels. And as we've been talking about, the West has been experiencing, most of the West has been experiencing drought conditions somewhere between regular old drought to extreme drought in practically every state in the West. Evidenced by all the fucking fires. And according to Colorado's Drought Task Force, all of the wildfires in Colorado have now, so far in the year 2026, cost taxpayers $266 million. That's more than $1 million a day. No, wrong. We're clapping for the wrong things again. It's a record. It's a bad record, though. Stop that.
And as crews make progress on those fires, state leaders are coming together to determine next steps. Now, that includes estimating what the response, suppression, and recovery costs are. The Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management is estimating those costs for the 4 largest fires to be about $266 million. They also know the homes lost can cause longer-term damage.
That's right. And that's only for 4 fires. So who knows what it's cost? And this is only counting the fires. How much have the droughts cost the state of Colorado? If it's just the 4 largest fires in Colorado, and we know there's been dozens so far this year. What do you figure? $500 million? $1 billion? And once again, that's not counting the agricultural effects, right? To crops and livestock. It's almost like we should have spent money ahead of time on solving climate change, rather than just letting it destroy everything. You follow me, space fans? Speaking of destroying things, let's go to the Midwest. Illinois, Wisconsin. Multiple states here slammed by horrifying storms. Here's CBS from 14 hours ago. What's the problem here? What are you doing? Why do you hate me? Is that not... Or what's the problem?
Right, now to this. Hundreds of thousands of people in the Midwest do not have power this morning after destructive storms battered the area just last night. We can show you intense dash cam footage. This is out of Appleton, Wisconsin. Meteorologists confirmed a tornado did touch down there. Just look at this. See how powerful the wind and rain is, tearing down trees and pulling out power lines. Now that tornado has moved through nearby.
Fucking God. Can you imagine just driving along and then all of a sudden having the power lines just sort of on you and around you? That's the most terrifying thing I can imagine. Well, not the most, but it's gotta be up there.
Footage.
That is
out of Appleton, Wisconsin.
And just the whole world just goes sideways in front of you.
Meteorologists confirmed a tornado did touch down there. Just look at this. See how powerful the wind and rain is, tearing down trees and pulling out power lines. Now that tornado has moved through nearby Menasha, Wisconsin. That's where CBS News correspondent Jason Allen is reporting this morning. Jason, good morning. How are people recovering after what they felt last night?
Oh my God.
Carol, good morning. Well, the recovery is really just beginning, and maybe in some places not even beginning because of the extent of the damage, which gives you an idea just how violent and how strong this tornado was when it came through Menasha and Appleton and this whole Fox Valley. So this is a bakery that is just back here behind me. The entire roof lifted off this. Obviously, the walls collapsing. And I think what stands out as you're here is just the extent of the damage, because there are homes that are damaged for blocks around where we are. And after this storm did all this damage here, it continued moving south down across the state and into Illinois.
A dashboard camera captured the moment a dangerous tornado sent tree limbs flying across the road and power poles falling, trapping a drive southwest of Green Bay, Wisconsin. Another video shows debris flying across a backyard.
Dude, that tree shreds in a way that it doesn't feel like a tree should be able to shred.
Limbs flying across the road and power poles falling,
Oh
trapping
my
a drive
God.
southwest.
It just turned that massive tree into confetti. What in the fuck? What in the fuck is that?
Green Bay, Wisconsin. Another video shows debris flying across a backyard.
It's definitely a tornado.
The tornado blasted through
Oh my
neighborhoods, packing
God.
winds more than 110 miles an hour.
110 miles per hour? Jesus Christ.
The tornado blasted through neighborhoods, packing winds more than 110 miles an hour.
I still in shock. Like, this is traumatizing. I feel like we should have died, but we didn't.
Ripping roofs and walls off of homes, uprooting trees, and leaving piles of debris littered across yards.
Good Lord. Can't forget that On Fire underwater season also includes tornado season. It technically doesn't have... I mean, the water is the least dangerous part of tornadoes. Good God. I mean, some of those images are just absolutely horrifying. Now, in Illinois, large hail and flooded streets were seen in multiple regions. Here's ABC 7 Chicago from yesterday.
Well, I hope some people who are watching our air really heeded that warning to stay at home and don't drive if you don't have to, because clearly there were a lot of people on the roads that were caught off guard by this. So behind me, this viaduct behind me here, just south of 31st Street on California, the water, we were told, was up to a car's window. And that's what we were hearing throughout the Chicagoland area, especially these viaducts were...
Yeah. What they're talking about with the viaducts are these bridges. See this? if you've never driven in Chicago, Chicago's got these all over the place for the trains. And unfortunately for Chicago drivers, most of them dip down a little bit, which allows water to pool, making it difficult to drive in this region. Yeah. Yeah, kind of like that.
Window of his black Lexus sedan. He said he thought he could make it. His brother spoke for him.
Yeah, he just couldn't move. He's got like off now. I think the engine is broken because of what?
I think the engine is broken. Yeah. Yeah, it probably is broken. Your brother is an idiot. Dude, as I've said many, many times, do not drive through the floodwaters. Just don't do it.
I'm eager to see some of you who have sent some photos. Please make sure you're doing these things safely. With a tornado warning in effect, I would rather you get to your basement. But here's some video for us from Clarendon Hills. As you can see, some large hailstones that were reported as large as quarters. Ping pong ball size hail had been reported in some of these communities where.
That's too much, man!
WSNT_me gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Whoa, was it me with the sweet gifted sub to the community? Thank you. Poopyhead AZ. Getting that gift. All right, staying with storm activity with one more clip, this time on the East Coast in New Jersey, where they too were slammed with flooding and hail, lightning on Monday night. Here's Reuters. Oh wait, take it back. What have I done? Reuters. Oh, right. Shit. Sorry, Wisconsin. I almost forgot you. Here's Reuters in Wisconsin, then the East Coast.
Oh my gosh.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
What in the world?
This is ridiculous!
Everything's gone. Hype train. On 1 subscription? My God. How does that happen? Okay, I'll take it. Well, hype train started. Can we get to a level 2? Before it ends in 5 minutes? Oh, why is my stream so far behind? YouTube's been lagging lately. I don't know what the deal with that is. I gotta figure that out. Alright, now to New Jersey. Eyewitness News ABC 7 from yesterday. On the stormy weather that hit the tri-state. I'm out of hydration.
News reporter Lucy Yang in River Edge with tonight's damage. Lucy?
Well, Mike, New Jersey got pummeled this evening with heavy rain, hail, and lightning, which then triggered flash floods, fires, and lots of weather woes. This dedicated delivery man in sandals waded through floodwaters Monday night just to deliver McDonald's.
This is ridiculous!
As cars stalled
Wow.
out in many local.
This is crazy. Your Uber Eats order delivered through the freaking flood. This guy's a true champion. He deserves way more than I know he's getting paid for this. We know that much. I know he deserves way more than whatever he's getting for this.
Just to deliver McDonald's. This as cars stalled out in many low-lying areas. At least 5 had to be rescued in River Edge.
Well,
Sweet Huey Forever just subscribed for 2 months. McDonald's.
Sweet Chewy Forever, thank you for the resub. Sweet resub on Twitch. What asshole gets delivery food in a flooding? I don't know. This is somebody. Somebody who can't leave the house, I assume. And hopefully somebody who tips well.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Okay. Well, if it's not underwater, it's probably on fire. Let's go to the EU. To Europe. I should say Europe. Because it's not just the EU that's on fire. The UK is on fire too. Sorry to exclude you. Just another fringe effect of Brexit. Look, I'm not the one that voted in the referendum, okay? Don't look at me. I'm also not Nigel Farage. I'm none of those two things. Alright, Friends 24. Let's get us started.
Well, for more on the wildfires across Europe, we can bring in Stefan Dorr, Director of the Center for Wildfire Research at Swansea University in the UK. Good morning, and thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Good morning, Alison.
We have these massive blazes we've seen underway in Spain and France, fires as far north as Scotland. Just how unprecedented is this year's wildfire season in Europe?
I mean, last year's wildfire season in Europe was quite extreme as well, with the largest area burned in recent years. But of course, now we have these simultaneous events occurring over Western Europe, in Spain, in France, and as we've just seen, also in Scotland. And this is quite unusual. Whether it's unprecedented in terms of the scale and the area that's going to be burned is perhaps less relevant. The key aspect here is that the resources are really stretched, and we're seeing extreme fire behavior, especially now in France, which is very, very challenging to battle.
Yeah, as you said, we had huge wildfires last year as well. Is this the new normal? How is climate change impacting wildfire patterns around the world?
I mean, globally, especially in forests, we see an increase in wildfire activity and also how extreme those fires burn. So how difficult it is actually for the fires to be put out. So for each hectare or kilometer square burned in forests nowadays, we basically see more energy being released. And that is essentially a sign that it's much, much more challenging to tackle. And right now, the heat dome that's been sitting over Western Europe, there's no question about this. This has been certainly promoted or become much more likely due to climate change. And around the world, we see a longer fire season nearly everywhere, in virtually all places around the world. And we also see more extreme fire seasons around the world. So climate change certainly has a contributing factor here. But there are other factors that play a role.
There we go. Climate change, the main factor in these heat waves, subsequent droughts, and wildfires. Is there any good news? Fucking shit. You might be new to the stream, but good news is mostly, not always, but mostly relegated to Sunday fun days. We call it Sunday fun day for a reason. Talk about all the fun day things that I can fun and or positive things I can find. Doesn't always work out. But today, if you have noticed, Tuesday and or Wednesday, depending where you are. So you're in the wrong place for fun at this current time. You know what's fun? Horseback riding. Yeah, you know, get out there, wind in your hair. Steed. Between your legs. Freedom. Or sometimes you got a massive wildfire which is threatening your stable, and you just gotta let the horses go. Just gotta say, be free, horses. Otherwise, you're gonna die.
Freedom! Immediately, if not sooner.
Yep. These are the views from France. Not apocalyptic at all. Totally normal. Yeah. All right. That was just a couple of clips that we've all already seen. Now to the latest, and I'm afraid, like I said last time we talked about this, it is in fact worse. I know that's shocking. I said it was going to get worse, and it did in fact get worse. Has gotten worse. There was a brief respite, lower winds, lower temperatures, and the heat is now back. And making firefighting efforts more difficult. Here's Spain. France 24 from yesterday in Spain.
So far this year, 135,000 plus hectares, which the Environment Minister says is 6 times that.
By the way, 100 and, what did she say? 150,000? 125,000? 125,000 hectares is, I think that's close to 300,000 acres. Something like that.
Which the Environment Minister says is 6 times that of last year, which was already a very, very damaging year for forest fires. Now, the government says that on Tuesday they will pass measures to classify the latest areas damaged as very dangerous, very damaged zones, to unleash money to essentially help them recover. But Pedro Sanchez, the Socialist Prime Minister, keeps insisting that there needs to be a pact on climate change. The opposition, the Conservative Party and the far-right Vox say that's him basically trying to use climate change and the mantra of climate change to hide poor management.
Yeah, except management really, I don't think, is the main issue here. Could there perhaps been more done ahead of time? Yeah. But also, we are dealing with a uniquely bad fire season. Temperatures that, historic fucking temperatures for multiple, just day in, day out. Like across Western Europe. Hard to plan for that unless you're a full-on doomer. And unfortunately, our governments aren't doomer enough when it comes to planning. But, what we should be doing, and this is definitely not Spain's fault, because Spain's been doing a great job with getting their grid on renewables, but as humanity, as a human race, we should be really jumping on that climate change thing. You know, renewables. We already know the solution. Solutions. There are multiple that can be employed to help reduce our carbon footprint. And our contribution to this goddamn mess. All right, back to France. I'm sticking with the chronological type coverage for now on the EU wildfires, since it just seems to be sort of a group suffering happening here. All right, back to France. You know it's France because its fire truck is Citroën.
I think the guy's a total...
It's just too French.
Thank you, Brisla. Yes, a hectare is about 2.5 acres. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You got 125,000 hectares. Double that. Then add 40% more. What is that? It's like, it's approaching whatever number I said. Yep, firefighters fighting, doing everything they can. Keep back the flames. I think this is somewhere near Bordeaux. I could be wrong. You see huge teams of firefighters trying to fight these blazes, though. Man. This shit is all fucked up. And even the Prime Minister of Spain coming out and saying that these wildfires are a clear result of climate collapse, emergency, what have you. Here is BBC from yesterday.
Let's start with those wildfires ripping through parts of France and Spain. More than 300,000 people have been evacuated so far, and the fear is that the situation is likely to get worse in the next few days. Firefighters in France say they are still not in control of an unprecedented blaze that is just 15 kilometres away from the city of Bordeaux. More than 2,500 firefighters are trying to contain that blaze. Another heatwave is expected later in the week. The French President Emmanuel Macron has been holding an emergency cabinet meeting earlier today. In Spain, more than 120,000 acres of land have been consumed by the fires near the capital, Madrid. That makes it the biggest forest fire in the country's recent history. The Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, has been visiting the eastern city of Valencia, where 15,000 people have been evacuated. Here's our reporter, James Waterhouse.
West of Madrid, this advancing wall of flame and heat is now the worst wildfire in the region's history. There is no shortage of dry vegetation for it to consume, thanks to successive heat waves after a wet winter, and human efforts to contain it almost appear futile. against the scale of what they're facing. Today, partly thanks to the weather, the situation has improved, say officials. The pace of the fires has slowed, so too in Valencia. But the wildfires, described here as a monster, are still very much active, and the government says the next 2 days will be crucial on whether the flames can be brought under control before weather conditions worsen. It's certainly what Ricardo Pozzo is hoping for.
Yeah. And since that was yesterday, more than 24 hours ago now at this point, means there's less than 24 hours for crews to get these wildfires back under control before things get worse again. Yep. I am already wearing sunglasses. I would point this out, but it's like nobody even cares. Okay. Pyrocumulonimbus, that's right. Fire cloud. Fire weather. Fire so big they have their own weather. Alright, moving it along.
In France,
Democracy Now!
Spain, devastating wildfires have forced more than 350,000 people to evacuate their homes. It's among the largest peacetime evacuations in France since World War II. At least 4,600 emergency personnel have been deployed to the southwest of France, where the fires began Wednesday before spreading to Spain. Earlier this summer, Western Europe experienced its hottest June on record. Meanwhile, conditions are expected to worsen later this week as another heat wave could surge temperatures to 40 degrees Celsius. That's 104 degrees Fahrenheit or more. Speaking Sunday, Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez warned of complicated hours ahead as Spain battles to control the blazes.
I think the scale of the disaster we are experiencing, unfortunately, once again in our country, is very difficult to comprehend. Yesterday, we reported that 130,000 hectares had been affected and burned so far this year. Today, less than 24 hours later, that figure has already risen to more than 150,000 hectares.
For more, we're joined by two guests.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're getting control on it, if you ask me. Because we've been talking about European firefighting agencies, France and Spain especially, are overtaxed. They are overextended. They have more fire area than they can deal with at this point. Just like BC is saying. It's almost like we're experiencing some sort of global phenomenon. Like a warm globe phenomenon leading to fires across the planet. Okay, before we go to the next clip, say thank you to Hermit Horologist for the 20 bones on PayPal, helping us get just a little bit closer to completing the galactic financing of that August deficit. It's coming in very soon, but now closer than ever to completing it. What is that? $100? Less than $100. It's like $83. Wow, we've made a bunch. I was, Jesus, like a week ago, very doubtful that we'd be able to complete this. Now I got hope. Now I've got hope.
Never give up. Never surrender. Oh, shut up.
All right. Alright, we just got some raw clips here from Reporters Breaking News of the devastation left behind in France. As some regions, the fire has left now. What's left behind? Although I guess there's not very much left to burn. Images like this. And like I was saying before, while many homes and buildings in France and Spain and in England are built out of bricks or stone, it's not foolproof. If anything, it's really just more protective of the people inside for a little bit longer. Until everything's lost still. Like, you know, like you look at an image like this, like, okay, you can rebuild, but not a whole lot left. And even some of the brickwork completely done at this point, it's a complete loss. All the plaster you see is completely peeled off the sides. Jesus. These images are so fucking apocalyptic. And we're seeing them all over the planet. Like, at this point, like, I'm considering just putting climate collapse in every single stream now. Like, in every stream title because of just how bad things seem to be getting. It's quite disturbing. It's quite disturbing, really, if you ask me. Really is. And especially, there's like certain images, I don't know why, but like the horses and like burnt out playgrounds. Something about like unmanned horses and burned playgrounds really hit me in the heartstrings region, in the apocalypse part of my brain. You know, it gives me big old, like, you know, Hollywood post-apocalyptic vibes. But it's not Hollywood. It's actually, this is just coverage from some random news outlet. Not some big budget production. Nope, just a real world disaster. Jesus, just look at some of this stuff. Look at this. Done. Completely done. No more van, whatever this was. Now it's just metal husk. Everything else burned or melted. You can see French crews doing everything they can, trying to create a fire line, cut down trees, create a line of less burnable shit. French crews here in Bordeaux racing against the clock to clear a portion of forest and prevent everything else from burning and reaching the main city center. As we mentioned, Bordeaux, a city of 1.5 million people, the greater metropolitan area. Now back to the burned parts. Another woodland area in France, completely decimated. Forests left smoldering. Quite disturbing. Meanwhile, back in Spain, crews continuing to fight the blazes there the last 24 hours. Helicopter crews, planes, anybody with a bucket, trying to put out the blazes. We've been talking about climate change for so long, and it feels like we're watching all the things we've been talking about come to fruition. The worst storms, super typhoons, super El Niños, mega fires, historic weather events every single day. All right, here's the AP.
This is the view.
Back in France.
This is the view inside the forest next to Marche Prime, west of Bordeaux. You can see behind me what's left of the forest. It's black, it's charred. You can see the earth, all the fuel in the earth has been burned off. Fires have been burning here for several days, and firefighters have been working to stop the blaze from advancing by setting pre-fires and building fire lines to help block the advance of this wildfire.
Jesus. To think it's only the end of July. That we have potentially historic El Nino. We are just getting started. Does not bode well, Space Vams. But thankfully we have each other to get through it. Still a lot left to talk about here, but if you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. I try to remind all of you of these things every couple hours, since we're truly independent media. Unfunded by sponsors. Don't even have ads on YouTube. Although I'm hoping to rectify that particular situation, hopefully soon. I still have to find a way to pay the bills, and also find the time to finish my election research for the rest of the year, and make an appeal video for YouTube for some random person who I don't know and will never see. Who I don't even know if anybody's ever actually gonna watch it. But that's the appeal process. Okay, for more coverage on these historic wildfires in France and Spain, Channel 4 News from yesterday.
Well, the village of Le Porge has borne the brunt of this. 183 houses have been destroyed here, and cruelly, why some of them are absolutely fine. The one behind me and so many others are completely gutted.
I'll be right back. I need hydration.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
This goes to show how erratic, how unpredictable this fire is. On the 10-minute drive in here, either side of the road, everything was completely blackened. It was smouldering. It's devastated these communities. It's devastated the natural environment, and it will continue to do so because wildfires like this can take weeks and even months to extinguish. Croatian helicopters caught the inferno in Gironde from above. A multi-country response still unable to contain this. France's largest wildfire since World War II. Today, below in a forest near the city of Bordeaux, the flames had only just been snuffed out when another fire started. 6 fire engines have just arrived to tackle that blaze over there. I've just been told that it only started 10 minutes ago, and really that's all it takes. Just the smallest ember, as long as it has material to burn, will blow up into something like that very quickly. Moments later, with flames dwarfing the fire engines, a plane carrying fire retardant flew over, as well as helicopters carrying water. And they kept coming. This firefighter shouted for the team to head in a different direction as another front opened up.
Jeez, it looked like a war zone. Smoke everywhere. You can't see just a few meters ahead of you. Which is, I guess, ironic, since they are now comparing this to the worst wildfire in European history, which was
so hot right now.
Literally started during World War II. You know, from all the bombs and things like that they were dropping on the forests. I think napalm, actually. If I recall correctly. I can't remember. What was that? Oh, more puppy treats. Wow, people are determined to keep Leica fed. Maybe we all act MAGA for your appeal video? I don't... In what way act? What do you mean by acting MAGA? Honestly, like I've been saying, I feel like people need to, like, tweet at YouTube or literally send them physical letters to the headquarters appealing for the channel. Like why this newscast is important to you or otherwise. All right, we got more on these fires. Here's the New York Post from yesterday. Is that a wee corgi in the helmet? Yes, space corgi. Yep, tiny little space corgi. Who's deserving of a treat, I think. Yep, there we go. Treat. Treat time. Good God, look at this fucking shit. That's a road, by the way. I know it's hard to tell. We can see a bunch of people just like running down this street. It's kind of... This is the apocalypse. Like, what in the fuck? Oh, people just sort of on an exodus from the blaze.
This is ridiculous!
Looks like some cars are managing to make it through. Good God. This is just horrifying. Like I said, some of these images we're seeing, it's just like it feels like I'm watching a movie. Like I'm watching it, I'm like, are we sure this isn't like a big budget Hollywood production? But no, Spain and France, they're actually on fire. All this shit actually happening. It's not some sort of Nolan blockbuster. It's just real life. Real human beings fleeing a catastrophe. As you can see, Spanish firefighters trying to avert said catastrophe. Jesus. Yeah, some pretty haunting footage. All right, let's go here now. BBC. From yesterday, last one from yesterday. European wildfires. France warns of worst crisis since World War II. As new heat wave looms. Fuck me. I've been saying for so long. Originally, I named this, like, before it was Late Night Space Radio, it was the Doomer Report. I changed it because Late Night Space Radio seemed less doomerific. I'm almost prepared to rename it. Rename it.
More than 360,000 people have been evacuated from parts of France and Spain as major wildfires continue to burn. President Macron has visited the Gironde region of France, where a huge wildfire near Bordeaux has already destroyed a large area of forest. Emergency crews say they're still not in control of the unprecedented fire that's now just 9 miles from the city. Meanwhile, near the Spanish capital, Madrid, more than 120,000 acres have burned, with the country now in its 5th day of a national emergency. There are fears that a temperature surge on Wednesday could make the fires worse. With the latest from the Gironde region near Bordeaux, here's Gwyn Loader.
For days, wildfires have raged in the southwest of France. For weary firefighters here, these Canadian aircraft provide welcome relief.
It's very fast. The fire very fast.
Most towns and villages in this area are almost deserted. The blaze now burns within 10 miles of the city of Bordeaux. The fires are raging.
It's fucking chaos on this planet right now. Whether it's wars or climate chaos, fascist governments, we have got our fucking hands full. We've got our fucking hands full, Space Fams. It's not great. All right, let's skip ahead a little bit. Let's do a little bit more of this.
Loader, thank you.
BBC report.
Well, with temperatures set to rise again in France and Spain, brisk winds have been fanning the flames and making the wildfires worse. But big wildfires can also generate their own winds when huge fire thunderstorm clouds form, known as fire clouds. Our climate editor, Justin Rolat.
Wow, that was a fast thing, Mike Avery. You just said moments ago that you were leaving to go do a thing, and now you're back? Thing done? Or what am I to assume right now?
James.
You wouldn't normally associate this, the heavy rain and flooding in Western Europe this winter, with wildfires. But the wet winter allowed more vegetation to grow. Then hot, dry weather dried it out, creating more fuel to power these fires. So, Elizabeth, just how hot has this year been in France and Spain?
So it's the hottest June on record in France, the second hottest June on record in Spain. And July in Spain could be the hottest month ever recorded, though we're still going to get those stats, of course. And both countries have seen less than half of their average monthly rainfall. Of course, Europe is the fastest warming continent. It's warming at twice the global average.
Some of the fires have been burning so hot, they've begun to create their own weather. Take a look at this. The intense heat creates a powerful updraft carrying smoke and ash high into the atmosphere. As the rising air cools, water vapour condenses and freezes around particles, allowing huge clouds to form.
Yeah. Yep, there you go. There's an explanation on the creation of the pyrocumulonimbus cloud, a weather formation created as a result of supermassive wildfires. How fun. Science is fun.
It's science.
Right? That sentence caught you off guard? Well, we've been saying it for the last few days. I think you're new, crazy corgi queen. Although I feel like I've seen you in some chats somewhere. But, yeah, we've been talking about these pyrocumulonimbus clouds. It's exactly that. Fires so large that they have their own weather. It's just what they are. It's disturbing, but very real. All right, now to the last 24 hours. 13 hours ago, France 24. Heat waves threatening firefighting mission in France's southwest. Yeah. Like I was saying, unfortunately, the window is very small to get a handle on these fires. Seemingly both France and Spain struggling.
Stabilized, but not yet fixed. That is how authorities in the Gironde described the blaze on Tuesday, after calm conditions on Monday night helped firefighters bring flare-ups under control and keep the burned area unchanged.
We are managing to contain the fire. We are responding as soon as flare-ups occur, with sector commanders monitoring their areas and intervening as quickly as possible.
But the respite might be short-lived. The Gironde has been placed under a yellow heat warning, with inland temperatures of 33 to 35 degrees expected in the region from midday Tuesday. Authorities fear this latest heat wave, coupled with a dry southeast wind.
By the way, America. 35 degrees Celsius is in the 90s. Just to get a freedom units for everybody. It's like 90s, you know, like mid 90s, I think. 94.
Could reignite the fires.
We can see behind us over there a large number of hot spots starting to emerge.
With the temperature and unfortunately the wind expected in the area, these hotspots could become the source of a new fire outbreak.
Yeah, conditions already worsening in France, threatening further expansion of these wildfires should only lead to bad things. Both countries, France and Spain, currently bracing for a fresh heat wave. I see people talking about the Italian fires. We've talked about them a little bit, but not as much. Are they still going as badly? I got the sense that there had been progress made on the peninsula. Am I wrong? I'll take a look into it for tomorrow's stream. You know, there's nothing I'm unwilling to look into. But if you recall, we did talk about those wildfires in Spain, I'm sorry, in Italy, as well as the ones in Africa, in Algeria, Morocco, and Tunisia. The whole Mediterranean's basically on fire. Like the Mediterranean and the mouth of the Mediterranean. You know, West Africa, West Europe, it's fucked. I feel like it's just going to continue sort of across the continent as time goes on here. Not to predict horrible things, but that's kind of my thing, isn't it? Unfortunately, that's the only thing I'm good at predicting. Still no good at coming up with lottery numbers and stuff like that. Of course, I'd have to play the lottery to win, predict them, but, you know. No really good predictions from me lately. I wish I had good predictions, Space Fams, believe me. I don't do this because I want bad things to happen. You know, I do this for multiple reasons. We talk about a lot of different things. But it's because I want a good future, and I'm concerned about the present. And so also, you know, I hoping to avert the very worst. But I am something of a realist. I'm not the only one predicting bad things upcoming. Here's Channel 4 from 11 hours ago.
Europe's on fire, literally. France says it's facing its toughest time since World War II. And these unprecedented wildfires have thrown Spain into a state of national emergency.
So it's a massive area we're talking about. It's really challenging circumstances. As soon as one fire gets put out, another one starts.
Firefighters are working day and night, desperately trying to contain the flames. It's a race against time, though, with yet another heat wave on the way. So how real is the danger that even more of Europe could go up in flames? And beyond that, with climate change driving ever more extreme temperatures and increasing the risk of these wildfires, can we cope? Here's the breakdown. The French fire service has called it a David versus Goliath battle as 2,000 first responders.
Well, that's not a very cheery image. Although I guess, how did that go? I think David won in the end, right? Became king or something like that. But the image brings to mind just some pretty scary stuff. David, you know, is a lot smaller than Goliath. Makes it sound like this is quite a task for France right now.
Fight to save industrial areas on the outskirts of Bordeaux. Across France and Spain, more than 300,000 people have been forced to leave their homes, and it might still get worse.
On a la situation aujourd'hui qui est la plus dure qu'on ait jamais mesurée, la plus dure depuis la Deuxième Guerre mondiale.
No rain is forecast until Friday, and it's not expected to be heavy. Meanwhile, another heat wave is on the way, with temperatures rising to more than 40 degrees in the affected regions. So, where exactly are these fires? In France, the wildfires are now just 15 kilometres from the city of Bordeaux, while in Spain, the worst of the flames are about 60 kilometres to the west of Madrid.
Although, I would point something out. We've talked about this, and there are actually fires all over the two countries. Right, there we go. This is a different map. We've seen a more detailed map of all the fires in this region, and there is, I mean, all over the place. There's a bunch of fires. There's just a bunch of fires all over the place, and just the right conditions, wrong conditions, however you want to see it. And those smaller fires that are currently burning could turn big too, like these ones.
This summer. They're becoming more frequent, more intense and lasting longer, fueled by climate change. This year, Western Europe experienced the hottest June since records began, with rising temperatures straining ecosystems and infrastructure across the continent. The UK had a stark reminder that it's not exempt from the risk of wildfires earlier this month, with several outbreaks, including...
Okay, I see a lot of people in here blaming Zionists for this one. You know, I'll blame them for all sorts of things that they're fault for, but climate change isn't solely the fault of Zionists. It's the fault of humanity, especially America, but not only America. I mean, it's broadly society not making the shifts necessary to prevent this stuff that we've been aware of, that we've had the technology for, that the technology continues to get better and better. Like, solar panels have gotten like exponentially better and cheaper than they were 20 years ago. Right? Like, we were talking about this back like when Obama first took office, and now it's night and day. I am not kidding on that. Like, our access, like ease of access to renewables has never been better. But you have the United States right now, the U.S. government, and Donald Trump refusing to accept the future, accept what we need to do to solve our energy crisis, right? And I don't mean our energy, the cost crisis. I mean our energy consumption crisis, the one that's leading to all the climate change shit that we're witnessing right now. And you know, what's he doing instead? He's saying drill, baby, drill, and then spending billions of dollars to shut down green energy projects. Literally, look it up. New Jersey and Long Island and somewhere in California, he spent billions of dollars paying off energy companies to shut down green energy projects because he thinks windmills kill birds and solar panels help China. He's deranged. Solar panels help the planet and America.
I have to have my China.
But it's really, I mean, much the fault of America, but not entirely, because once again, there's plenty of multinational oil companies in Europe, Africa, South America, you know, Asia. But America is per capita the very worst in terms of energy consumption and carbon emissions. Something we have to grapple with as a society. As I've said, we have the solutions. Get our energy grid the way that we generate electricity off of fossil fuels. No more coal. No more methane turbines. No more oil power generators. You know, in every scenario where you can, right? Because obviously, first off, you can't do it instantaneously. It is a process. a process we've been talking about for a while that I keep saying, if we don't do something about now, it's going to be much more difficult as the climate is collapsing to try and to shore up these things, you know, when the plant that builds the fucking panels just burnt down to the ground or got wiped out in a fucking typhoon or whatever else, that's a problem, right? You see what I'm saying here? Like, because as the collapse happens, certain pieces of infrastructure get taken down. Oh, that bridge isn't there anymore. Oh, that fucking whatever, you know, like there are different factors that come into play that are non-existent when you don't have climate change. When you're not literally in the throes of the early dominoes dropping, which is where we're at right now, right? The first biggest one is dropping. The ocean is above 1.5 degrees Celsius right now. Warmer than it has been for all of human history. That's one of those milestones we've been talking about, and the Paris Climate Accord is supposed to be avoiding at all costs, that apparently we're just going to watch happen. In fact, because of the El Nino, that was already happening, by the way. There was a debate in science as to whether or not we had crossed it or whether we were in the midst of crossing it. And I think technically that debate's still being had, while simultaneously El Nino is supercharging the oceans to 2 degrees Celsius warmer than that. I'm fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Here's Al Jazeera with the last clip on the fires from 11 hours ago.
A wall of flames outside Madrid. At first they filmed, then they started to flee. Embers falling as the fire moves closer. But firefighters returned to tackle the flames. Drones are tracking the fires across the province and neighbouring Toledo and Avila as they tear through forests and move closer to towns and villages. Creating fire breaks is critical to slowing the spread, and crews are making some progress, with residents of 9 of the 11 evacuated towns returning home. Prime Minister Pedro Sánchez says Spain may be reaching a turning point.
We are turning the tide and can therefore begin to see the light at the end of the tunnel in the fight against these wildfires, while remaining extremely cautious. The days and hours ahead will be especially challenging.
Efforts to contain the fires are at a critical point. Spain's 4th heatwave so far this summer is set to begin on Wednesday.
What day is it? Oh, shit. It's Wednesday. Actually, I think it's like 9 a.m. in Spain right now. It's about to be getting super hot in Madrid, where these fires are happening, or at least the biggest of these fires are happening. Yep. Well, it seems like that clock, it's all but run out on that window of time to catch up on these fires before things get worse. And supposedly multiple countries in the region are mobilizing firefighting forces. But these are historic sized fires. And when I know we say historic and unprecedented a lot, but they do actually have meaning. They mean never happened before in history, human history. All right. Now we can't forget the other side of the coin. The extreme climate on one side, extreme heat and fires. The other side, extreme storms, rains and winds. Yep, everything's on fire and or underwater season in full effect. Underwater season in Asia right now. Rains in in Southwest Asia, whatever you want to call it. Pakistan saw flash flooding in the last day, leading to the death of dozens. Here is Reuters from 23 hours. Wait, take it back. Associated Press from 23 hours ago with the clip. The main problem here is that there are no arrangements and no consulate or anyone else is contacting us. 1,122 rescue team has arrived with one boat. And that boat is almost full with their team. The problem is that there is no clean drinking water or electricity. We also have a shortage of medicines here. Yep. Not nearly enough. Here in Pakistan, these flash floods happen quite suddenly. At least 100 people supposedly dead as a result. People struggling just to meet their basic needs in these flood waters. Meanwhile, in China, Hong Kong, to be more specific, Typhoon Noel hitting the region, making landfall Monday, I think, or like Sunday. Sunday night, Monday morning, something like that, I think. 2 typhoons in a row. Yeah, you're not having deja vu or stroke. No, this is a different typhoon. This is Typhoon Noel. We just got done talking about Typhoon Bobby. Super Typhoon Bobby. Immediately, if not sooner. Typhoon 2. Reuters, 2 days ago. Yeah. Multiple typhoons have now hit China already this year. Noel was apparently the strongest. And when they say strongest, they mean highest category, highest wind, strongest wind out of all of these typhoons, because, of course, Super Typhoon Bobby did weaken slightly. It originated on the other side of Guam, made its way very slowly across the Pacific. But some horrifying sights in Hong Kong. Scaffolding just collapsing in the wind. Jesus Christ. That is terrifying. That is fucking terrifying. It's like you need more scaffolding to hide under the scaffold. It's like you need more scaffolding to hide under the scaffolding that's coming down to kill you. Real catch-22 there. Meanwhile, What the hell do you do if you're on the job and you're up, you know, however many stories this is? Oops. This is. And you're just swinging back and forth in the typhoon winds. Oh my fucking God, you've got to be shitting me. Oh my God. Get the fuck out of here. Oh my God, that is terrifying. Oh, oh, you can clearly see there's somebody on there. I think there's at least 2 people on there. Hard to make out, but it looks like there's at least 2 people clinging for dear life. You can see the shapes of the humans moving as they're clinging for dear life as this thing smashes into the wall. Just watch it. Just watch it. Bam! And all you see, and you see the object there that suddenly gets thrust? That's a human. That's gotta be a human. If it wasn't, it would have just gone flying. But it was grasping on, you could see it was like holding on to the railing. That's a human being. Terrifying scenes here in China and Pakistan. Horrifying storms ravaging Asia. Meanwhile, in Japan, a magnitude 5 earthquake struck, major enough to cause somewhat severe damage. People left trapped inside a Japanese shopping center. Let's go here to BBC News from 15 hours ago. What is happening? Why don't you want me to... What in the fuck? Okay, there we go. I fixed it.
Let's begin with developing news from Japan. There has been a major 7.1 magnitude earthquake. It's hit the nation's southwest on the island of Kyushu, injuring dozens and causing significant damage.
I'm sorry. Did I say 5 magnitude? Why did I think it was a 5? It's a 7 magnitude earth. That's significantly more powerful. Why did I... Gah. I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect, Space Fam. Also, the volume's low.
Let's begin with developing news from Japan. There has been a major 7.1 magnitude earthquake. It's hit the nation's southwest on the island of Kyushu, injuring dozens and causing significant damage. We have the moment for you, captured on CCTV cameras when the tremor initially struck the Kumamoto prefecture. It also registered the highest possible level of 7, that is on Japan's own Shindo scale of shaking. The threat of a tsunami has eased, but we are beginning to get a sense of the scale of the damage. And let's show you these pictures. Multiple people trapped inside, we understand, a shopping mall that was damaged during the earthquake. According to witnesses, there was an explosion and smoke came out from the building.
Jesus Christ. Everything is fine. All right. Well, that's going to do it on the environmental news for today. I'm afraid I have no space news to catch you up on. And seeing as we're 6.5 hours into the stream, so I'll just get us right into the Earth news. The non-US centric Earth news as best as I can manage it. Unfortunately, though, as we all know, US Earth news may as well be US-based news, since we have our hands in everything. And Canada, no difference. No difference with Canada in Toronto, Ontario. Shots fired outside the U.S. consulate for the second time this year, apparently, according to Reuters.
A what now?
Yep. Apparently.
Early this morning, a shot was fired at the U.S. consulate. This is when there is a police cruiser with the lights flashing right in front of it. It's a brazen attack. I want to thank the Toronto Police and RCMP and other federal agencies that are working very closely together to solve this crime and hopefully prevent future ones. They have my full support.
Very American, really, when you think about it. 2 shootings outside of the U.S. consulate. What could be more American than that? All right, Canada. We see. Speaking of Canada, let's go to Canada's greatest independent news content creator, the Rational National. David Dole, for more Canadian newsings.
Here's a more natural flowing version of that section that reads like a legislative speech rather than a series of short points.
Is it just me, or are people a little bit checked out right now? Maybe it's the weather, all burning us to a crisp and dehydrating our bodies. Maybe it's the news and the politics being...
It could be so many things, David. So many things.
Completely exhausting. I know that all about that. Maybe it's the AI that some people are apparently relying on completely to do their job. Like Bill Oliver, this is a progressive conservative MLA in New Brunswick who read out what a chat bot clearly told him to read out or to say in a speech.
Okay, we're gonna skip the AI thing. We will actually we'll actually get into that one later. I had that on my list already. But just want to go here to this apparently viral trend, whatever you want to call this.
People are, and here's where we get to some other insanity. This is also going around. I saw this and I just immediately knew it was bullshit. But we'll get to the proof in a second. So Shane Wenzel, who, I don't know, some conservative commentator, I don't know, whatever. But he shared this. Friends from Toronto sent me this. Apparently, this was seen on the 401 heading south this past weekend. First of all, the 401 doesn't head south. So already, I'm just going to assume you're not even a real person. And if you are, then you know you're full of shit. But here is what was apparently heading south on the 401. Bye, Canada. 4 more taxpayers not funding your bad ideas. Okay. Let me get to the original post. So just to be clear, this was posted July 26th. This was posted a month earlier, July 30th.
A what now?
Or sorry, June 30th. From Gunther Eagle. People leaving Gavin Newsom's California in droves. Bye, California. 4 more taxpayers not funding your bad idea.
It's just an AI of another AI tweet. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Wow. And it says, made with Grok Imagine. Fascinating.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Made with Grok Imagine. Regrok. It's a regrok. Right? Instead of a retweet, you're just regrokking an already grokked image. Stop the ride. Sorry. We still have more stream to do. Although the Earth news portion, not as long as some days. Today's big time taken up by the fucking burning down of the planet. And by the infighting in the Democratic Party. We do have more stories. Alright, moving on from Canada. Where you're doing shootings like America, but not actually doing some big exodus from the country to America. I see you. Loud and clear. Alright, south. Far south. Talking about a trip to the nation of Cuba that led to a DOJ investigation into leftist groups. A new version of McCarthyism. Here's Democracy Now! From 12 hours ago.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As the Trump administration threatens to intensify its global campaign to crush radical left terrorism, quote unquote, we look at a new 100-page report issued by the State Department last week.
Yep. As we know, Trump is coming for all of the communists. The communists! Which are, of course, just the people who want to give people health care and tax him appropriately. Or at least more appropriately. I think for Trump, 100% of all wealth and income would be appropriate. I don't think we're necessarily suggesting that for anyone else. But this whole thing is, what was I just fucking saying? I just lost my fucking place of what I was trying to say. Oh, right. But yeah, you know, Trump is saying the communists are taking over. Jesse Waters is saying
the Bolsheviks are coming.
And of course, as we know, the communists, well, they're the enemy. The enemy.
It's the enemy of the Constitution. Above all, it's the enemy of July.
The enemy of July. Just the month of July.
Accusing the Cuban government of waging a sustained campaign of subversion against the United States, unquote. The report claims Cuba's backed a number of groups in the United States, including the National Lawyers Guild, Code Pink, Pastors for Peace, and the National Network on Cuba. In March, Code Pink and other organizations led a land, sea, and air humanitarian solidarity mission to Cuba called the Nuestra America Convoy, Our America Convoy. Afterwards, the Treasury Department launched an investigation into Code Pink. Meanwhile, the Republican-led House Ways and Means Committee subpoenaed 3 left-leaning nonprofit organizations, including Breakthrough News, demanding the independent online news outlet hand over internal communications and financial records. The subpoena also targeted the New York-based political education group People's Forum and Tricontinental Institute for Social Research. Breakthrough News says it's being targeted over its coverage of U.S. mass deportations, ICE abuses, Cuba, Palestine solidarity, and U.S. foreign policy.
This is nonsense. We already knew like some of the details of this. But I mean, they're going after Breakthrough fucking News. They're going after Hassan. They're going after Code Pink. They're even talking about going after Democracy Now! For my understanding. Not for this, but for other shit. It's just so stupid.
Policy. Breakthrough News has launched a fundraiser to pay for legal expenses. In a statement, the outlet said, quote, "For years, Republican lawmakers have painted a target on our backs, falsely claiming our political views and reporting are part of some foreign plot," unquote. For more, we're joined by 2 guests. In Washington, D.C., Medea Benjamin is co-founder of Code Pink. She returned to Cuba in April and is the author of several books on Cuba, including No Free Lunch, Food and Revolution in Cuba Today. And in Beirut, Lebanon, we're joined by Rania Khalek, journalist at Breakthrough News, where she hosts programs Dispatches and BT Live. Her recent Substack post is headlined.
You know, I've watched quite a few Breakthrough pieces. I honestly, until I watched this, and I don't know why it hasn't come up in the past, but like I had no idea that Rania lived in my mind, she lived in the United States, was from Lebanon. I think she used to, and maybe that's why I'm confused. But like I had no idea that she had at any point gone back to Lebanon.
And Congress just subpoenaed our newsroom for doing journalism. Medea Benjamin, let's begin with you. You read the entire State Department report on Cuba. If you can start off by laying out what's in it, but also begin for context for a global audience by talking about the congressional hearings that Code Pink has interrupted, the anti-war group, to get a sense of the politics of Code Pink and why it might be targeted.
Well, just in this last month, we've had an opportunity to speak out at some of the very important congressional hearings when Secretary of War Pete Hegseth was making his case for the U.S. to pay billions of dollars for this unprovoked, reckless war in Iran. Marco Rubio, when he talked about the State Department.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
That wreak such havoc around the world and forget that he's supposed to be a diplomat. One of the recent ones was Mike Waltz, the U.S. representative to the United Nations, who declared at the United Nations.
How much diplomacy has Marco Rubio done so far in the last 2 years since he got the job? Let's be real. It hasn't been a lot. In fact, I would argue that Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law and non-government representative, has done more diplomacy than he has. Not successful diplomacy, but he's at least been in the room for more diplomacy than little Marco Rubio has. Poor little Marco.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
That there was no U.S. blockade on Cuba and was there telling the members of Congress how well the U.S. war in Iran was going. So these are some of the recent hearings. And yes, it gives a sense of our politics, which is we're a peace organization. We don't want to see the U.S. waging war.
I'm just realizing that I think I've been unsubscribed to Breakthrough because we haven't watched like any of their videos like for a while now. I don't know how long it's been, but it feels like it's been a while. Because we used to watch Breakthrough videos at one point. I can't think of the last time that I watched a breakthrough video now. I think it's been like over a year.
Around the world, we don't want to see the U.S. supporting Israel. We want to live in cooperation, and we want our diplomats to be diplomats.
So talk about the report and also what has happened to Code Pink. Has Code Pink been subpoenaed? Have you personally been subpoenaed?
I personally have not. Code Pink is being investigated by the Treasury Department as a result of this March trip that you mentioned, the Nuestra America convoy, where we took humanitarian aid for the children's hospital.
Yeah, I mean, this is fucking insane. They brought, like, medical aid. They brought medical aid and other sorts of humanitarian aid to Cuban people. You know, they didn't bring weapons to... Almost said Hugo Chavez. They didn't bring weapons to Cuba or something like that, or or even oil, or any of the things that are on the blockade list. In fact, Code Pink and all the other people who were involved in this effort, which included, I think, people like Rania Kalik, and people from Breakthrough Media, Code Pink, a bunch of other activists, Hassan Piker. I think Ryan Grimm went there at the time. Like there was like a huge number of people that went, and they all went above and beyond to make sure that they got the right clearances, that everything they brought was allowed under the blockade, that they stayed in the right hotels and all these other fucking things. And now they're being investigated as if they didn't do all of that and make it just painfully evident what they were doing. It's fucking ridiculous how the government is just being used as the perceived enemies of the president, of Stephen Miller, Republicans. It does feel very McCarthyist, but it's beyond that. It's just pure draconian law by diktat.
Is quite remarkable, but the situation is catastrophic.
Earlier this month, the State Department hosted an international summit where White House advisor Stephen Miller described the left as enemies of civilization. This is part of Stephen Miller's speech.
Here in the United States, we have taken the necessary and essential action of formally recognizing left-wing violence as a form of political terrorism that is a direct threat to our national security and the survival of our Republican form of government.
Remind me, was it leftist extremists who tried to do an insurrection at the Capitol in 2020? Remember Jan 6th? Was it a bunch of leftists, communists, democratic socialists, and or otherwise Democrats, liberals? Did they storm the Capitol and assault police officers? Are they the threat? Did they threaten, Capitol Police and Congress people with violence, and the vice president with imminent death? Drag literal gallows out into the streets of the Capitol? Storm the Capitol and then shit all over Nancy Pelosi's desk? Was it a bunch of leftists, right? Did that?
President Trump issued a directive. In our parlance, it's called a National Security Presidential Memorandum, or NSPM, NSPM 7 to be exact, that directs for the first time in American history all of our law enforcement and intelligence agencies to work together to disrupt, identify, defund, debank, arrest, and prosecute these political terrorists that are operating in our country. It's very important to understand that left-wing political terrorism seeks as its ultimate end the overthrow of our system and form of government.
Finally, Medea Benjamin, that's Stephen Miller. If you can respond to what he's saying.
Well, what I think is that we are seeing the results of his twisted mind in the attacks on so many of our organizations in the U.S., and it's a time for us to come together. We encourage people to go to the Code Pink website.
Okay. Now, quickly listen to Rania Khalek's experience as well. Just gonna skip ahead a little bit.
So last week, the Republican-led House Ways and Means Committee subpoenaed 3 left-leaning nonprofit organizations, including Breakthrough News, demanding the independent online news outlet hand over internal communications. We're joined now by Rania Khalek, a Beirut-based journalist at Breakthrough News, where she hosts programs Dispatches and BT Live. Your Substack post is headlined, "Congress Just Subpoenaed Our Newsroom for Doing Journalism." And this came out soon after that speech of Stephen Miller and their so-called terrorism summit. If you can respond about what's happening to Breakthrough News and how you're responding to the subpoena.
Yeah, thanks so much, Amy. And you're absolutely right. I mean, this subpoena came on the heels of that anti-communist summit where Stephen Miller spoke from that clip you just showed. And on the heels of that Cuba report that basically identified opposition to the blockade in Cuba, as well as all kinds of other criticisms of U.S. foreign policy as being part of some foreign plot. And this subpoena we received is part of a longstanding attack against us. We've been under attack from Trump's right-wing allies in Congress for years now. However, we started receiving letters from the Ways and Means Committee earlier this year, basically pointing to our viewpoints as a problem and justification for why they wanted us to turn over First Amendment protected materials.
Your viewpoints are a problem. Thought crime.
Illegal. Right to jail, right away.
Thought crime. Directly from the U.S. House of Representatives Ways and Means Committee to break through fucking media. Jesus Christ.
This is ridiculous!
You know, as a guy who does this on the regular, I know I'm not nearly as big as Breakthrough, but stories like this that make me like, go, wow. Is what I'm doing or what Breakthrough's doing or anyone else that's doing similar things that I'm doing so much of a threat? And I know that like, I'm not coordinating with anybody. All right, let's keep going south. From Cuba to Venezuela. Let's see what Donald Trump had to say about the country of Venezuela on Monday here on Air Force One.
There's some reports that the United States has taken in $13 billion from Venezuela. Where is that money going?
$13 billion from Venezuela? I think even more than that. No, Venezuela, we paid for that war many times over. And that'll happen with Iran also. We paid for the war many times over.
But where is that money going?
Which, by the way, no other president can say that for a long time. Okay? When was the last president that could say that? So we had a cost of Venezuela. We paid.
Did you catch that question in there that he's completely ignored? But where is that money going? Where is that money going? I wonder if he'll answer.
Many, many times over. And now, as you know, we have a very good relationship with Venezuela.
But where is that money going?
It's toward running the country.
It's running the country.
The money that the U.S. is taking in, where is that money going?
Venezuela?
Yes.
Toward running the country. It can go to the military. Congress has to approve it.
Congress has to approve it. Really?
Doesn't like approving money for the military. They like.
So he's pretending like it's at the Treasury. Now, it's not clear to me that that is in fact the case. But according to Trump, Venezuela has sold more than $13 billion of oil, Venezuelan oil, stolen Venezuelan oil, since we illegally kidnapped Nicolas Maduro. This was CNBC from Monday. President Donald Trump said Monday that the U.S. has collected more than $13 billion from the sale of Venezuelan crude oil since the overthrow of former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. U.S. seized control of their oil exports after capturing Maduro in a military raid on January 3rd. Wow, has it really been 7 whole months? Good Lord. Trump was responding to a question about a Financial Times report that estimated how much money his administration had collected from the sales. All right. Well, you're just playing Pirates of the Caribbean. Stealing Venezuelan oil and selling it on the open market. And supposedly going to the Treasury to fund the country. Although no evidence of the actual money trail. Now across the Atlantic to another Spanish-speaking country. Some say the original one. España. España. That's what it is, España. Or is it España? Are you supposed to lisp the S? España.
It's simply that we can see the population is rising, the number of visitors is rising, but resources aren't keeping pace, nor is the infrastructure. And of course, there comes a point when we get rather fed up. We see a rather bleak future ahead, more for our children than for ourselves.
Well, as you can see, the protests in Spain are seemingly continuing. They almost seem to be growing. Protests being held against the massive tourism industry in the country, which many are blaming the cost of living crisis, especially housing. Things like Airbnb and other tourist-related rental property companies, whatever you call it, snapping up all the real estate in the country, driving up costs and prices, using up all of the infrastructure, like that guy was saying. I just knocked over my vape. But we've been talking about these protests that have been happening in Spain that have been growing, I think, for well over a year now. People are just sick of the affordability crisis. They look around, they see, like tens of thousands of Airbnbs in Madrid. I don't actually know the exact number, but like we have these things are just all over the place. Where did it go? Oh, it's gone. This is a disaster. All right. I just figured we'd quickly check up on that situation. Reuters posting the clips. All right, from Spain up to old Blighty, Britain.
This is ridiculous.
Britain. Let's talk about the, it's partly Britain. Now that I'm thinking about this. It's actually a multifaceted discussion. But let's talk about how satire is shaping politics. Yes! Let's talk about it. From bin face to cockroaches, let's talk about it.
This is probably not what India's Chief Justice of the Supreme Court thought would happen when he said this about the nation's youth.
There are youngsters like cockroaches. They don't get any employment. They don't have any place in profession.
Or Abhijit Dipke, the student who responded on social media saying, what if all cockroaches come together? It would turn out to be a call to action for a disaffected generation struggling to find work. The Cockroach Junta Party's demands and the government's violent crackdown on its protests are no joke, but the movement is keeping humour firmly front and centre in its strategy. Listing being unemployed, lazy, chronically online and able to rant professionally as the only prerequisites to join.
Yes, yes indeed. But of course, I've been promising you any and all bin phase updates that I find. And this is the latest one that I have for you.
Nigel Farage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Meanwhile, in Britain, right-wing Reform UK Party leader Nigel Farage's decision to resign and recontest his own seat of Clacton proved ripe for comedy.
Tell me how to let novelty guy, and I say, I'm the same one this time.
With the main parties not contesting, satirist John Harvey, aka Count Binface, has emerged as a real contender.
What is your appeal going to be to the people of Clacton?
Well, I'm not Nigel Farage.
A recent Ipsos poll suggests 33% of Britons would prefer the bin win it, ahead of 21% for Mr Farage. Here at home, as the major parties contend with the rise of one nation...
Sorry, I just want to hear those numbers one more time.
The bin win it, ahead of 21% for Mr Farage. Here at home, as the major parties contend with the rise...
Just one more time.
A recent Ipsos poll suggests 33% of Britons would prefer the bin win it, ahead of 21% for Mr Farage.
Did you catch that? Bin phase is in an Ipsos poll. Reuters Ipsos poll. Oh, yes. That's right. Reuters Ipsos has bin face ahead of Farage in a national poll.
Never give up. Never surrender. Oh, shut up.
He's doing it, people. I'm feeling it.
Here at home, as the major parties contend with the rise of one nation...
Okay, hold on. I think they go back to talking about him for a second. It's just that, as you know, I can't get enough bin face. I think a lot of you are the same. And this is more serious news outlets, mainstream Western press taking seriously Count Binface and this Clacton race. And I could not be more here for it. I'm here for it. That's what I'm trying to say.
It allows people to process what's happening, and it kind of helps audiences go, oh, hang on, I'm not the crazy one. What's happening? is the crazy thing. So that's a really important job of a comedian, is to remind people that, no, you're not crazy. The world is crazy.
Yeah, we've just seen some examples there of what's happening in India, the UK, here in Australia as well. When you look at some of the policies of, say, the Cockroach Janta Party or Count Binface in the UK, so Count Binface says that people who use speakerphones on public transport should be conscripted. That's one of his policies. Or he promises to cut your taxes but raise everyone else's. When you look at these sort of satirical candidates, does policy matter?
Yeah, I think you're forgetting, he wants to nationalise Adele and build one affordable house. I think that, and he also wants to make the corporate owners of people who run water utilities swim in the rivers that they're polluting.
Yeah, he also, let's not forget, wants to keep, is it Flakes? Some sort of British ice cream at 99p or pence. Less than a pound. Can't forget that. Clacton on sea. Did I say by sea again? Look, listen. It's not actually on the sea. Okay, it's by the sea. It's near it, but it's not literally on the water. I try my best, but it's a weird name when you think about it.
Like, it's kind of, that is exactly what we're talking about. Like, that is pairing a fact with a truth, and that makes people laugh and gets people thinking about what the absurdity of the real politics is happening. And it's happening all over. The President Zelensky from the Ukraine, he was a comedian, and now, he's President Zelensky, one of the...
Well, anyway, people are continuing to kind of take Count Binface seriously. Meanwhile, people are kind of looking into the finances of Nigel Farage. It would seem that they've been using a British loophole to drive a massive truck filled with money into the coffers of Reform UK. Here's Channel 4 News from yesterday.
This is a story about money and power and politics. About a British billionaire who's lived almost 6,000 miles away, but whose cash has had more influence on today's politics than arguably any other. His name is Christopher Harborne, and he's one of the biggest donors in British political history. His millions have put the Reform Party on the map, and his £5 million gift has propped up its leader, Nigel Farage.
I cannot even tell you how grateful I am to Christopher Harborne.
But Channel 4 News has seen evidence that the billionaire financier has played Britain's electoral system. On the one hand, declaring Thailand his home, but on the other, also declaring residency at times in Hampshire. And why? Well, to continue voting, particularly in the Brexit referendum, but also to continue to donate to Nigel Farage, to the Brexit Party, and also to Reform.
Yeah. A British billionaire living abroad, but still claiming residency back on that rock called the United Kingdom. Britain is being allowed to funnel all this money to Reform. It's crazy. It's ridiculous. It's utterly ridiculous. He's basically an expat. It's from what it seems is this guy is basically an expat, but because he claims residency, because he has the money to have a second home in Britain, he's like, what? I'm still British. I'm still British enough to try and sway elections, says this guy. Sorry, this guy.
Follow the rich way, man.
Yet despite becoming a Thai citizen in 2011 and assuming a Thai name, Mr Harborne's continued to exert huge influence over the right wing of British politics from afar.
What do we want? When do we want?
So how is that possible? Well, donating from Thailand was legal because Mr Harborne registered as an overseas elector when he left the UK, which under the law at the time meant he could vote and make political donations in the UK for the next 15 years. But those rights then expired, we believe, around 2013, and Mr Harborne gave no registered donations for several years. But Channel 4 News understands that the billionaire financier came back onto the UK electoral roll in 2016 in Hampshire specifically to vote in the Brexit referendum. Now, according to the rules, he could only do that by declaring, indeed, that he was a resident in Hampshire. But we've discovered that by October of that year, in other words, just a couple of months after the Brexit vote, that he declared in a company filing that he was, in fact, a resident in Thailand.
This is fucking... This is billionaire financial witchcraft. It can be only done if you have, like, obscene money and all the fucking, you know, accountants and financial lawyers needed to play these kinds of games. This is just nonsense. Like 3 months later, actually, I'm from what? No, I'm from Thailand. That was 3 whole months ago. I said I was from Hampshire. I'm now Thai. Okay? I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't even have a British accent. What? Who? Oh, ridiculous. It would seem that they're trying to use this same loophole to justify all of the money that he's funneled to Reform, and to Nigel Farage. Doesn't sound legal. And it probably shouldn't be.
Just disgusting and probably illegal.
Okay, now moving on to... Oh, wait. Hold on. Somebody was asking if I had any good news today. I actually do. Kind of. In Africa. Kind of. Let's go here. 5 days ago to France 24. Talk about the Ebola outbreak. Hold on. Just wait. It'll get good. Unfortunately, thousands of cases have been confirmed in Ebola and over 1,000 dead as a result of this new strain of the virus.
In the Democratic Republic of Congo, transmission rates of the Ebola virus continue to outpace the response efforts in what's now the fastest spreading outbreak ever recorded.
There are places where you have one community death in a new area, and in a few days you have 17 new cases. It's such a great example of how infectious anyone is that stays in the community as soon as they have symptoms. So if we don't have proper surveillance in place, if we're not able to monitor this, the outbreak will continue.
However, there is one tiny glimmer of hope, although I do have something of a downer ending to the whole story. That was 5 days ago. Now this is from yesterday. Coming out of Reuters. With the first ever dose of a new vaccine intended to inoculate humans against the Bundibugyo Ebola strain. Now, this wasn't in Africa. It was back in England. Oxford, to be exact. But if effective, could be very promising. As a potential solution.
So no image to the injection here sometimes can be a bit stingy when it goes in, but be over with quite quickly. Okay. And just relax as much as you possibly can.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm just going to put the balls on afterwards. Pop your shirt back.
Well, there you go. Now it's still, this is just very early on. And it's a trial. So it's not yet even proven that it will work. And the same apparatus that you would need to administer this in mass in Africa is the same apparatus. Here's the deep irony, or whatever you want to call it, of this situation. It's the same apparatus that's been defunded and dismantled as a result of the closure of the USAID agency. And so even if it does wind up being completely effective, you don't have the team necessary to administer it and the funds. See what I'm saying? Not great. But not terrible. Not great, but not terrible. I guess what you call that is good news. At least progress being made on a potential vaccine for this horrifying disease that is gripping Central Africa. All right, let's go to the United Nations, where we talk about the Middle East. I think we should watch the United States and France clash over human rights and the latest vote at the UN. Here's Al Jazeera from yesterday.
The summertime escalation.
Tensions boiling over between France and the United States in the UN Security Council. UN cameras did not capture the exact moment when the U.S. delegation walked out during a French speech, but a wide shot of the room revealed empty seats where the U.S. normally sits. When the U.S. representative came back into the chamber, he explained Washington's anger at Paris.
That is why we walked out during France's intervention. This disingenuous grandstanding is tiresome, but we have tolerated it out of a sense of camaraderie and mutual respect as P5 members.
The French envoy asked for the floor to respond.
We this year celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States, and everyone is all too aware that France took part in those celebrations. A few days ago, the Statue of Liberty, not very far from here, was lit up.
The grievance behind the walkout was not Ukraine.
This is not friend talk. This is... If anything, this is feuding friends at the very best, but this is not this is not friend talk. Oh God. France throwing the Statue of Liberty in our face at the UNGA? Unga, bunga. Oh, I'm afraid of her bungaing too much right now. More bunga than unga right now. Not good. Then the cap on the pièce de résistance, if you will. Here's France's what is it again? Office of ONU, Office of the I can't think of it in English. United Nations Office of France, Genève, reposting a vote held on what was this, Friday? Approval of the appointment of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights for a term from 12 October 26 until October 11th, of 2030. You can clearly see Israel, Russia, United States, some other folks in here like Argentina, and North Korea voting against France's Office of United Nations, Geneva, saying the United States used to be a beacon of human rights. Not anymore. Today it stands alongside North Korea, Nicaragua, Mali, and Russia. Isolated, and the world no longer listens to it. Hashtag America alone.
Aww.
Yep. France's Office of United Nations memeing at this point about America's lack of concern for human rights. Really hit rock bottom, some space fams, specifically American space fams. I know it's getting late. Some of you probably asleep already. All right, to the Middle East now. This week has already been pretty crazy. Let's go here. Started off with the Associated Press. Talk about how people around the world are being affected by the Iran war. Sorry, I'm skipping a couple that I'm holding off on for the midweek report tomorrow. Today, later today. Good God. Good God. I've been doing a lot of long streams lately. Usually I try and keep these things to like 8 hours. We're already at 7.5. Good Lord. Everybody remember to click live on the stream so you get up to the latest point. Honestly, it gets confusing for me when people are making comments, asking questions about shit from like 5 minutes ago. Honestly, I gotta do something about, but I don't even know what to call this phenomenon where people watching the stream are like getting stuck behind this, the live. It's like slippage or something. It's like slippage, like you're slipping further and further back in time. Just taking a moment for some hydration to allow you folks to get live. Okay. Now, the AP. They have collected stories, testimonies from 7 people around the world on how the war in Iran is reshaping their lives. Yesterday.
Doon lang. Oh, ganitong mainit pa dito lang
We
muna
live
kami.
inside the Jeep. When it's hot during the day, we stray outside and we go back at night when it's cooler. It's hot here. Embarrassing because people in vehicles pass by our jeepney. They can see us. Oh, this is so fucking depressing. The jeepney is like this. I don't know if people know about this, but like jeepney is like this form of like tourism / transportation that gives like tours around the Philippines, right? I think it's the Philippines. Is this the Philippines? Did they say Philippines? It doesn't say. I think this is the Philippines. And first off, these guys are struggling big time. It is the Philippines. And like it's made from old military jeeps transformed into these like buses / tour vehicles. They take up a fuck ton of gas. Like they don't make the parts for these things, so they gotta like fabricate them. And like as a result of all sorts of factors, like there's like a dying industry. People are like living inside of them now. Deeply depressing. We're trying to find ways to earn so that we can at least eat. I can only eat small portions of rice. As long as my daughter is full, I'm okay with it. Even if I'm still hungry, I'll hold up. I plan to find a place to rent, but because of what's happening right now, I can't. No money comes in, and no money is left. It all goes to the fuel. Yeah, and now with fuel prices, and these things take a ton of fuel. There's been talk about like phasing these things out because of how bad they are for the environment and how bad the fuel economy on these things is terrible. So these guys are getting utterly decimated right now by the fuel costs. And even if I'm an environmentalist, I don't think these guys should be hurting because of it. Like, this is fucked. Totally fucked. Honestly, economic opportunity in the Philippines, big problem. Already enough problems there. Now to America.
Before, what a $20 gas will give me maybe more than half a tank, enough to run around and make some errands apart from work. Now what 20 gas gives me is to come from work and look for parking and maybe one errand. Especially since I have 2 kids, it's very difficult to do that. So I have to rely a lot in trying to budget myself. I had to cut up a lot of my activities, like getting the pantries maybe 1 or 2 times a month, just to save up on gas. So by the time that something major has come up, maybe a doctor's appointment, I have enough gas to come and go.
Everybody is getting hit. All sides. And Trump thinks people that struggle like this don't deserve help.
Work with the deficit that we have at home. With the kids, it's summer, so they always want an ice cream, and I want to make sure I have that extra cash there for them. They shouldn't be able to suffer because of whatever is going on around the world.
We need light to function for the system to...
Yeah, I was realizing that none of these are labeled on where they are. Pretty sure this is somewhere in the Caribbean.
The machines, without electricity, everything we are doing here does not make any sense. It takes like major parts of everything we do here, like 90%
Actually,
or even 95%.
I take it back. I take it back. I think this might be Africa. What does that say? WK. I'm sorry, I'm trying to do like, what do you call it? Trying to do like visual investigations into where things are, since the AP can't be bothered to tell me where we are. If I had to guess, this is actually, if I had to guess, this is like the west coast of Africa. Usually the AP is super good about labeling these things. Actually, I'll bet I know how I'll bet it's in the description of the video. I'll bet if I look at the description of the video, it'll tell me. Just do a little investigation here. I'm gonna play this.
We need light to function for the system, to operate the machines. Without electricity, everything we are doing here does not make any sense. It takes like major parts of everything we do here, like 90% or even 95%. Since the start of the war, the price of fuel has almost doubled now. With that, we have to merge orders together. We print basically every day. Monday to Saturday, we are printing. Jobs that take within 24 hours to print, we give clients 3 to 5 working days now. Any customer that needs their job urgently, we can't work with them. We have to like make sure the job is enough to run Gen 4, so we don't have to like start printing in small.
Yep. 3D printing takes plastic. That's what this business seems to be. Plastic made from oil. And China can't get oil for plastics. I assume it's even more difficult for African nations. Fact is, everybody seems to be struggling for very similar reasons.
Prima scaricavo 2000 litri, 1500 litri, adesso quanto...
I used to buy 2,000 liters of fuel at a time. Now I only buy what I need, 100 liters. I don't make large purchases anymore because it's no longer worthwhile. I buy only the bare minimum, just what is essential for the cultivation. The current costs of fertilizers, soil nutrients, and diesel fuel, they're having a huge impact on our business. We're no longer talking about increases of 10 or 20%. We're starting to talk about 70, 80%. I assume this guy's in Italy? He's speaking Italian. This is what I'm talking about. Things are just getting worse and worse and worse. 70 to 80% increase in costs is unsustainable. That stuff trickles down. That stuff trickles down. 80% increase in costs for farmers. Oh, God.
Quando che fai una giornata intera di lavoro, di sacrifici, vai al mercato, fai la vendita e ti rendi conto che quello che guadagni, quello che ricavi non è sufficiente.
Sorry, I stopped reading the subtitles. I just got lost in it. Just thinking about the abyss. Not enough to cover all of your expenses. It's a fucking perfect storm. It's a firestorm. Oh, God. Everything is just falling apart. We have the worst possible stewards in charge. Great job, Republicans. Thanks for giving us all of this. The energy crisis is sending back the horses and carriages. Have you been watching the stream? The horses are fleeing the fires, okay? I don't know how we're going to be able to keep horses around long enough to plow the fields like you're suggesting if they're all fleeing the fires. All right, let's go to Turkey, where they are seeing dire economic consequences as a result of the Iran war. Carpet sellers like this guy having a bad time. 10 days after the war started, it began to affect us. Our business came to a stop by 90%. My customers from Gulf countries, they're not coming in right now. Why aren't they coming? Because bombs are being dropped on their countries. As the war dragged on, people became a little more optimistic and started coming in again, about 20%. But even now, if we sit here until the evening, the number of customers will be only maybe 2 or 3. And there's a limit to what they buy as well. It's not much. It won't pay my electricity bill. It won't pay the rent of the shop. And I can't support my household. I assume that's him, as a young man, making rugs. Now his entire business is collapsing because of this war. Right? Same guy. I think that's the same guy. He's put on a few LBs since back then. Lost a few hair, a few follicles at the top. He's grown slightly wider and slightly shorter. I think that's the same guy. Making beautiful carpets. Now they're going and they're sitting on the pile. No one buying them. That's a fucking disaster. Where are we? Actually, I think we should do this in a different order. Let's go to Lebanon first. Talk about the humanitarian crisis that is still ongoing there. As internally, there still remains hundreds of thousands or something like that displaced. Perhaps over 1 million. Israel continuing to commit war crimes fairly frequently and still occupying more than a quarter of the territory militarily. It's a real problem. Okay, we already talked about this over the weekend. West Bank stuff we will talk about later. I just want to focus on Lebanon right now.
Thanks very much for having me. I am in Beirut. I spent the weekend so far visiting the south, going through to Nabatea, traveling around Nabatea, also traveling to Zata and you just heard that that's one of the 3 pilot zones right now. So quite an important visit for me and for my organization as we traveled with the Lebanese Red Cross, who've been working nonstop for the last several months, and they have been working nonstop for many years in related matters to provide support to those that are affected. And we saw together traveling through Nabatea was destruction, not just buildings, whole blocks at times. And I know some of the footage that you're showing right now will show some of what we've seen. And that just shows you that the needs are immense, and the needs will remain for some time.
Yeah. And unfortunately, as a result of the continued Israeli attacks and the results of the previous ongoing the attacks that have happened up till now, infrastructure's deeply damaged, if not unusable, roads unusable. So aid organizations like that of the Red Crescent, who that guy worked for, are struggling to be able to make the necessary trek across the Lebanese territory to get to the people who need the aid most It's very difficult to get there because Israel's destroying all of the infrastructure around the regions that they are bombing. You know, they're hitting the apartment buildings and whatever other targets they got, and then they're blowing up the bridges and the roads on the way there. Oh, it's super quiet. God damn it. All right, you know what? We'll listen to this. Because, yeah, no. That's my bad.
Preventing troops from taking control of areas covered by last month's US brokered deal. The warning also comes as soldiers move into Zautar al-Gharbia, that's in Nabatea, roughly 10 kilometers from the Israeli border. Residents here are returning to streets of rubble and burnt-out homes. You can see in the images there. They're demanding security after a conflict that has killed more than 4,300 people. Let's bring in Christopher Rassi, Chief of Staff and Under Secretary General for People and Strategy at the International Federation for the Red Cross. He joins us right now from Beirut. Thank you so much, Christopher. We understand, in terms of the humanitarian situation as things are, 375,000 people are still displaced, many facing difficult conditions in shelters. What exactly are the biggest challenges that your organization is seeing, and what can possibly be done to alleviate the situation?
Thanks very much for having me. I am in Beirut. I spent the weekend so far visiting the south, going through to Nabatea, traveling around Nabatea, also traveling to Zautar you just heard that that's one of the 3 pilot zones right now. So quite an important visit for me and for my organization as we traveled with the Lebanese Red Cross, who've been working nonstop for the last several months, and they have been working nonstop for many years in related matters to provide support to those that are affected. And what we saw together traveling through Nabatea was destruction.
I think that's all we need. I already said my thing about this. Sorry about the initial clip volume, everyone. Sometimes I don't see your messages fast enough. I do have a lot that I am focused on over here when I do these streams. All right, leaving the situation in Lebanon. Now to the Red Sea, where yesterday Houthi rebels claimed that they shot down a Saudi drone. New York Post here with this clip.
يحرقوا يا ربي لك الحمد.
Yep. Supposedly, there was also a security incident with a tanker in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, the strait which the Houthis have declared closed, the one that leads into the Red Sea. And this is a huge hit to Saudi Arabia to be back at war right now to some degree. And having the Red Sea closed. Although Saudi Arabia has been sort of doing their own sort of military actions against the Houthis. We haven't talked that much about preceding all of this. Meanwhile, apparently, some people in the Trump administration are having to express, what do you call it in this timeline? The truth?
A what now?
What you talking about?
Yes, the truth, a foreign concept to the year 2026. Something some people are attempting to convey to the president regarding the situation ongoing vis-a-vis Operation Epstein Fury.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
The U.S. and Iran have so far paused strikes for the third day in a row. No strikes from either side after nearly 2 straight.
Sorry, I forgot. This is not the part of this video that I wanted. Here we go.
Diplomacy can ultimately get back on track and bring an end to this war.
This reporting that CNN has, I was just speaking about with Betsy, about the concerns raised by Vice President Vance and General Kane, concerns specifically about munition stockpiles. Ambassador Walt, in part, was blaming that on aid that the U.S. has given to Ukraine. A, it doesn't seem like it's that simple, but I'll let you answer that question. But B, what does this tell you about the overall impact on U.S. military readiness?
Well, there's certainly an impact, Erica, on U.S. military readiness, no doubt about it. But let's put things into perspective. When you look at the expenditure of Patriot missile munitions in Ukraine, you're talking in the hundreds of Patriot missiles that the like PAC-3 type missiles that the Ukrainians have used. Compare that to as many as 1,430 Patriot missiles that were sent off in the war against Iran. So the U.S. itself has used a considerable number of munitions in this Iran conflict, Operation Epic Fury, and both pre and subsequent operations. So we really have to figure out the defense industrial base in this country. There are serious concerns. General Kane and the Vice President are absolutely right about that. The key question, though, is that we have a long lead time in putting all these weapon systems together, building them, manufacturing them, getting the money allocated for them, and then, of course, finally getting them into the field. So those are the kinds of things that have to be fixed. The Pentagon is making strides in that direction, but the key thing here is also this. There were efforts under the Biden administration and before even the first Trump administration to do some of this.
Okay, I'm done with this nonsense. Like, I don't give a shit about this, but like these fucking psychos want us to make more missiles. I disagree. I'm not a fucking war hawk. I actually like some peace. Fuck these old assholes who are never gonna have to fight a war. We're gonna have to live with the consequences of this shit for very much longer. Which those two dudes definitely represent. The fact is that the U.S. has used a fuck ton of munitions in this war. It's a hard truth. And a hard one at that to get the president to accept. Perhaps that is the hardest truth. Or at least one of the hardest truths to get him to accept. Is that things aren't going well and that we're running out of shit.
Are you concerned about depleted stockpiles if there is a broadening conflict in Iran?
We have plenty. We have a lot of ammunition, different types. Biden gave a lot to Ukraine, and so we're building that up. But we have a lot. We have a lot of the mid-level stuff too. I mean, more than we could ever use, no matter what. But we have a lot. I'd like to have more, to be honest. But so much was given to Ukraine by Biden. When I left, the cupboards were full. When I came here with Obama, he didn't buy ammunition.
He didn't buy ammunition. The troops were throwing rocks at people. Well, there you go. There's Donald Trump. Prevaricating about munitions. We got a lot. We're great. We got a lot of them. Got the mid and high tier. All the tiers. If anything, it's Biden's fault.
I'm staying in the race.
Really, when you think about it, it's Joe Biden. He gave it all to Ukraine. Yeah. Unfortunately, the war is continuing on. Whether we want it to or not right now. The president, by the way, they're already trying to create the premise that this is a completely new military operation, which is maybe one of the most laughable things I could think of. But they're claiming that the first one's over, and that this is a completely new war, non-war. It's a completely new non-war war. Because there was a ceasefire. Remember that ceasefire that was violated within 12 hours? That one. That's the justification. The one that didn't last a whole day. That's what distinguishes the first conflict and the second conflict. No, I'm not going to make it make sense. I am not a miracle worker. Can't make it make sense. It doesn't make sense.
The Pentagon has updated its war casualty database, adding more than 140 wounded and restoring 4 soldiers killed in Iranian strikes last weekend since the US launched its war with Iran on February the 28th. 18 US troops have died and 624 have been wounded. Now, this comes after the Pentagon faced scrutiny last week when an apparent data glitch on the website meant the casualty numbers actually decreased. Well, CNN's Davis Winky joining me from Atlanta for more.
So this is what I'm talking about, actually. At least this is part of what I'm talking about. Pentagon is doing some weird shit with the casualties on its website.
Understandably, people now seeking further detail on the latest casualties, the updated figures, who they are, how they were injured, and why it is that these numbers were reduced over the weekend, not increased. Davis, what do we know at this point?
Becky, this saga is really interesting in that it goes a lot to show the way that this Pentagon's approach to transparency breaks from that of previous administrations. They've been treating the Defense Casualty Analysis System, this online database, as the ongoing source of truth that the public and the media can access for updated information on war casualties. The issue with that, though, is that we've been observing this website on a minute-by-minute basis for a week at this point, and we saw data fluctuations. We saw numbers changing from minute to minute. And those fluctuations, when they would appear on the website and be reproduced by people who are looking to it as the source info for casualty info, led to widespread scrutiny, whether it was from the media, and it also came from some lawmakers.
Yeah, so they split the Iran war casualties into 2 categories. Operation Epstein Fury and whatever the new one is. I forget what they named it. Like, oh, these are 2 completely different conflicts, therefore completely different casualty numbers. Whole new war started. Whole new non-war war. Totally different. Different but same. Same but different. Like, this is the behavior of, like, people lacking object permanence. But usually it's children. Very young children still struggling with that concept. Yet we're watching our own government struggle with the concept. Speaking of people struggling with concepts, President Trump was back to saying peace talks. Having great peace talks. Once again. Yesterday.
But no, they requested a meeting. They would not have requested the meeting if we were doing poorly. The only reason they want to meet is because we've been hitting them very hard. Yeah.
How much patience do you have left with Iran, sir?
I have plenty of time. Plenty of time. Their whole shoreline's wiped out. The strait is in very good shape. And we're talking right now. You know, they wanted to talk. Their people said, please don't shoot last night, the night before, 2 nights. Don't do it. You know, we're having good talks.
One of the nights they said, please stop, don't shoot. And we're having great talks. Perfect talks. Everybody's saying it. Iran wants a deal. How many times have we heard Iran wants a deal now? 276 times? 3,011 times? 4,679,002 times. $16 quintillion. 444 quadrillion. 20 trillion, 1 billion, 13 million, and $16.30. I'm sorry. I just switched thought. My brain just broke. I'm sorry. How many times have we heard the phrase, Iran wants a deal? We're having great talks with Iran. Perfect talks. The fact that they're talking to us tells us that they want a deal. Iran wants a deal because we are hitting them so hard. They don't want to be seen as capitulating. They're very proud, but they want a deal. I promise Iran really wants a deal. Now, Iran has not confirmed any talks with the United States, but has confirmed discussions with the Sultanate of Oman on a management deal for the Strait of Hormuz. Here's Al Jazeera English from yesterday.
Oman is reported to have sent a proposal to Iran outlining how to manage the Strait of Hormuz. A source has told the Reuters news agency that Muscat has proposed a joint mechanism with Tehran to oversee the strategic waterway that would include voluntary fees for vessels using the strait. The proposal has received backing from countries in the region. Let's go live now to Resul Sadar, who's in Tehran. Resul, firstly, what more do we know about this?
What's a voluntary fee? Iran's just gonna put out a donation jar in the strait? And like ships can just like chuck money into the jar while they go. What are you talking about? Anyway, possibility of voluntary fees and Omani Iranian joint management, a deal of the potentiality of which we've heard about on numerous occasions now, I would point out. We've heard that one before. Perhaps it will come to fruition this time. Although I don't think it'd be wise to hold our breaths over it happening anytime soon. My optimism meter on this whole conflict has hit it's somewhere near rock bottom. I know it can go lower, but it feels close. All right. Right. This is how I have this set up. Okay. Let's go to the West Bank now. Talk about Israel's latest efforts to ethnically cleanse the territory with Democracy Now! From yesterday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We end today's show in the occupied West Bank, where Israeli settlers torched two mosques over the weekend in the latest wave of violent attacks on several Palestinian towns and villages.
This is a religious crime. It is a moral crime in all. They are thieves, and you can call them with all the bad descriptions because there is no human on the planet that torches a religious place.
This comes as Israeli military forces Saturday detained over 70 Palestinians in raids across the occupied West Bank. The arrest and attack on the mosque followed the killing of at least 4 Palestinians in the town of Tal Friday, when Israeli settlers and soldiers opened fire on residents attempting to protect their homes. 2 Israeli soldiers were also killed. Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories, has condemned the intensifying Israeli settler attacks as, quote, pogroms against defenseless civilians, unquote. We're joined now by Mariam Barghouti, Palestinian writer and journalist based in Ramallah, joining us today, though, from Amman, Jordan. She recently addressed the United Nations Security Council on the crisis in the West Bank. Thanks so much for joining us again, Mariam. If you can start off by describing what happened this weekend in the West Bank.
Thank you, Amy. So what we saw over the weekend was an intensified campaign against Palestinians by the Israeli army and Israeli settlers, which should not be seen as separate at this point. The excuse and the justification that the Israeli military and officials such as Benjamin Netanyahu are using was the killing of 2 Israeli settlers that were in the West Bank raiding a Palestinian village or town. Now, if you peruse through Hebrew media, you'll think that they were Israelis that were simply hiking and were killed by Palestinians, when in fact they were settlers raiding the town of Tel, southeast of Nablus, north of the West Bank, and a Palestinian man was able to disarm one of the settlers and confront them. Now, the Israeli army responded by killing at least 4 Palestinians and then expanded in what is a familiar pattern of collective punishment, targeting the entirety of the West Bank, targeting former detainees, in specific, torturing them, ensuring checkpoints are closed, meaning Palestinians don't have access to life-saving resources such as hospitals, and they're targeting just daily infrastructure. So we're seeing what is happening is Palestinians are being imprisoned essentially in their own towns and villages, and then attacked by Israeli forces and armed Israeli settlers.
Yep, this is a story that we've been following. That was Mariam Barghouti, Palestinian journalist, speaking with Amy Goodman on Democracy Now! On this situation that's just seemingly getting worse and worse. I worry it's just gonna explode at some point with some of the claims that are being made by the right. You know, it being an election year, I feel like... Now, just to be clear, like I've said before, Bezalel Smotrich has almost no chance of becoming prime minister. His party does not have the seats for it. And even with a coalition, it'd be very difficult. And so, but it's like in this political moment, you're going to have politicians making promises to satisfy the bloodthirsty part of the base. The most ethnic cleansing and punishment for Palestinians living on their land. And when I say Palestinians living on their land, I mean Palestinians living on their own land. That is what they're being punished for. It's just continuing to try and not be forced out of their ancestral homes or whatever else. Here's Middle East Eye for more on latest projects and goals of Israel.
This is the Highway 60. They plan, Israeli government, to extend this highway in our own land. They try to take by force our land to extend this highway.
Our farmers find these papers next to Road 60, this highway. He bring it to our municipality, and we see these papers said we have 60 days to go injunction for this decision. This decision is take a lot of dunums, thousands of dunums from our land, and take thousands of our olive tree from there. This olive tree is 3,000 olive tree from there. This olive tree is 3,000 years, and this decision, injustice decision for our farmers' livelihood.
Yep. More of Israel's plans to ethnically cleanse Palestinians from their land, so they could have more impeded Israeli settlements, illegal settlements in the West Bank. Meanwhile, in Gaza, Israel's been launching a new wave of strikes on the completely defenseless Palestinians there. Here's Al Jazeera from 12 hours ago.
Well, Al Jazeera's Tariq Abu Azoum joins us now on the phone from Deir al-Balah. Tariq, what more can you tell us about this latest wave of Israeli airstrikes on Gaza? We know that a mosque was destroyed. What other details have emerged at this hour?
Well, it's been another day here in Gaza, completely overshadowed by relentless bombardment, Mohammed. We saw Israeli warplanes have carried out a series of airstrikes, with the main focus falling on central and northern Gaza. Like what happened in Gaza City, a mosque was struck, leaving behind extensive scale of destruction. Yes, the whole area was warned, but a very narrow window of time was really given for people to take precautionary measures. But meanwhile, in central Gaza, we saw how Israeli drones have continued to circle overhead for hours, covering multiple areas. One strike targeted a group of Palestinians at the Bibi market of another rights refugee camp, killing one Palestinian and wounding at least 20 others.
Market strikes on marketplaces. This all sound like war crimes to me. Just attacking a completely captive, defenseless population. You know, we see the Iranian strikes. Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel. And what do you see? You see air defenses going off, trying to stop those strikes. You don't see that in Gaza. You see completely unimpeded missiles and bombs hitting targets indiscriminately. It's not even clear they're targets. It's just random humans. Any movement gets blasted. And it's not clear when this is going to end. And it feels like it's going to just get worse in the future. We can't forget Benjamin Netanyahu is back in the United States right now. Apparently making the case for the United States to continue the war in Iran, among other things.
Iran might be rebuilding them, including one called Pickaxe Mountain. All this culminating on the day that Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met with President Trump at the White House for about an hour and a half. Hours before their meeting, Trump downplayed pressure to escalate the war with Iran, underscoring a strain in the U.S.-Israeli relationship. This is what Trump said when asked on Fox before the Oval Office meeting about reports of Netanyahu's plan to share intelligence about Iran.
I don't need Bibi to tell me that. Bibi's telling me that because he wants me to stay involved. We know exactly what's going on. But, no, I heard Bibi announce that. I said, why didn't you just tell it to me? Why do you have to announce it to the world? I know exactly what's going on at Pickaxe. It's not a big problem. We took out their nuclear sites, and we'll have to take out Pickaxe if we don't make a deal. If we don't make a deal, we'll take it out very easily.
Trump also threatened again to destroy Iranian bridges and power plants if no deal is made.
They know I'm going to do that if they don't make a deal. The bridges are going to be gone. Literally.
He is deranged.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Anyway, Donald Trump is out here saying crazy shit again, and Yahoo saying that it was one of the best conversations ever with Donald Trump. And Trump saying that Netanyahu wants him to stay involved in Iran, supposedly. Whether we can believe a single word of anything we're hearing, who fucking knows? Probably not much. But war criminal still on U.S. soil, walking around unimpeded, hanging out with the president, talking about what to do with our military. Now, in the last 12 hours, things have gotten tense once again. Here's our final story of the evening. I think they are interlinked. 10 hours ago, Al Jazeera English explosions seen over the skies of Jordan as Iranian state media says that it fired missiles at the country.
You're watching Al Jazeera. We have some breaking news for you. It is Iranian state media saying that a number of missiles have been launched from the center of the country toward Jordan. Jordanian sources say explosions have been seen in the skies over the country. Now, don't forget, on the 17th of July, 3 U.S. military personnel were killed at the Salti Air Base in Jordan. We'll have more on this story, but at the moment we have the U.S. military saying that at 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time, that is, of course, about 45 minutes ago, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces launched multiple ballistic missiles from Iran. The IRGC really at the moment for launching these missiles from central Iran. And this is all coming at the moment from the U.S. military, at least. That's what we have so far.
That was 10 hours ago. An hour later, more reports on supposed Iranian launching of a surprise attack on U.S. Middle East bases. NBC News. Second to last clip.
Let's get right over to NBC's chief White House correspondent, Garrett Hake. Garrett, before we get into today's ceremonies and meetings, let's start with Iran's surprise attack on U.S. forces. What are we learning?
Well, this took place around 5:45 this evening, CENTCOM says, and as you pointed out, was meant to be a surprise attack on U.S. forces with ballistic missiles, we believe, fired at U.S. bases in Jordan, although at this hour that's not yet been confirmed. This would mark the most significant Iranian aggression in several days after what was almost 2 straight weeks of fighting, then a couple of days of quiet, which President Trump had said was to give space for negotiations. At least some forces in Iran apparently unsatisfied with that space, launching this new attack. This could throw us right back to this muddy, uncertain place we've been in this war over the last...
Oh, is it going to throw us back into a muddy, uncertain place? I'm sorry. What are you talking about, NBC? Why are all the mainstream outlets so insistent on believing it every single time that we hear about some potential ceasefire and just be like, it's over, the war is over, and then an attack happens, like, oh my god, we're going back to the muddy place? It's like, what are you talking about? We had no clarity on what the fuck was happening. If anything, I mean, certainly there was certainly no clarity on there being some sort of actual end to the war. That much was very unclear. And I mean, he's like, oh my god, just hours ago, everything was normal, and the war was over, and now it's back on.
A what now?
It's ridiculous. What timeline are you guys living on exactly? Yeah, the talks went really good, right? Yeah. No, it's nonsense.
We have video just in of air defense crews targeting incoming fire from Iran. A statement from Central Command says it happened a bit more than 2 hours ago. Multiple ballistic missiles aimed, CENTCOM says, at U.S. forces in the Middle East. Now, where in the Middle East was left unsaid, but Barak Ravid from Axios says it was a U.S. base in Jordan. Now, this comes about 10 hours after the president spoke positively about negotiations that he said were underway with Tehran, which Iran was denying.
What?
We hear that you're talking right now with leaders on Iran, but Iran has come out publicly and said, we're not talking to the U.S. We're going to pause as long as they're paused.
We are talking a little while ago because...
So could you tell me who you're talking to, Mr. President?
For some reason, we can be in the midst of a beautiful discussion, and they'll come out and say, we're not talking, or we didn't discuss nuclear. Well, that's all we discussed because they'll never have a nuclear weapon. They understand that.
Now, during that same interview, the president also renewed his...
I just love how everybody wants to play this, like, shock. This game of, like, being shocked. The President Trump would tell us that the war is over when it's not over. When even CNN literally did a fucking montage of all the times. Remember that? CNN literally did a montage of all the times that Trump told us the war was over and that Iran wanted the fucking deal. They should be the last ones shocked by all of this.
And award-winning journalist joins us tonight. Caitlin, what are you hearing from the administration on this tonight?
You know, John, we're still waiting to see reaction from the president himself, because obviously CENTCOM has confirmed that, yes, Iran fired these missiles at Jordan. CENTCOM says they were successfully intercepted and hailed that obviously as a success. But it does speak to the broader conflict that is very much still underway here, as we've heard varying message from the president himself about whether or not talks are happening, whether he believes that they could be fruitful, or whether or not there is a chance of a return to all-out war here. And I thought it was interesting today that he was talking about hitting those desalination plants and others in Iran, and was saying that that is something that would affect the civilians there, and he did not want to take that step of doing so, even though he himself has previously threatened to do so. And the fact that this comes as the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is still here in Washington right now. He's staying just a few feet away from the White House at the guest residence known as the Blair House here in Washington.
Well, there you have it. The latest updates on the Iran conflict. Still as fucked as ever, I think, from what I can tell. There's the news on this Tuesday, Space Fams. Boy, oh boy, it's just the beginning. Just the early stages of this week. It's already extra special kinds of fucked. Well, here we are once again. Wait, no. That's the wrong one. What am I doing? Right, I'm ending the show. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dog, Saren W, Schmegley, Bibi, Midi, Afroponics, Snarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mono, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Riga, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Urban Horologist, HBX, Menda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Benny Han, 99, a Dark Sparkle, a CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, a Glitch Master, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect L, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S., Hakate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever, Rogue Gerb, Tracy Eva, and Mr. Nice Guy. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.